Rock Bet. Bet it, parlay it, boost it, however you want to do it. From wherever you are to the moon. Bet anytime a line, prop, or parlay catches your eye. And withdraw cash when you want it. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players bet $5 and get $150 instantly in bonus bets. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Florida Talk Real Estate is your one-stop real estate shop. Whether you're looking to buy a home, sell a home, you're stuck with a home and you don't know what to do, look no further than FloridaTalkRealEstate.com. Listen every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. until 11, right here on Real Radio 92.1.
Julie Haft here for Air Around the Clock. If your wife is hot, give us a call at 954-FIX-MY-AC and get a brand new American Standard heating and air conditioning unit. That's 954-FIX-MY-AC or visit us at atcair.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Savor every last drop of summer with Starbucks. From bold refreshers to rich cold brews, the sunniest season only gets better with a handcrafted iced beverage in your hand. Available for a limited time. Your summer favorites are ready at Starbucks.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings.
The Marlins didn't have much offense, held to a run on 3 hits. They lost to Milwaukee in the rubber game of that weekend series. Marlins back at it tonight as they open a 4-game set in Cincinnati. Meanwhile, good news for the Marlins' Kyle Stowers. He was selected as a National League reserve for next week's All-Star game. And Florida State football gets a commitment from 4-star defensive back Chauncey Kennan out of Sarasota. I'm Matt McCoy.
DraftKings is all about responsible gaming. It's more fun when it's for fun. So play responsibly. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 or older. Age and eligibility vary by jurisdiction.
Rover's Morning Glory is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
All right, if you're building your perfect summer playlist, just open the iHeartRadio app because we've got all the summer vibes you need. We have every playlist and station you could want for pool days, road trips, beach hangs, all of it. Plus, Dollywood Radio is now on iHeartRadio. Yes, the park you know and love has its own radio station. So yeah, your summer soundtrack, we got it handled.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
The inside piece.
Maybe.
Distinct possibility. Same way Charlie's girlfriend is running off with a fly fisherman from Alaska. And Mary Elizabeth is running off with the guy who works at the hot dog place that you stopped at, right? Didn't you stop at a hot dog place, Jeffrey?
Well, in Pennsylvania, we stopped off like a small little restaurant that had hot dogs, burgers, fries.
Yeah, somebody texted me. They ran into Jeffrey at a hot dog place in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. But Mary Elizabeth didn't run off with the owner.
You sure?
I'm sure because she always runs off with me.
Uh-huh. That's why why'd you guys have to stop there? She said, I need some wieners or what?
I got a wiener between my legs if she wants one. Also, if she ever tells me that she wants to get Krispy Kreme donuts, I go, look, honey, I got a Krispy Kreme dispenser between my legs. Why don't you drink from it someday?
Oh, jeez. That's what you tell her, really?
That's gross.
So she says, I could go for some Krispy Kreme donuts. That's your response?
Why not?
Why? Well, maybe this is why we made a T-shirt of Jeffrey. And here's how did you feel about this guy when he showed up? Maybe at the guitar factory. I don't know where this was. He's Jeffrey meeting a guy, and the guy's wearing a local pervert T-shirt with Jeffrey's photo on it. How does that make you feel?
Whatever. I mean, it is what it is.
You have a smile on your face there, but okay. All right. Never mind. All right. Always so talkative. Crystal, you were late coming into work today. What did you do on this break?
I was in Denver for Fan Expo.
Mm-hmm.
I left on Wednesday, and I was supposed to have a panel Thursday. It's a 4-day long Comic-Con. They moved my panel Thursday to Saturday. So I ended up having Thursday
off
to venture around, which was pretty awesome. I actually went to Dinosaur Ridge, which is in Morrison, kind of by where Red Rocks is, and looked at all these dinosaur paw prints and stuff in the rock there, which I thought was so cool. I love dinosaurs. Cool. At one point, I wanted to be a paleontologist for many years of my life. So I thought this was pretty amazing to go and walk. And it was hot as hell, though. I actually got
sunburned. You think that's actually real, or you think they just they just put that there or whatever?
They were digging that out for a specific reason, and they're just highlighted. They do make them more pronounced for you to see. They're like kind of like that black marking. Because if not, it's just an imprint that you would probably not notice if you weren't looking for it. There's even some scratches from crocodiles and stuff. There was a crocodile bed there. It used to be part of the bottom of the ocean. There's waves and stuff even in the rocks that you can see. There's fossilized bone inside the rock and stuff. So I did that. That was a few miles of a walk. It was awesome. My shoulders were so sunburnt from doing that. And then when I got back, I was like, you know what? I'm going to walk over to Union Station, grab some grub over here. I'm going to go to this bakery over here. So I started doing a food tour around Denver, and I really did eat my way all the way back to my hotel that night. It was pretty amazing. And then my first night, I had Cassandra Peterson. She's Elvira.
Oh.
I got to sit with her on Friday night, which was awesome.
I just saw her. You know what? Oh, my God. First of all, I'm such an idiot. I'm so stupid. I got into bed late last night, midnight, whatever. I don't know. It was late. And I put on the Pee Wee Herman documentary.
I told you.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't turn that off.
I told you.
I watched the entire goddamn thing. You want to know what time I went to sleep this morning? 4 o'clock this morning. That's when I turned off the TV.
It grabs you, man. It's so good.
It was so good.
Yeah.
I don't even like Pee Wee Herman. I frankly, and I know you guys are going to think this is crazy. Charlie will believe it because he's always amazed at this. I've never seen the Pee Wee Herman show. I didn't.
Well, you were
never
too
seen
old for it, probably, when it came out.
I think it came out in '86. They said, and I would have been 11 years old.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that right in his wheelhouse? But I never watched Pee Wee Herman.
Oh, I was so into Pee Wee.
Nope, never even saw the movie. Never seen any Pee Wee Herman stuff.
The only Pee Wee Herman movie I saw was Pee Wee's Big Adventures, the one with the bike.
Yeah, the first one. But anyways, this documentary.
Yeah.
And Elvira is in there.
They were very close friends.
Man, that is a good documentary. And he just seems like he seemed like a little bit of a pain in the ass maybe to interview for this thing. But
I think he was sick, though.
Yeah,
when
he was. Yeah.
No one knew.
Mm-hmm.
But seems like he could be a little difficult, perhaps, to work with. But he just comes across as such a likable, I
only watched half of it. I thought he was doing those jokes when he's being kind of rude.
He was, but then
he
wants his legacy to be his.
Right.
He wants to be in control of it.
Especially knowing, right, that he was going to pass. Like he wanted.
And he was joking about things he's answering, but then you could kind of tell, the guy who's making the movie, at some point, you're hearing this, you're interviewing this guy in 100 different sessions. Oh, okay, dude, just let's give the answer. Let's go. Come on. I don't want to, it's like pulling teeth, but he comes across as such a likable guy in this documentary. It was, anyways, I thought it was very well put together. I thought it was really, really interesting. And I'm not interested in Pee Wee Herman at all. Anyway, so go on.
So she was awesome.
Yeah.
She was great. I had a few panels on Saturday. They were awesome. On Friday, Saturday, Friday night at the 4th of July, I went out to dinner. I said, I'm just going to go to dinner. I was done by 5 o'clock, going to set up a dinner for my birthday kind of celebration. And so I put it on there. I go alone to this place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there and they give me a little birthday card. And it says free dessert coupons. I'm like, okay, I'll take a free dessert for my birthday, right?
Uh-huh.
Then the manager comes over and he paid for my whole bill.
Really?
I think he just thought I was a loser who was sitting alone on their birthday eating dinner, and they felt sorry for me. So they covered my bill. And then even the assistant manager was like, here's my name. Call me next time you're in town. We'll hang out. I was like, they must think I'm that much like I need friends because I'm here alone. But it was pretty awesome. They took care of my bill for me. And then Sunday I had Smallville panel. They're pretty awesome. Michael Rosenbaum and Tom Welling. Smallville was on like the WB for many years.
Yeah. Wait, another Superman picture? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But I love Michael Rosenbaum. He's awesome.
Be upset with these pictures?
I was like, that was a great morning. Awesome panel. They actually told me it was the best panel they've ever done. And I said, well, request me to do all your panels, which made me feel
good. Don't you think they say it to everybody?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've heard some things around the circuit. And then I actually finished my day with Bruce Campbell, and that was fantastic.
Hell yeah.
Who's Bruce Campbell?
Evil Dead.
Army of Darkness. I mean, he's in so many. He's in Burn Notice for a long time. He's
wearing a
Briscoe County
Stars and Stripes suit for the
Very
4th of July, I guess.
Yeah.
Very patriotic. Unlike me, I love the person who criticizes me for going out of the country on the 4th of July. They're like, ugh, you're so un-American. How could you leave the country on our most patriotic holiday? Yeah, like nobody goes out of the country on the 4th of July. Give me a break. Please, actually, I'm very patriotic. I was spreading the word of America overseas on the 4th of July. How about that? Screw you.
On a mission. Yeah, so that was awesome. I had a fantastic weekend. I'm very grateful for what I get to do there. I have a flight, though, right after I do Bruce Campbell. So I have to leave. I have to go to the hotel, get my bag, and it's a 30-minute Uber ride to the airport in Denver.
At least.
And so when I get there, I'm rushing in. My flight's at 7. I've got to go. I'm supposed to get in Cleveland at midnight. They even flag my bag. And I'm like, no, I'm on a time crunch. I have like 40 minutes to catch this plane. When I get to the gate, it says, arriving in Cleveland at 3:52 a.m.
Oh, boy.
And I went, wait, well, what? My app has not updated to tell me that the flight's delayed. So now I actually had the hotel room. I could have stayed in there for more hours and taken a nap or something because I don't sleep on the plane. I don't do well. And instead, I'm now in the airport for 5 hours before they actually got us on a plane taking off from Denver. So I landed this morning here in Cleveland about 5:30. And then I ran home, let my dog out, and threw on some clothes and came here.
All right. Well, that's dedication.
I will tell you, both flights were really rough. And the way there, it was so bad that the woman next to me started talking to me because I am having a panic attack on the plane. And I think that I am going to have to ask my doctor for some kind of
Charlie
anxiety
special
medicine. Yeah. I was like, because I really am that stressed out on the flight when there's that much turbulence that I grab strangers, not on purpose, just out of just animal instinct. Yeah. I mean, so, and I
the
feel
hot
like I'm
air
pass
coming up
out,
over the mountain range
bad.
is what does that turbulence. It's so she saw.
Yeah, but it was great.
Sounds like you had a
awesome.
good vacation, good working trip. You got to see some dinosaur tracks.
I went to a couple haunted places to walk by, walked to a big park and stuff, and went to a couple haunted things. Thought about Mary Elizabeth. She could have gone with me.
Yeah, when Mary Elizabeth says she wants to see a fossilized bone, I say, how about this in between my legs?
No.
All right. What do I have to give away today, douchey? Oh, here it is. You can be just like Snitzer and go to Cedar Point. He took his grandson to Cedar Point for the first time ever over the vacation. You can win a pair of tickets to Cedar Point where you can check out the all-new Siren's Curse. Siren's Curse. What is that? I don't even know what is that? Is that a roller coaster?
Siren's Curse is what do you call a tilt coaster? Car goes up a hill, comes out to a certain distance, the whole thing just tilts over, the car just drops.
It's wild looking because it doesn't make sense to me how it works because you're just out there's no track in front of you, and then it drops down, then reconnects the track, and then it shoots you down.
Yeah, the whole track moves.
That is something you can check out at Cedar Point if you're caller 30. Right now, 866-YO-ROVER, 866-967-6837. Good luck to you. You can also go to WMMS.com and register to win a Cedar Point Shores vacation with 4 tickets to Cedar Point, 4 tickets to Cedar Point Shores, and a premium cabana rental at WMMS.com. But you'll get a pair of just plain old regular Cedar Point tickets if you're caller 30 right now, 866-YO-ROVER. We will be back live tomorrow morning. By the way, the Aftermath starts on RMG Plus right now, or 10 minutes from now, roughly. If you don't subscribe to RMG Plus, sign up at roverradio.com. You can watch or listen live there on the website or with the Rover Radio app on your phone, your tablet, or your TV.
Is your mic on?
What's he doing in there?
He just has his mic on for no reason.
Okay.
The only time he wants to talk is when he says bye.
Okay. All right. Well, we will be back live tomorrow morning. Have a great day. It's Rover's Morning Glory. Bye.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? You didn't turn your mic on. Do it again. Jeffrey. Oh, my gosh.
Genius? Maybe. Easy? Absolutely. Make Real Radio 92.1 your first preset on the iHeartRadio app now for instant access to Rover's Morning Glory.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Stop and go delays continue on I-95 northbound High Biloxo Road to Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard and I-95 southbound 6th Avenue South to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line. Pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Lindstrom Air are the AC pros, keeping you cool when it matters most. Quality service on your plumbing too. Let Lindstrom take great care of you. Yeah, I love those guys.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
Things start to change.
Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. It's a quiet start to our Monday morning. Temperatures in the 70s outside. Partly cloudy skies as we get started. Rain chances a bit lower across the area today, so no significant rain moving through for the morning. Will remain partly cloudy heading into the afternoon as well, with a few scattered thunderstorms returning later today. Our high temperatures are back near 90 degrees.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Hardworking people need a hardworking candy bar. Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is definitely working hard for you. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
For millions of kids, school isn't just a place of learning. It's where they can depend on access to healthy food. When school's out for the summer months, many of those meals disappear. But there is a solution. All across the country, there are programs for kids and teens to access free meals all summer long, including resources for eligible families facing tight grocery budgets. If you're looking for resources to help feed your family this summer, visit nokidhungry.org/help. Let's make sure every kid has the happy, healthy summer they deserve.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword bonus at realradio921.com. That's bonus. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Woohoo! It is the Penthouse on a Monday after a pretty long weekend for a lot of people. Some people took off Thursday. If you did, you're a slacker. We took off Friday and no locker room. So, man, it felt like almost Christmas for you. Crazy weekend. Dom's going to tell us all about all the money he won. He's going to take me and Franny out to dinner with Joey Chestnut. Thank you. At least you listened to the Greek. We'll talk about if you felt bad betting on a hot dog competition. I had Joey, too. We'll get into that. We have a giveaway for you today for Busch Gardens. So that'll be awesome for you guys. We always got a lot going on at Penthouse. It is the Monday back after 4th of July. So we're getting closer and closer. There's 3 holidays in the summer, so 2 are already done. And preseason football will be here before you know it, October 28th. Woo! Yeah. And rookies report July 15th.
Ooh.
That's pretty close.
That's soon.
Yeah, that's
Did you
close.
say October?
I said July 15th.
Oh, no, just before that. No? Am I hearing things?
October for what?
I don't know. I thought I heard you say October 28th.
For preseason football?
Yeah.
No, I said July.
Okay.
I might have said October.
I know what day it was. It's the end of the month this month.
Okay, all right. I don't know why I heard October. I don't think I'm awake yet.
No, you're probably right. It's August 28th.
Okay.
I might have said
August
October.
28th. Yeah, I heard October. I was like, what? Why? Why do we have to wait for so long?
How about August 1st, man? Ohio State's playing Texas. Wow, 12 o'clock. Woo! Arch Manning in front of everybody. You got to pound Ohio State. Anyway, it is the Penthouse on a Monday. I hope you guys had a very nice weekend. Celebrated the greatest country in the country and had a good time. We'll go around the horn and see what all these guys did. You could always get involved by calling us at 877-927-6969 or text us at Real Radio 47142. So, Dom, how are you, sir?
I'm all right, G-Man. Had a pretty nice long weekend.
I know.
It was a nice 3 days, though, to have off.
Yeah. Because, you work pretty hard. Not really, but we'll say it.
Come on, go ahead and say it. 25%er.
25%. People come up to you over the weekend. They're like, how's Dom at 25%? That nickname stuck. That's better than DJ Pencil. So you were at Hard Rock with your other half.
Yeah, I know. I was looking for you. I was at the Caviar Bar going, G, where you at? G.
So you guys didn't bump into each other?
It was a tough weekend.
Yeah.
Franny doesn't like me spending a lot of money on the weekend.
I don't care what you spend. You do what you want.
She's so nice.
Not my cash.
I was going to think about going down there, but I didn't. I was going to go down with this girl, and we were going to hang out, but we ended up having dinner last night at New York Prime, so it was nice. And I wanted to say, I knew if I went down, I would have lost. Probably, so I figured whatever. So was the pool party good?
Oh, yeah, it was good. The weather actually held out. It wasn't rainy, which was nice. It was they still had the 4th of July celebration, so they had American flags going around. Nice. They had they even had a bottle service girl inside a boat, and they carried her in a boat.
That's cool.
Yeah,
nice.
That's fun.
It was a little wild.
Any fireworks?
They had a little bit of pyro, not too much.
Yeah.
Did you any bikini contest that you judged?
No, G-Man, no.
You should have told your girl we're having a bikini contest. I entered you.
You're the only contestant.
You're the only contestant. Oh my God, you won! All right, and you won on Joey Chestnut.
Yes, sir. Somehow, because the unofficial, when it went to commercial, was 71.
Yeah, that was 70 and a half, right?
That's what it came back to, because I guess he didn't finish either the bun or the full hot dog.
Yeah.
He was doing, at one time, he was just doing, the bun, and then he was doing the hot dog. He wasn't doing it together.
Yeah.
Slacker.
Yeah. And I guess, the official was 70 half, and my bet still cashed on Hard Rock app.
Really? Because
I don't know why.
Because I remember, I don't know if it was you guys, but I know a lot of people it was 71, and took the over on that. And then I saw that it was only 70 and a half, so I thought a bunch of people lost.
The unusual thing with it, if you looked at that bet, because I was there, it didn't. It said 71. Like if he got to 71 was a win.
Yep.
It said 71 or more.
More. Yep.
Yeah. Which usually that's not the case. It's usually with a number when you're a sportsman. It's a push.
Mm-hmm.
In sports, like if the over-under is 54, you got to go 55. 54 is a bit. So I was surprised about that. And I said, maybe that's why it's a little juicy. Did you feel bad taking money for a hot dog competition?
Oh, no. It's like, either way, I'm like, this is probably my last bet until football season. So I was just like, I'm going to hammer this. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. I'm just going to hold off until football.
Well, it's official. You're a degenerate gambler. So congratulations. We'll give you a cap and gown ceremony. If you're betting on the, because people came up there, go, you bet on Joey Chestnut? I'm like, of course. I mean, Joey Chestnut. Come on, you got to bet.
Like, it's on the Hard Rock app.
It's not. If you don't bet, it's not American. Come on, it's like apple pie and lap dances. You got to do it. So congratulations. So he's going to take us out to dinner. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a huge bet for you. I was like, whoa.
Well, I figured.
I'm not going to say the amount. It's nobody's business. But I was like, I wonder if he had a little Babani in him when he was doing this.
I was feeling Joey Chestnut. I was like, come on, let's do it, Joey.
Yeah, no, that's great. I was happy. That was good. Franny, how was your weekend?
Hi, what's going on? It was good. It was. I went to a nice dinner for the 4th. I didn't even get to see one damn firework.
Really?
We didn't go see fireworks. My buddy took us and some friends over to 1000 North for dinner.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So we did that night, and then we ended up meeting some friends afterwards. But yeah, where we ended up, and we weren't really paying much attention. So no fireworks. But then on Saturday night, I went to a concert, which was freaking incredible. One of the best shows that they've put, and it's stick figure, but Stephen Marley opened up for him, and he did a whole set to his dad's music.
Oh.
So it was all Bob Marley, and it was incredible. He sounded just like his dad. He put on such a show, and I was just like, can you imagine being stick figure going, Bob Marley's son, Stephen Marley, is opening up for us, and he was so good. So if you were out there, and I know I ran into a bunch of people who listen to Real Radio, you know how incredible that show was. But yeah, just a good, fun weekend. Yesterday, just nothing, low-key, hung out. But yeah, I had a good time. How about you?
Yeah, I banged around. It was, this, that, and this.
The usual.
The usual,
No Hard Rock.
The Greek weekends.
Yeah. I didn't go down to Hard Rock, but I did stop by Seminole. Cashed on Joey Chestnut. Was going to go to track, but the rain was...
Did you go Seminole for the 4th? Because they were doing that big thing.
No, I stayed away the 4th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't like crowds. That's why I'm not going to go to my own funeral. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. I saw a ton of... Everybody put a ton of stuff on Instagram with videos and stuff. Some of the fireworks, unbelievable. Some of the people that just do stuff in front of their house that they show, it blows my mind. Just the amount that they have and just the just crazy.
People love to blow crap up.
I know.
They do.
Like, we could do it for one day, not really get in trouble and drink while doing it.
Oh, they do it more than one day.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like a couple of videos I saw, I'm like, this is unbelievable. I didn't hear anything yet about any, people getting hurt or anything like that.
Yeah, I haven't either. And I do digging for, especially here in Florida, for What the Florida. So no stories yet about people losing digits.
Which is great.
That's good. Mm-hmm. That's good. And then shout out, not even Justin, I know it's not the same comparable, but Mickey Sudo, who won her 17th, same thing as Joey Chestnut. He won a 17th. Nice. She won her 17th. She took down 33 dogs, but she's a Florida girl. She's a Tampa girl. So once again, she won the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. And something I'm going to go back and watch, and I heard a lot of people said it was incredible, was that final Black Sabbath Ozzy Osbourne show.
Yep.
So many people said it was so good.
Yeah.
You had a lot of major acts that were there with him, and they said that he sat the whole time and sang, but he was they created this massive throne for him, for Ozzy. Yeah, so they said that was a pretty cool show.
I think his daughter got engaged backstage.
Yep.
She did. Yep.
So that's special, something that you'll remember.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's her first or second marriage. I'm not sure. But yeah, I read that where she ended up getting engaged backstage. So that's cool. So yeah, that was the 4th of July for everybody. And I hope you guys had a good time. We're safe and obviously celebrated the greatest country in the country. And Macy's was unbelievable, some of their stuff that they had. They had some aerial views that they took and pictures, just unbelievable, the stuff they do. But yeah, I was more surprised at just people random, like in front of their streets and stuff like that. Like these boxes and boxes of stuff. And I'm like, where do they get them? Obviously, they get them, wherever they can, maneuver. Because it just seemed like some of that stuff's got to be illegal.
No, a lot of that stuff, you go to that Sky Kings or Pam, they have some of those big boys.
Yeah. Oh my God! And like right in the street, and there's cars like right there, like right in the street. They're lighting them up, and then like running away. I'm like, oh my God, that is crazy. The amount of stuff. Yeah, if you celebrated or did something special, give us a call or text us. Let us know. But yeah, a lot went on this weekend, and a 3-day weekend. Today might be a little tough for some people to get back to work. You did have Sunday yesterday, so you had a day to rest and regroup. Now the pool party was Saturday, right?
Yep.
And what did you do yesterday? Just regroup?
Yep.
That's good. So
I needed it yesterday. I was in bed all day, basically.
I'm with you. My buddies, they were trying to get us out. I'm like, no, absolutely not. Leave me alone.
Mm-hmm.
Leave me alone.
Did you see Michael Jordan?
I actually was here yesterday. I had to get some work done.
Did you see Michael Jordan?
I didn't know he was not at his own restaurant for the 4th of July. So.
What's up, Mike? What's going on?
And if he was probably upstairs in the private membership only area that I don't have a membership to.
Oh, he would have came down to meet you. You kidding me? I want to get to his pro shop. I'm trying to work on that through somebody because that's very difficult to get in. He mostly has some unbelievable stuff, and I know he has
some merch.
Yeah, he's got this clock with all like Jordan sneakers, and just unbelievable. My buddy was there, and he went with a couple guys, and he was showing me the picture. Just really, really cool. But you can't really get in there unless you know somebody. So, and I think you got to play golf. Like if I go in, I'm like, I'll just walk into a club. I won't golf because I don't think they're going to be cool if you just walk in and want to buy merch and be like, I'm out of here. Because they don't need that. I mean, they obviously, but he had some cool video of the plays and some of the stuff and some of the bags.
I saw a video recently. It was Lawrence Taylor was playing there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And MJ was talking crap to him too.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they both play every single day. I saw Lawrence Taylor over the weekend. Such a nice guy, friendly to everybody. Always signs autographs and stuff. Very friendly. But yeah, I don't know who would win. I really don't know. Jordan's supposedly good.
I think MJ would smoke him.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've heard Jordan, very, very good. But, yeah, on his course, I'm sure he knows, the back of his hand.
It's made for him, too.
Yeah. He knows it probably like his wife's body. So, I mean, I'm sure he could crush it. If you guys want to get involved, you can call us at 877-927-6969. Or you can text us at Real Radio 47142. And I hope you guys had a good weekend. But if you did anything special, let us know. Give us a call. And before you know it, it will be football season, which will be awesome. The Gators are on Real Radio, and 101.7 has the Miami Dolphins. So the Dolphins, like I said, they open up training camp on 10:15 for rookies, 10:28, I believe, for the veterans. And I think the Dolphins are 60 or 70 to 1 to win the Super Bowl.
So not to get serious, but unfortunately, people who did not have a good 4th of July weekend was Texas. How devastating those floods were. It was just the images are absolutely just heartbreaking. And I know Kerr County in particular, we are helping out with their flood relief. If you guys have not seen what's going on, then you have not watched the news whatsoever, been on there. But it's devastating. I think that last time I read, up to 82 deaths right now, the death toll, and it just keeps on going up. But, yeah, they have impacted countless residents and families who have all lost their homes, their lives, communities and lives have been shattered due to this flooding. Children are still missing. You know, there was that Mystic Camp out there.
That's
just
terrible.
really, really sad situation. So the need is super urgent. The Community Foundation of the Texas Hill County has launched the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund to support response, relief, and long-term recovery efforts. So all donations are going to go directly to trusted local organizations because you want to make sure it's going to the right place. They're going to provide food, shelter, health care, all kinds of stuff. So we are asking and urging for your help for this. You can join us today. You can donate to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund, and that website is communityfoundation.net. They could use all the help right now. It's heartbreaking, devastating what's going on over there in Texas.
Yeah, they were saying on the news, too, that they sent out an alert about the floods and everything, but it went out in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I think it hit at like 5 a.m.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people were not prepared because
not paying attention. I mean, these are a lot of RV campsites. Like I said, this children's camp stuff like that. I mean, they don't have the televisions, radio stuff like that on night.
Very, very sad. I mean,
really sad.
So when you see the video, it almost looks unreal.
Sometimes you're camping, you don't even have your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a whole, people go to unplug from life.
Exactly.
You know, and it was extra busy because it was a holiday weekend too.
Terrible.
Yeah.
So if you guys can do anything, like a lot of situations with donations, people are like, hey, what's $10 or what's $5? It matters because it adds up. So if you guys can help, we really would appreciate it for everybody going through a devastating time. It is the Penthouse on a Monday, July 7th. Woo! Woo! My God, I got it Monday and July 7th, both right. Big news for me today. I got a cucumber and I brought a knife, so I'm going to cut it. So we're going to try to do some things today.
Yeah,
That's scary.
Yeah, he just whipped
I'm like, that is
that
frightening.
I thought he was going to throw it into the wall for a second.
A knife. Well, yeah. So a knife, and I laugh. By the way, we got to make sure that thing gets turned off on the weekend.
Ooh.
Was it on?
Yes, when I was here yesterday.
No, I came in earlier and I put it on. Oh yeah, I was
yesterday.
here.
Yesterday, you came out to work on Sunday?
No, this morning.
No, I know. I was here yesterday.
Oh, and it was on?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't here yesterday.
And then the best part is, I was cold, so Dov, I had it facing me. Greek comes in and he turns it back to face himself.
I didn't know you were cold.
Without even asking. I had turned it on, I have it. Greek goes and just turns it back his way. I was like,
oh my
thanks.
God, you make me sound so inconsiderate.
Well, that's exactly what you did.
But I didn't know you had it on you like you wanted it.
It was on and facing
It was on me, and he went and he turned it his way.
I didn't know you were cold. But you're more important than me.
But yes, I don't know how. I know the old school ones were kind of crazy. That one's probably fine. It is because it's Amazon. Speaking of Amazon Prime Day tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yeah, Dom, I got a question for you. If I buy new chairs for the studios, will you put them together if I give you money?
Sure.
All right. If not, then I can pay somebody else. I want to say I got an email from management, and they were like, "You could order some new chairs, Greek."
Oh.
Why?
I get a new one too.
What they because they heard me bitching about it on the radio.
Oh, is that all it
So
takes?
they're like, we're not going to buy them. You buy them.
They were like, you're not gonna do it again. So I just wanted to make sure because I just got a pedicure.
Those
so
hands.
I can't put it together.
That's the reason why.
Not really. I don't want to see you fall on your ass because I'll put it together. I'll be like, oh, come on, extra screws.
I know.
There's no way. I can't even open a box.
And he like lifts it back. He was like, do these like the chairs put together and there's 10 screws and you're like, these don't belong anywhere, right?
I mean, the chairs
You
don't
sit
go.
in it and just fall.
Yeah.
The chair doesn't come together. I mean, oh my God. It is the Penthouse. Doesn't change. You know the rhythm and the rhyme. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
A man is in trouble for making sexual contact with his dog. Edward Dare, 35-year-old man.
Should have picked truth. The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Stop-and-go delays continue on I-95 northbound, High Paluxo Road to Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, and I-95 southbound, 6th Avenue South to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line. Pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows July 4 savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get 3 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week with a 5-star menu and open to 5 a.m. And if you like sports or UFC, make sure you stop by Monroe's. The knockouts are there, and they're not in the ring. They're in Monroe's of Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies, great atmosphere. You'll love Monroe's. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. That's right. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Put it on your agenda. Makes a good night a great night. Peace.
You know kids will ruin your life, right? Especially if you're a garage door. I mean, babies are adorable, don't get me wrong. But after that adorable phase where they barf and poop on everything, they turn into a cheap garage door's worst nightmare. Whacking tennis balls against the door all day, up and down every time they ride a bike. You dreamy young'uns might have the energy to start a family, but that rusty avocado green aluminum garage door that came with your house is too old for this jazz. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Modern, insulated garage doors are built to stand up to family life. They resist dents, they don't ring like a gong when you whack them with a puck, and they go up and down, super quiet, as many times as your kids change their minds. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll treat you like family.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
One of the things that sets IDC apart from other jewelry stores is the selection, the sheer volume of diamonds available in any shape and any size.
You truly cannot compete with our inventory.
Meet IDC's Ryan McMahon, who explains that because International Diamond Center is a direct importer, they don't have to borrow diamonds from wholesalers or third-party suppliers like other stores.
When somebody is shopping around, say they're looking for a 2-3 carat diamond, a lot of stores don't own that level inventory. What they'll do is they'll say, I understand that's what you're looking for. Let me have a few options sent in for you tomorrow. They're just middlemaning a deal.
And that, Ryan says, always leads to a higher cost for you, but not at IDC.
When you come into one of our stores, you want to see a 2 carat, a 3 carat, 4 carat, 5. You can do that because we own the goods. We buy it right. We don't have to call around or source anything.
International Diamond Center. Bigger selection, better value every day.
I can sell a higher quality product at the most competitive pricing you'll find.
US 1 and PSL Boulevard.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor around mid-afternoon. They'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland through the rest of your Monday.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question,
what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a cherry tree?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 90.
Still the NFL kicks off. What? I'm just saying. It is The Penthouse on a Monday. I hope you guys had a nice weekend and enjoyed 4th of July with your family and friends, no matter what you did. And I hope your firecrackers popped for you. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Off a big win on Joey Chestnut. People are coming up to him, throwing like confetti at him. Joey Chestnut. Our market manager was like, "You bet Joey Chestnut?" I said, "No, Dom did."
Great.
I threw it under you. No, he knew I had it. Franny's in the house.
What's up?
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, Wimbledon is going on. They are in the round of 16. Joker is still alive, playing as we speak. It's unbelievable that he's still at this level at his age, playing against kids 20 years old. But Wimbledon's going on. It'll be going on for about another 5 or 6 days. So if you enjoy tennis, this is it. This is their Super Bowl. Yesterday, Marlins got beat by the Brewers. They were going for their 6th playoff win in a series. Not playoff, series win, and they ended up losing to the Brewers yesterday 3-1. So they won one game, but they also lost 2, but they're still way ahead of their pace, having a good season so far, surprising a lot of people. Mets almost swept the Yankees, which I wish they did, but Bellinger made an unbelievable catch. Yankees won 6-4. Judge had a big day again. Big home run and knocked in a ribby. Hats off to him. And August 30th is the kickoff of college football, and that will be Ohio State taking on Texas. I bet Ohio State over the weekend. I think it's going to be too much pressure on Arch Manning getting right out of the gate. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by, Dom's nodding his head. Looks like you should put your Joey Chestnut money on that. Whoa, yeah, that's how you win, brother. Just let it roll. Pollard Coffee Bar, Nice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. Now over to Franny for this day in history.
On this day in history.
All right, we go back in the day on July 7th. 223 years ago in 1802, the first comic book was published in Hudson, New York. It was called The Wasp, created by Robert Rusticoat. 57 years ago, 1968, the Yardbirds performed their final concert. Their breakup was 3 years after Eric Clapton quit and 8 months after Jeff Beck left the group. Guitarist Jimmy Page had to fulfill concert obligations, so he formed a new group and called it the New Yardbirds. Keith Moon said it'll probably go over like a Led Zeppelin, so Page changed the name of his group to Led Zeppelin.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. 50 years ago, 1975, Keith Richards was charged with possession of an offensive weapon and reckless driving in Arkansas. Hundreds of teenage girls stormed the jail where he was being held. He was cleared of the charges in August. It's their 7th album, The Great Illusion, on the 7th day of the 7th month of the 77th year of the century. That's the album with Come Sail Away and Fooling Yourself. 45 years ago, 1980, speaking of Led Zeppelin, they played their final show. All right, so not really. They said 44 years ago, 1981. I mean, they did it together. 44 years ago, 1981, the first girl was appointed to the Supreme Court when President Reagan nominated Sandra Day O'Connor. She retired January 31st of 2006 for more than 24 years on the bench. 27 years ago, 1998, Bare Naked Ladies released their album Stunt, featuring their breakthrough hit, One Week. 25 years ago, 2000, the first Scary Movie was released, starring Anna Faris and, of course, the Wayans brothers. 24 years ago, 2001, Drew Barrymore inexplicably married Tom Green. They filed for divorce 6 months later, and it became official October of 2002.
She hasn't had a great luck in love. She just hasn't.
20 years ago, in 2005, terrorists set off the London bombings. There were 4 explosions in their transportation network, 3 on the London Underground and 1 on a bus. The bombings caused over 50 deaths and more than 700 injuries. 18 years ago, in 2007, the Live Earth concerts were streamed to benefit and raise awareness of climate change. They were held all over the world, including London, New York, Washington, D.C., Sydney, Rio, Shanghai, Tokyo, and Rome. And then 8 years ago, 2017, Spider-Man Homecoming was released, of course, starring Tom Holland, Michael Keaton, and Zendaya. And that's what happened this day in history, July 7th.
Thank you, Franny. Great job, as always. So many times, most people listen and we're out and about and we're dealing with people when we're in restaurants or maybe any kind of service. Franny's got some lies that people say to get a bigger tip, which is so sad. But I'm nervous because I think I'm going to hear a lot of these ding, ding, ding. And let me ask you, do you think, is there ever been a time in your mind that you've lied to somebody for a bigger tip?
No.
Dom, would you do that?
Probably not. She's like,
Yeah, he was like, you're right. Yeah, you probably would.
Would I? Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, my God.
I mean, if I was a female, maybe, and I had
a big rack?
some
But see, but you don't need to lie then.
Yeah, I know.
You're already getting big tips.
But I could just still lie anyway.
I guess.
I think it's very
It was like
tough.
there was no need, and that's the thing.
When a guy's with a girl, I think it's tough for a server, a female. She has to tread her water, you know what I mean? Because you can't be too much because, then the girl gets mad. You know what I mean? Like if you start saying stuff.
How about just be a great server and you're going to get a good tip? You don't have to hit on anybody or say anything or make up lies.
I agree, but I think a lot of people do. I'm not surprised. So let me just grin and bear this. Let me hear some of the lies.
Okay, well, no. If you're waiting tables, you need to make as much tips as possible. And there is a server who's come and clean about the tactics that she used to bring in money. Her name is Aislinn Parker, and she's a waitress in San Diego. And she recently shared the hack she counts on for extra cash during her shift. So she told viewers that she adds all kinds of stuff to her, she carries the check presenter when she takes her orders.
Yeah.
But she puts a baby photo. But it's so it's not her baby. So she pretends to be a single mom.
Oh, my God. This girl's awesome.
To encourage
She's
them to
going to
tip
take
her
somebody
more.
for $2 million down the road.
So she invented a whole backstory telling folks at her table that this girl's 6 now. She had her when she was 19 and her dad didn't want to stay. And customers assume she's just hustling for the kid in the picture, right?
Oh, my
and
God.
technically it's actually a photo of her as a kid. So that's why it looks like her.
Oh, my
It's her. It's her.
Wow,
Well,
she's great.
Well, she admits, yeah, I'm totally lying. She says it's working and she doesn't feel bad about what she calls a server hack. She's like, you got to do what you got to do.
Oh.
While the waitress, white lie, I think it's a huge lie, may shock diners, the comment section is full of other servers revealing the fibs that they tell at work to boost their tips. So somebody says, I lied to a table the other day that I had to pick up my kid from school so they would leave. She's like, I don't have kids. So Sarah's one. So that wasn't necessarily for tips. Somebody says, I did draw myself a best mom ever card on Mother's Day with a crayon in my left hand, so it looked like a kid did it. I even drew the R backwards and taped to the outside of my server book so it was visible while taking orders. This person says, I can neither confirm nor deny that I have a child. But they said kids aren't the only server fibs that people try to do for pity tips. Some said when I would mess up, I used to say, I was new there. I was new there for like 6 months straight. I would always say, as high school senior winning tables, I'll drop the check with a college braided pen. So if they ask if I was going there, I give them a sob story about student loans or how I really want to afford to go there. She said it worked every single
I'm sure.
Oh, my goodness.
time.
Oh, these women are crazy. They're devious out there. Be careful.
So those were just a few there. Are you in the service industry? Have you ever lied to pick up extra tips? Let us know. 47142 started off with Real Radio. They call it lies for pity pennies, even though hopefully you get more than just a penny.
I'm sure. I think if anybody compliments you maybe on something you wear, that could be something. Or maybe, wow, you guys make a great couple. How did you meet? I mean, I've been looking for love for years. I can't find it. But boy, do I envy what you two have. You look so much in love. I got to get your order in. But when I come back, could you please tell me? Because, man, I've been looking.
This is a random one. Somebody said I had earrings of Robert Patterson, and I would tell old ladies he was my husband off at war. It was very weird submission. I guess the picture looked very old.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You could say you bet the Yankees this week and they lost 6 out of 7. Sometimes, yeah, I can think of certain things. Like, yeah, if they compliment you, it's a nice thing to get compliments. Maybe you look nice, you know what I mean, or what do you do, or oh, I always wanted to do that, but you know what? I just didn't have the money to go to school. Well, let me put your steak. I can't believe the girl put a picture of a kid. It was her. That's strong.
So the girl who was just like, yeah, she's like, I love to go to work and be a different person. She's like, she was like, I just make up something. Sometimes I'll go in and I'll have a Southern drawl. She was like, which I don't have a Southern drawl. So she'd be like, hey, y'all. And she said it makes her work go by more fast and enjoyable. But you would think after a while, the other people she works with are be like, what are you doing?
Oh, they probably
you don't have
it.
a Southern accent.
I get bigger tips.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. There's so many stories you hear. I think with the regulars, it's probably hard because again, every bar has regulars, every place you go. But I mean, if you just walk in, you probably can get away with a lot more. You know what I mean? Because if it's somebody every day, you know, they know you like, hey, that's Tom. He's not married or he's not home walking his dog or something like that.
Man, I hope this is complete BS, but I saw a video similar to like this girl on TikTok, but it was a girl talking about how she gets out of tickets and stuff. And so she speeds everywhere. When we get to Florida stories, we'll talk about speeding. But she says that she did. Man, I hope it's a joke. She says that she doesn't go anywhere in her car without wearing a fake pregnant belly. So she's got a pregnancy belly. That's and crazy. She wears it. And not just that, she's got law enforcement stickers all in the back, like even in the front, hanging from her rearview mirror about how much she loves law enforcement. And she'll do that. And she said if it doesn't work, she'll put on the tears or whatever. And it's like she looks like she's very pregnant. And she said if that doesn't work, it showed her outside of her car with a bottle of water, pouring the water outside. And when the cop came back, she was like, "Oh my God, my water broke. I have to go to the hospital." And she stands over it and I'm just, I was like, please let this be a joke because it is so ridiculous.
Note to self.
Yeah, it is just
wear pregnant belly. Act like water broke. Got it. All right.
It's crazy. I was like, man, I hope this is just tongue in cheek. I hope this isn't real.
I'll try it next time.
Let us know how it goes.
Yeah, Dom.
Never know these days, Dom. You never know.
Yeah, they might not say anything. They might just give you an escort. Be like, all right, let's go. Follow us, buddy.
So at 47142, started off with Real Radio. It says Brett from Melbourne listening on the iHeart app. Hello, Franny, Greek, and Dom. Happy Monday to you all. Hope Jules is doing good. Greek not only has you did said Greek not only has the month wrong, but the date too on preseason football. The game is on July 31st, Thursday night game. Chargers Lions, the Hall of Fame game, not October 28th. I know it's just a show, Franny. Haha, money's on the dresser.
Oh, thank you for that tip.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who heard October.
I said it. I probably said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, July 31st, Hall of Fame game.
So 28th. All right, thanks a lot. So I just got to change my pedicure appointment. I get ready. If you are a server and you have the stones to text us or call us, lies that you tell somebody, I think anytime you give compliments to somebody, people who doesn't like compliments, you know what I mean? I think especially if it's a couple and you're like, oh, you guys look great together, you know, how'd you meet, stuff like that. Then I can see the girl like nudging him, the guy like, hey, give her a little extra something, you know what I mean? A guy might be a little bit tougher to throw a scam on. You know, maybe if you have your kid, their kids are with you, you'd be like, oh my God, your kids have beautiful eyes. Did you buy those? Or, oh, I can see you have the same beautiful eyes, you know, something like that. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm sure. There's no doubt about it that people are out there scamming. Those girls had some deep stuff. Like the picture of the kid, that's strong. I mean, because you're going out there and you're being like, oh, I got a picture of a kid, and it's not even the kid. That's crazy.
Or the Mother's Day card. Like
oh, yeah, that's unbelievable. You might have a crayon. It's not true. And I'm sure on the holidays, too, there's people like, I got it tough. I can't afford stuff for my kids. You know what I mean? And then they don't even have kids. And if you're sympathetic, you got a heart, you might be like, here's an extra 20 or here's an extra 10, something like that. So, yeah, that's pretty scammy again. But, again, I think you can only do that with people that don't come in a lot. Like the girl you said with the different accent.
Yeah, you can't do it to a regular. They're going to know.
You get her next week. You're like, last week you had a different accent. What the hell happened? Yeah, I changed things up a little. I wanted to make a little bit more money. Or you just be honest and be like, hey, I'm scamming you. You know, wasn't there that place one time where the waitresses and waiters were really nasty to people?
Yeah, it's Dick's Last Resort.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And guys like it, and they're like,
well, you go there for that. Yeah, that's exactly, they're supposed to treat you like crap. That's the whole point. That's why
but it's funny, you know, when you don't tell someone about the place and you bring them there. That's what the videos you see. Oh, people get so mad.
Oh, yeah, I can only imagine where, you know, I know a girl in Boca used to crush it. She wasn't mean, but she wasn't nice. Like, if she would get a drink wrong, she'd be like, just drink it. Don't worry about it. We'll make it up on the next one.
I think the only South Florida location might be Fort Lauderdale. I think so.
What's the name of the place?
Dick's Last Resort.
I've seen videos of you there. In the parking lot. After you hit on Joey Chestnut. I was still impressed. That was probably one of the highlights of my weekend when you cashed in. It's like seeing your kid in Little League get a hit. I'm like, yeah, Dobster, way to be.
I cashed in. I put the money right in my bank because I was like, oh, they're going to like come back and try to take that bet back.
No, once it's graded, it's a win. It's a win. I mean, they don't do that. I mean, I was surprised, like you said, because my buddy paid me too over the weekend. And I still didn't get an explanation on how it won, but it was, like I said earlier, it said 71 or better.
Mm-hmm.
So there it is. I guess they must have thought the last bun counted. So, yeah, Joey, nobody was surprised he won. I didn't watch it, though. I could watch it.
I was rooting it on, but when it was like last 10 seconds, he was at 67, 68, and he shoved 3 down.
He blamed it on the weather, by the way. That's what he said. He said it has to be perfect, like 75, and it was 83, high and windy, and he said that it has a lot to do with, how much he takes down.
And also the timing that, being prolonged, having to wait for the girls to go first, and then having, the commercials and all the build-up and the walkout.
Yeah, it was all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, everybody knows who Joey Chestnut is. You sent me a text like, here we go. And I got a bunch from my friends, and I was like, I'm not putting it on. I didn't want to even watch it. I can't watch it. But then I thought at first we lost. And then when you showed me your ticket, and then my buddy texted me, because that was the winner, by the way.
Yeah, because I assumed you guys lost too when I heard about it, because, 70.5. It's on 71. my
I'll send you the video, Franny. They go to commercial break, and it says unofficial 71. And
that's probably when they start doing the payouts.
I started jumping up and down, and then they come back from the commercial, and the official 70.5. And I'm just like,
deflated.
Yeah.
They didn't have it in person at Seminole Casino, Coconut Creek, only the app.
Yeah.
Which sometimes
But you said they do that, right?
Yeah, and it's weird because when I was there, because I wanted to definitely find out what it was and the odds, and she goes, that's just on the app.
And then on Thursday, they only allowed you to do a $50 bet at max for the over-under, and then on Friday, they let you do a little bit more.
Yeah, well, because I think it was the day of.
Mm-hmm.
So they were probably like, we'll let you go. And
take more action.
Yeah, take more action, or maybe they didn't get enough. But was that over favored or no? It wasn't that bad, right?
It was minus 140 on Friday.
Wow, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's pretty high. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Enjoyed the 4th of July with your family and friends. If you did anything special, let us know. You can call us or you can text us. But we got a big giveaway at 11:45. That's going to come at you, and that is going to be 2 tickets to Busch Gardens.
Awesome. Yeah, we're doing that as our preset, too. So if you're like, I can't call, I can't try to win because I'm busy working, I can't do it, you can always show us your preset. Just make Real Radio 921 the number 1 preset on the iHeartRadio app. You can get all the directions, plus your chance to score those tickets to Busch Gardens. That's realradio921.com/presets.
Yeah, so there you go, guys. You got the opportunity, and Busch Gardens at 11:45. We have giveaways for you every single day at 11:45. On Thursdays and Fridays, we like to give you 2. We sort of stack the deck. We give you one for the restaurant. Might be Burt Max's. It could be Miller's Ale House. It could be Deck 84. It could be New York Prime. But we try to do that every week. And last week, we had the big giveaway for Drive Shack, which was great. And then also last week, Franny did a great job. She went shopping, and somebody won.
Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin. I wonder how his barbecue worked out. I'm sure it worked out great. Dinner for 10 people, and she got it for $121. Unbelievable. She came in under. I was still, people were like, I don't know how she did that. I said, she did it. I said, she had everything on the list.
No, except cornbread. I had everything besides that. But I got a substitution.
Yeah. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I went someplace this weekend for a couple groceries, and I was like, how did she do this for $130?
Because you're not going shopping where I went shopping. That's how.
Joseph's.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just crazy. But you did a great job, and I hope he had a good holiday. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. It is July 7th. I hope you guys had a good weekend. We're going to come back in a few minutes, and you guys get an opportunity to hear our first batch of Florida stories and so much more. Peace.
We're still your at-work station, even if your work happens to be on the kitchen table. Bed. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio.
Injured? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. Help is just a local phone call away.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Stop-and-go delays continue on I-95 northbound, High Paluxo Road to Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, and I-95 southbound, 6th Avenue South to Boynton Beach Boulevard. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line. Pound 250 keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. It's cake batter. It's cookie dough. It's the new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat. Now at participating DQ locations for a limited time. Fly in today for this cosmic collision of flavor. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Jason, by now you've probably heard a bunch of garage door companies bragging about their customer service, how they won't upsell you, or how they'll just repair your door instead of actually replacing it.
Yeah, everyone says that now, but Franny, Precision Garage Door has been doing it right from the start. They are the real deal.
And here's what sets them apart. Precision only sends certified company employees, not random subcontractors. They show up in Precision uniforms and in Precision wrap vehicles, and they'll even text you before they arrive. Total professionalism.
Plus, they're fast, they're honest, and they get the job done right. And now that we're in the thick of hurricane season, if you've been thinking about upgrading to an impact-rated door, Precision has a huge selection to choose from.
So why settle for better when you can have the best with Precision Garage Door service?
Check them out online, flgaragedoor.com. That's flgaragedoor.com. flgaragedoor.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop literally for everything. Vape gear, smoke essentials, wild snacks, Tyson wraps, HGD, Raz, all the good stuff. They're always stocked with the newest disposables and the coolest glass. The amazing team at the Glass Chamber will always take great care of you. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, honestly, what are you even doing? With 8 locations and easy online shopping at glasschamberfl.com, it's never been easier to treat yourself all summer long. The Glass Chamber, everyone's smoke shop. Check them out at glasschamberfl.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when a professional practice or a small business is involved and, of course, on the line. At Cordell & Cordell, we know the years of work that you've invested and what's at stake. For over 35 years, we've helped guide doctors, lawyers, and business owners through the complex process to protect their businesses that they've spent their lives building. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Real
Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor. Around mid-afternoon, they'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland through the rest of your Monday.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at realradio921.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
And I'll bang you over the weekend.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
I should have. It would save you money. It is The Penthouse. We're coming up on Dom's year anniversary. You can bet on that in the Hard Rock app. Will he make it? Dom's worked with us now since September. He's done a very good job. But I would say it took him maybe a couple months to know me a little bit. Now he knows when he says something that I'm going to be like, oh, what are you doing? We're not going to reflect or go back on last segment, but he knows when he does something wrong. And
I missed that one.
And he did again.
See, no. Brandon
right.
doesn't think it's fine. It was bad, so it's fine.
Obviously, I didn't.
Franny might have missed it. She's very busy. She does a lot of different things.
Right past me.
I caught it. That's all that matters. Okay? So you're in the doghouse again. But I like that you were honest about it. You're like, I know. That's what I love that. That shows, like, the growth in our relationship in the show. So again, I'm not going to get involved because Dom can make his anniversary September because, I want people to bet and feel like, if I have him blown out, it's not fair. So hopefully he makes it on his own, but you can bet that on the Hard Rock app.
What's the odds?
You're a big favorite. I mean, it's July 7th. We're talking, I think you took over early September. So 2 months, and unless you leave the heater on in the studio, I don't think you're going to get blown out. It is a Monday after July 4th. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Good afternoon, Dom.
Yo.
Francis is here.
What's up?
And it's our first batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right, well, we are going to start in the Villages area where there's a wife back at home. And the reason why she was gone, well, it looks like this Harbor Hills woman is back home on probation after she attacked her husband. And it's not the first time. Golden, I remember talking about her, Vic Camp of the upscale gated community in Laney Lake, pleaded no contest last week of these domestic battery charges. And so they're like, all right, well, we're going to put you on probation for over a year. She was arrested. We had the story in April after she attacked her husband at home at one of their friends' houses in the Villages. Her husband had fled their home. They said, and he told law enforcement that he fled home after Golden headbutted him in the face.
Ooh.
So he drove away in their Cadillac. She was drinking, they said. She Ubered over. Remember the story? She Ubered over to the friends, demanded the keys to the Cadillac. And her husband was like, nope. And that's when she headbutted him in the face. And visible, not on his forehead. But he said he didn't. He was like, I don't want to press charges. I'm used to it. She does this all the time.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
She's been arrested before. I even got stitches on my head as a result of her physical aggression.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, they arrested her anyway. So she got arrested. again in August, or before that in August, after an alleged attack on her husband, and the case was eventually dismissed. So attack in August, attack in April, and they said that with this most recent one, the judge did issue a no contact order. However, her husband, who described himself as a de facto parent for her 14-year-old son, went and he fought it. He said that this court order is causing a burden in our family. Well, you know what else is? Her beating you up.
Well, he's probably afraid she's going to kick his ass again.
Maybe. So, yeah. So he's fighting that court order. And he said it's causing a burden not only with the strain with her son and her being there, but also financially for our family. So maybe, I don't know. She's a breadwinner. Who knows? But, yeah, the claim is that she is back at home after that second arrest on her husband. Next up in your Florida, they have named the most boring city in the country.
Sea Caucus.
A recent study. These are Florida stories. Remember the segment? A recent study by Finance Buzz was listed out the most boring cities in America, and it turns out the number one pick is somewhere in Florida. To be more specific, the study calculated an excitement score for each city based on factors like local attractions, outdoor activities, nightlife, celebrations, all kinds of stuff. So they're like, well, what makes a city boring? Well, most urban scores have their own brand of charm. Some fall flatter than others when it comes to culture, nightlife, and things to do. So with that in mind, they collected data on 75 of America's greatest cities and ranked them from best or most to least boring. So I was surprised. It wasn't the only Florida city to perform, but this is what it said. It says encompassing nearly 875 square miles of area, Jacksonville is the largest city by area in the United States, but only the 10th largest in population. And the claim here is that this means there are large stretches of the city where population density is relatively low, naturally leading to lower instances of things like nightclubs, award-winning restaurants. I am surprised because I thought Jacksonville was one of the bigger cities which would have nightlife.
Yeah.
They said, in fact, 54% of all restaurants in Jacksonville are chains. Who knew? Tied for the fourth highest rated in the country. They said while the city has the third lowest rate of nightclubs and fourth lowest rate of concert venues per capita of any city. But yeah, it said that Jacksonville had a staggeringly low score of only 14.3. So sorry about that. Meanwhile, the full Florida ranking, excitement score, number one city in the U.S. is being boring, Jacksonville. Tallahassee took number 9. Tampa took 56. Surprise, right?
And they got a lot of strip clubs.
Yeah.
Surprised about that.
I know. Well, I guess it's not super terrible considering what they ranked 75 of America's biggest cities. Not terrible being 50-something. Miami killed it at 71.7.
Yeah.
They did great. Orlando, 68.1. So those are up there. Yeah. But yeah, 14.3 out of a score. They're saying 100 for Jacksonville. That's nuts. Then, if you guys did not hear about this, so they got that new super speeder law. Have you heard about it?
No.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was one of the, 100 laws that they just passed last week?
Yeah.
So Florida just added this new super speeder law where just driving over 100 miles an hour can land you in jail for 30 days.
I think that's good.
And
I know a lot of people
so
won't
this
like
is
it.
bad for timing. Well, I mean, yeah, it just kind of, there's other crimes that people spend less time in jail than speeding, but I understand you can kill somebody. But this poor dude, well, I don't want to say poor dude, shouldn't be speeding. So the irony here is if the guy was driving even faster, he might have passed the cop in time to not be in such big trouble. And the reason why I say this is that a man in Florida got caught speeding last week, and the timing could not have been worse for him. It was right after the new super speeder law went into effect. So Florida just added that law that hands down tougher penalties if you're caught driving over 100 miles an hour. They said the law went into effect at 12:01 a.m. last Tuesday. And the guy got caught going 104 and a 70 just 2 minutes later.
Oh, wow. That is bad luck.
Officials claim that he was the first person to get ticketed under the law. And yes, first-time offenders can get that 30 days in jail or a $500 fine or even both.
Wow.
They said it's not clear if they let him off with the fine, but there's footage of him being handcuffed. So sounds like they arrested him. Sounds like maybe not. Either way, he better not get caught super speeding again because repeat offenders can get up to 90 days in jail.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, that's something too. Like, say you don't want to get married. Blow past a cop doing 100 miles an hour. You get 30 days to figure it out. Maybe you got something to do in college. You don't want to do a project at work.
Yeah, think I'd rather
think you
do
still lose
something.
your job in
I know, but I think
Valerie class.
I think it's terrible if work or school is that bad that you'd rather go to jail.
Yeah.
Like, don't get married if that's the case. If you're like, you know what, I want to go to prison instead.
I'm not saying I would do it. I'm just saying some people might out there do it. Dude, what do you think of that speeding law? I think some people might think it's harsh.
It's going to be a lot safer out there because I-95 can get very crazy at times.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know. They haven't paid attention to these new laws. So heads up, that law is in effect, the super speeder law.
And that could, you want to talk about affecting your life. I mean, you're out of work for a month, obviously. You got a record. That's not good.
Yeah, it's a criminal offense these days.
That's, man, that is true. Maybe they should have went with a week. I don't know, 30 days is pretty long.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, you know what? I've always
even a night in jail is, I think, long enough for speeding.
Yeah, a night though, that's really not the big deal to people. It's like when people get on stadiums and they run on the turf and the grounds and they get a day. It's not a big deal. You make that like 2 weeks, people think twice. You lose your job.
They say that if you get caught again within 5 years of prior convictions, they will revoke your license for at least 6 months.
Wow. I got one buddy of mine. He drives super fast. He's listening. I'm not going to say anything. I won't drive with him anymore. He just drives so fast. It's unbelievable. And he'll always do 90, 100 on 95.
Yeah, so I guess it's up to the cops' discretion. They said the bill also allows law enforcement to impose additional fines for drivers going 30 miles per hour or 50 over the posted limit, and that's at their discretion. So, yeah, pay attention. Don't speed anymore unless you want to go to jail.
You mean those 95 signs aren't the speed limit?
No, they're not.
Oh.
Yeah, that is fast. I mean, you're going 100 miles an hour. But 30 days, man, that's steep. I mean, you want to talk about things, that'll change your life. There's no doubt about it. If you're married, you got kids, everything like that, your job, I mean, there's so many things. That should be enough of a deterrent. But I'm going to go with Franny that I think a lot of people don't even know this. You know what I mean? Imagine like you get pulled over, you're like, give me a ticket. And the guy's like, bro, you're going away 30 days. You would be like, what? $500 fine's not bad if they gave you the choice. Because I think most people would say, I'll pay the $500 as opposed to going to jail for 30
I don't think it's a choice.
Yeah, so
it's their discretion.
Yeah, so be careful out there, and thank us for telling you. Don't bitch to us if you get caught, but thank us. Was that the last story?
Yeah, that's right, the Florida.
All right, great job, everybody, and thank you, Franny, for always giving us something like this. Dom, I want to know if you would go to this. I saw this last week.
I already know what you're going to say.
Oh, my God. And would you go?
Yes.
Where?
Donald Trump wants to have a UFC fight on the grounds at
the White House.
Yes.
And even Conor McGregor was like, I want to be on that card.
Conor McGregor, John Jones relisted back into the drug policy this past weekend
So
just because of that.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Now, I'm sure he can make it happen. It'll be the first time ever. He's very tight with UFC. With Dana White. Dana White has also said many times that him going to all the fights obviously added to it. Not that UFC is not super successful, but do you think that's something they would pull off?
Mm-hmm. I think he could definitely pull it off.
I would think they would have to do it. I would say spring.
No, they want to do it July. They want to do it July 4th.
Oh, next year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I read that, I was like, oh my God, that'll be unbelievable.
So I think it'll be on Saturday next year, correct? Since it was Friday this year?
Yeah, usually. That's the way it works.
Yeah, so there you go. July, that works for pay-per-view events. They have it always on Saturdays.
Wow, I can't believe it. So you would go?
Oh, yeah. I've never been I've driven through DC, but I never actually stopped and went everywhere, so.
I wonder how many people they can put on that lawn.
Or they would build some sort of structure, I'm sure. Quick enough.
I'm sure.
And not only is it 2026 when he wants to do it at the White House, it falls on a Saturday, but they're also claiming it's celebrating America's 250th birthday.
Oh, wow.
So he said that they can accommodate 20,000 to 25,000 fans.
Wow.
With, of course, Dana White spearheading the event. They said that Dana White has enthusiastically endorsed the idea, calling it epic. And the White House press secretary confirmed Trump is dead serious about it as part of a year-long America 250 festival, which will also include events in national parks, on the National Mall, all kinds of stuff.
That's amazing if he pulls that off. And I don't doubt that he will. I mean, if he wants to get it done, he'll make it happen.
Same thing with Dana. Dana gets stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
He what?
Dana gets stuff done.
Oh, yeah. Well,
put the two of them together.
Yeah.
It's going to get done.
You need Trump, obviously, first, because if you don't have Trump's okay, it's not happening. But, man, talk about UFC, like, putting a flag and being epic. That would be it. I saw that over the last couple of days. I wanted to bring it up. I said, I wonder if you would want to go. And I'm sure tickets will be hard. But you can get them through a press pass.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that McGregor said he wants to fight that.
McGregor and John Jones. Those are two guys I wanted to see.
Oh, I bet you they could probably do 100,000. if they could fill it, I'm sure they would. That'll be something pretty epic if that does happen at the White House July 4th next year. That'd be crazy. And his wife is supposed to be the ref, which is crazy too. I heard that.
I did not read that in any article.
So Laura Sanchez married Bezos, and there's been a lot of things going around about her, how she's been upgrading and cheating on guys throughout her whole life. And she started years ago at a television station, and she was dating this one sports guy who was on the station and helped her. And she's got a pretty checkered past, if it's true. Now, it's out there a lot that she is really upgraded. And I guess the last guy she was with introduced her to Jeff Bezos. Mm-hmm. And she was with him. I guess they met at a dinner party, and then she put her sights on him. And, I mean, I'm not surprised at all. But they said that Bezos does have her on a tight leash, and she's watched all the time when she's not with him. But she's the one who changed him a lot. His appearance, got him into working out, shaved his head, tanning pills, all stuff like that. His dress, like she changed from soup to nuts. But they're happy. But yeah, she's had a checkered past where she's cheating a lot of guys. I don't know if she'll cash out on Bezos, though.
I think you forgot the steroids, 'cause I think he's on some. He got so big so quick.
Oh, yeah, he definitely is big. Yeah, I don't know, he might be. I mean, who the hell knows? They won't say something like that because you can't put that in print. Mm-hmm. But the appearance-wise and his clothes and, he definitely looks very different when he was on years ago. He was a very thin guy. But yeah, just one of those situations. But I wasn't surprised. I heard about it last couple of weeks. I heard about 4 months ago, too, how she's gone from guy to guy. I think she's been engaged 4 times. But yeah, she puts her sights on something. I mean, girls like that in Boca. So I'm not really surprised. But she actually pulled it off, which is the big thing, which a lot of people usually cannot pull it off. But she definitely did it. But I think she's in. I don't think she's going to move around. What is the keyword this hour from Rover? Somebody Texas?
The keyword is bank.
All right, there it is. Your chance to win $1,000. We had somebody win a week ago, Kevin from Jupiter. So people do win $1,000.
I know you're still waiting for him to call in, aren't you?
No.
You're over it?
He texted, left a nice text and said he's got a pretty serious engineering job. It's difficult for him to call in.
Yeah, so he said can't do it, and he texted twice, so which is nice. Yeah, I thought it'd be nice if he could call in. But yeah, I understand. He's got a job that's very serious. Wasn't serious enough for him to enter a contest.
Well, it's easy because he just has to do it on the computer.
Mm-hmm. But he answered the phone.
Of course, because it was $1,000 on the other end.
So we're not worth $1,000. That's what you're telling me,
It's not us telling him he won another $1,000. So I get it. So I do this it's trying to bring it up every week these days. And it's the 10 things that happened 10 years ago this week that will make you feel old. Topicalfruit.com did another roundup for this week, the week of July 7th on. And remember, these are things that were huge in the news a decade ago. Number one here. Pretty big news. Jared from Subway got busted for being a perv. The FBI raided his home in Indiana on July 7th, 2015, as a part of a child pornography investigation.
That was huge.
They immediately dumped him as their spokesperson. They said he will be eligible for parole in 2029. Other things that happened this year. Speaking of losing your fingers with fireworks, 2 NFL players lost fingers playing with fireworks. Yeah. Defensive end Jason Pierre-Paul had his right index finger amputated 4 days after firework mangled his hand. And Bucs cornerback C.J. Wilson also lost 2 fingers in a firework mishap that year. C.J. retired. Jason made the Pro Bowl in 2020. Your odds of winning the Powerball got worse. They added 10 more balls. Who knew that? But also dropped the number of Powerballs from 35 to 26. What were you saying?
I want a bitch to add it.
They said it lowered the odds of hitting the jackpot to 1 in 292 million and led the first $1 billion Powerball jackpot 6 months later. Oreo Thins made their debut, if you like food. The Women's World Cup final was the most watched soccer match in U.S. history. 26.7 million people tuned in to watch the U.S. beat Japan. I believe the U.S. got knocked out. Men's U.S., didn't they? Mm-hmm. The World Cup's going on.
I didn't pay attention.
I think they got knocked out by Mexico. Meek Mill had his first number 1 album, Dreams Worth More Than Money. We have a kid passed his driving test. Then his mom crashed into the DMV. This happened at a DMV in Huntsville, Alabama. She claims the brake didn't work, but her son had just passed his test in the same car. So maybe mom should retake the test. Taylor Swift gave $50,000 to an 11-year-old fan with cancer.
Very nice.
They said the girl's cancer went into remission a year later. She graduated high school in 2022.
That's great.
Lucasfilms announced a Han Solo spinoff was in the works. Solo came out in 2018 and made $393 million at the box office. And Minions was a massive hit. The Despicable Me spinoff outgrossed the original movie, raking in $336 million. And that's what happened today, 10 years ago.
Now, July 4th is always a huge weekend for box office. And what was the number one?
Jurassic Park.
Yeah, they crushed
Jurassic World or Jurassic something, yeah.
Yeah.
Some one of those Jurassics.
Yeah, I mean, they did 390 million or something like that, 380 worldwide. Unbelievable. And it shows people will still go to movies. I mean, as much as you hear that the movies is dead, nobody goes when it's that, or the superheroes, people go.
Yeah, and those movies always do well because those are the kind of movies you want to watch in a theater, right? The big action movies with the sound effects and whatever. That's what yes, not everybody, but a lot of people do have nice sound systems and big old TVs, but I feel like you just initially want to watch it in a theater on the huge screen.
Yeah, last couple of weeks, F1 did very well with Brad Pitt. They're still doing good, but they said the cutoff was 200 million. And they had a couple racers that were on the scenes during the whole thing and got paid. Hamilton, I believe. He was their special advisor for that. I haven't seen the movie, but people have given it thumbs up. But yeah, 340 million, that's huge.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, where people just crush it. I wonder what Scarlett Johansson made for that. Woo! Man, she had to crush that. She really did. But 340 million this weekend, woo! That's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Which is just something that you can do. But like I said, everybody always says the movies are done. I don't think so. I think when there's anything like that or superheroes, people love to go and check it out, which is pretty awesome. When's the last time you went? I can't remember the last movie I went to. I was going to go to F1 this weekend, but I didn't go. But I can't think of the last movie I was like, yeah, I'll go. Can you think of it?
Mine was Barbie.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
Oh, that's right, Barbie.
Yeah, mine too.
That was nice that you went alone for that, right?
No, I did not go alone for that one, G-Man, by myself.
What did you think of that?
It was Barbie. It wasn't too much. Wasn't anything special to me, honestly.
No?
No.
I know you have the poster next to New Kids on the
Oh,
Block.
you saw that when I put up?
I saw right behind the Panthers back-to-back poster. I said, hey, that's good. I like a guy who comes out and tells everybody what he likes. At least I know that you like Barbie. Have they talked about doing a Barbie too?
I mean, I haven't heard anything. They kind of left it where they could, but I don't know. They're doing all kinds of other movies. I think there's going to be a Mr. Potato Head movie. There's going to be, I know that now that one was so successful, they're doing all kinds of movies about nostalgic toys.
Yeah, people want it. I know they're doing Devil Wears Prada too. They're doing that right now. I don't think that'll be as good as the first one, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know.
I'm excited about Spaceballs too that they're doing. They're bringing that one. I love that movie, and a lot of the original cast is coming back for it.
Now, who was the lead in that? Was that Candy, or am I wrong?
John Candy was in the movie. He was the dog thing. Yeah. Was it Bill Paxton? Was he in it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Obviously. Well, because I know that they did it. Let me see. Spaceball. Mel Brooks is going to be reprising his role. Rick Moranis.
Oh, really?
Was in it too.
Oh,
he's going to be reprising his role.
He's funny. He definitely is. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. We're back. I hope you guys had a good weekend. If you did anything special,
Bill Pullman. I always get them between Paxton and Pullman. It was Bill Pullman and John Candy who were the main ones. But yes, sorry, go ahead.
I hope you guys had a good weekend. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't forget at 11:45, your chance to win tickets to Busch Gardens. Again, Dom, what was the keyword? I just got another text, please.
The keyword this hour is bank.
Bank. Again, we had a big winner last week, Kevin from Jupiter, so you could be the next one. So pay attention. People do win, and it's not just hype that you hear. You win $1,000. And who doesn't want $1,000? Come on. I mean, the only person I know who doesn't need it is probably Dom because he had Joey Chestnut. Besides that, everybody needs $1,000. It is the Penthouse. We'll be back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
A man is in trouble for making sexual contact with his dog. Edward Dare, 35-year-old man.
Should have picked truth. The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Your Monday morning drive on I-95 and the Turnpike are trouble-free and up to speed in both directions, and that earlier crash over on Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard at North Australian Avenue is all clear, and the same goes for Military Trail southbound at Cascade Lakes Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Jamie Nunez.
This report is sponsored by Everglades Equipment Group. Everglades Equipment Group is rooted in Florida and supplies reliable John Deere equipment and generations of Florida know-how. When roots run deep, taking care of the land comes naturally. Visit EFE1963.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
You know kids will ruin your life, right? Especially if you're a garage door. I mean, babies are adorable, don't get me wrong. But after that adorable phase where they barf and poop on everything, they turn into a cheap garage door's worst nightmare. Whacking tennis balls against the door all day, up and down every time they ride a bike. You dreamy young'uns might have the energy to start a family, but that rusty avocado green aluminum garage door that came with your house is too old for this jazz. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Modern, insulated garage doors are built to stand up to family life. They resist dents, they don't ring like a gong when you whack them with a puck, and they go up and down, super quiet, as many times as your kids change their minds. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll treat you like family.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
In the podcast, The United States of Kennedy, two Kennedy-obsessed hosts with contrasting perspectives take a deep dive into the Kennedy family's impact, good and bad, on American culture. This week, we're talking about Teddy Kennedy and Chappaquiddick.
There's the official record, and then there's a lot of other theories about what happened that night, and I have my own.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow The United States of Kennedy and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most. Attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening. just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when a professional practice or a small business is involved and, of course, on the line. At Cordell & Cordell, we know the years of work that you've invested and what's at stake. For over 35 years, we've helped guide doctors, lawyers, and business owners through the complex process to protect their businesses that they've spent their lives building. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
The 12 reserves for the WNBA All-Star Game have been announced, and they include 5 newbies. Washington Mystics rookies Sonia Citron and Kiki Iriafen, 10-year vet Kayla Thornton of the Golden State Valkyries, and 8-year vet Gabby Williams of the Seattle Storm. They were all named first-time All-Stars, joining rookie Paige Beckers of the Dallas Wings, who's a starter. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Capital One is a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network. With the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card, you earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase for your business with the Capital One Spark Cash Plus card. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/SparkCash for details.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question,
what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a cherry tree?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
I love kids.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
I didn't hear that one. What was that? I love kids. I love kids. Yeah. I do like kids. I do.
I didn't know what that was either.
I didn't know what it meant. No, I do like children. They're the backbone of our country. They're our future. I said one of my biggest regrets, not having more money on Joey Chestnut. I got a text yesterday morning, 4:30, right? So it's pretty, at 4:30, that's pretty early. So my buddy wanted me to bet Tour de France, and he's like, I have a guaranteed winner. This is 4:30. And I hear his girlfriend in the background screaming at him. Like, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? Greek? It was like 4:35. And I'm like, and I was just getting, maybe the cobwebs out when you first went. I'm like, bro, I don't know. It was just check the Hard Rock app. So I checked it. And the guy he said was 13-1, and he won. But I didn't want to bet. I'm like, I don't know anything about Tour de France. Like, what are we betting? This is crazy. Because you just bet on the hot dog guy. So he couldn't bet because he was crapped out. So he must have sent me 8 text messages yesterday. You killed me. You cost me. I said, all right, so going forward, we'll look into a little Tour de France. I said, but I don't know anything. But it did give me a little initiative yesterday to ride my bike.
Oh,
it is the Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you guys had a nice weekend. And remember, the keyword this hour is bank. That is the keyword for you guys. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Francis is here.
What's up?
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
As we speak, Wimbledon is going on right now. Joker is playing, and he was losing but now it's getting very, very close. It is the Sweet 16 in Wimbledon. That will go on all this week. I think the finals are a week from now. But this is the round of 16 at Wimbledon, the Super Bowl of tennis. Yesterday in baseball, Yankees and Mets had a weekend series. The Mets took 2 out of 3, but Judge had a big day, hitting a home run and also knocking in a ribby and made them win 6-4. Bellinger had a great play in right field. Shoestring catch, then a double play turned into. I did throw my remote because I did have the Mets big yesterday. But it happens. You're going to win some and you're going to lose some, and that's what happens. Our Miami Dolphins are 60-1 to win it all. So if you want to take money and just throw it up in the air, do that because the Dolphins have no chance of making the Super Bowl. I'm just sorry. They don't. I think you're better off going to Monroe's tonight and getting a steak and having a couple lap dances. It'll be more fulfilling. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47145. Yes, Tom.
47142.
Okay.
I have a talk back real quick.
Did you listen?
Hello guys, what's going on? Happy Monday. You're just talking about what people do for tips. Well, in this big whatever bill that just passed that a lot of people voted for some reason, and I don't know, but guess what? You do get to deduct up to $25,000 tax-free, but doesn't start this year, so nope, and it only goes for 2 years. You get 2026 to 2028. Devil's in the details, people. Peace.
And I got one more from him.
And G-Man, I don't know if you saw this, or I'm sure a lot of people don't realize this just happened as well in the big bill. Gamblers used to be able to subtract 100% of their losses against their wins. Now, in this bill, you can only subtract 90% of your losses from your wins. So, not a big difference, but that number adds up to pay for who else we let save money.
All right, so we're going to go back to the gambling thing because I heard it all weekend. And what I told all my friends is this is a simple truth. You never win. So what are you worried about? Mm-hmm. You always get your ass kicked. Most gamblers get crushed. And it really only matters if you win some serious money.
Yeah, I think it's like over 25,000, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, again, the thing with gambling, like a lot of times where it is legal, like you can go to the track and you can get tickets on the floor, and you could claim those. You can go to casino and get the tickets from the sports betting. They're on the floor. They are. But again, you got to win. That's the first thing. And most people don't win. I'm sorry. And I heard it all weekend from everybody, and I said the same. I go, you never win, so what are you worried about? It's not even going to affect you. I said, you're a born loser. I mean, it's only good if you win. And who's winning 100,000? I mean, it just doesn't happen. Very big bettors, and that's very, very rare. So as far as the betting thing, as far as the serving thing, Franny mentioned that to me this morning off air, is that you got to read everything and know what you're talking about, because a lot of times the narrative goes out there. And another thing I heard all weekend was, oh my God, tips. Nobody pays. But then when you hear it, it's only going to be 2 years and $25,000. So it's still good. And then I also think there was something about overtime. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, again, look into it.
It allows individuals to deduct a certain amount of tip wages and overtime from their taxes. Yeah. But as Jeremy mentioned, the provisions do expire in 2028. Yeah. And they don't kick in until 2026.
Yeah. So pay attention. Ask somebody who knows what's going on. I would start with your accounting when it does happen, but it's not this year. But like we always say, you got to look at the details, because a lot of times the narrative that's out there for everybody's, they just read the headlines and they just run with it. And then that goes like through everybody. And it doesn't really mean that. Make sure you know what you're talking about. The key word this hour is the word bank. So George Clooney's wife, when you go over their house, does not let anybody use their cell phones at all. They have to give the cell phones to her because she doesn't want any pictures of the kids at her house or anything like that. Do you think that's different? Odd? Obviously, they're celebrities. How about if you went to somebody's regular house and they said, give me your phone. I don't want you using your phone while you're here. Would that seem odd to you? Mm-hmm. Would you leave?
Leave? I don't know about leave, but it just seemed very odd that they needed to take my phone.
Well, they just said, I don't want you taking any pictures.
Yeah, like I think George Clooney and his wife are different than an average Joe.
I get it.
I've worked for people where I've had to sign NDAs. I've had to promise not to take pictures while I'm there and stuff like that. So I get it.
But a regular person, you might think it's a little weird.
Yeah. Unless they say, no, because I want us to spend quality time, and they give you a reason. They're just like, we don't need to be on our phones. We're here to get, and you know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. But again, it's Clooney and his wife. They have twins. They don't want any, the kids or anything like that. But I'm sure anybody who goes there is well aware too, where they're like, hey, I'm not going to bring my phone. I think people would have a fit, like if people did that. They'd be like, what are you, crazy? You can't do this.
Now, does George Clooney ask Brad Pitt not to bring his phone too, or is it just people that
Probably
are not? Is it just people that are not equally as famous?
What I read is that she said anybody who comes to her home. So I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I mean,
because if it's like you or me going there, okay, yep, they want to take our phone. If it was Brad Pitt or whoever going there,
I would say to her, and same thing with you. You can't take pictures of me. Sorry. We're going to go both ways. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm like, we had Joey Chestnut. I don't want to start throwing names in the over and the hot dogs. Yeah, but it is definitely funny when, you hear people, like if you did that to people.
Well, they don't even share photos. And I think a lot of it is their friend. And they really do for as big of a star as he is. Her name is Amal too. And she's in the, right? Isn't she in the political world?
Yeah, she does. I don't know exactly what her title is, but she is definitely involved.
But yeah, they have a very private life considering how major. I don't think I've ever seen their twin children ever, and I think that's she's a human rights lawyer. But I think that's the big thing is that they don't want people to take pictures of their family.
Yeah, I mean I get it, but it is still a weird request the way everybody's so attached to their phones today. Like when you walk in, you're like, all right, give me your phones. Like Franny said, she's worked at places where they've done that. And I'm sure some people are cool with it, and I'm sure some people are not. I think phones at any establishments are not good to me. They're just not.
What about in your studio?
Ding! Studio's not right either.
The studio's fine, just as long as it's not digging.
As long as it's not digging. Yeah, I mean, it blows my mind the way people are with their phones. Like I said, I don't think that would go anywhere if your phone was blowing up and doing stuff like that.
But that's what she said. I mean, she's like creating private moments and spaces becoming increasingly difficult in this world that we live in because everybody has phones and taking pictures. And she said that's why we do a lot of entertaining at home. And they do. They use a phone basket and they collect them from guests. She was like, it's important to get the balance where you have time alone with your family and your friends where people feel like, hey, we can have this safe environment that we can just hang out. We don't have to worry about any intrusions or threatening of any of our privacy, stuff like that. So I get it.
There was a place I was at over the weekend, and I was checking out. There was a lady in front of me, and the girl was on the register, and she said, I just got to send this text to my boyfriend. Give me 1 second. And the lady was like, sure, sweetie, no problem. I thought it was amazing that she said that, whipped out her phone, and then took the stuff. But she said it openly. And, I mean, that's one of the things. I have friends of mine who are, in the restaurant business. They said servers all the time are on their phones. I mean, they just are. But
that's on the establishment itself. I know a bar, restaurant that does very well. Like it's the bartenders, they never quit because they make so much money there, and they don't even have servers. It's just all bartenders because the way they do serve food, you get your food, you get a little buzzer, and then they buzz you, and you go pick up your food at the bar. But they have a 0 cell phone policy. Like you can't even take it out to look at it,
That's
or
good.
you are suspended or fired.
That's
They are really strict on that stuff.
They're paying you. You're working. I mean, you shouldn't be on your phone when you're working. I mean, but this girl was blunt enough to say, you know what? I just got to send this text. And the lady was very nice. She goes, "Go ahead, sweetie. I'm in no rush." And I was just like, all right, whatever. I'm not going to say anything, but I was pretty shocked. And it was a nice place too. I was just like, wow. But that's the way kids are today, young people. I think their phone is so important to them. That's it. That's, like I said, you take it with their phone, they go crazy. Even concerts and stuff, when they always say no phones, there's always somebody sneaking one in or trying to do something. Golf tournaments, I mean, people lose their cookies. I can't imagine if they ever did it at sporting events. I wouldn't go down. Like if people ever said sporting events, you get them.
It's a different time. I can't remember what band it was, but we were talking last week where this band they stopped the concert because people were videotaping them.
Wow.
Stopped it. It was
They do that all the time.
Yeah, and it wasn't Tool, it was another one, but just stopped it. Now, you can't. A lot of times, I was just at a show. They tell you to they want you to bust out your phone and turn your flashlight on.
Oh yeah. Make up your mind.
And it's so cool to see. But no, but it's a different time. It's a different world. A lot of people did not like to be videotaped, and now it's one of those things that I guess at some point you got to embrace it because it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. It is your chance to win tickets to Busch Gardens, so pick up the phone. Now we're telling you to pick up your phone and give us a call at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved. We appreciate it. Dom's going to get you on. We will play the Greek Casino, and your chance to win 2 tickets to Busch Gardens. That's an unbelievable day. That's fun for everybody, and you will really enjoy yourself, and this is a big prize. So call us at 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. It is the Greek Casino. Phone lines are already up and going, so you guys make it happen and give us a call, and you may be on your way to Busch Gardens. Great, great prize. I believe we're going to have it all week. And, Franny, you've been there, right? Busch Gardens?
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great time. And you guys are definitely going to benefit. So pick up the phone right now. I know everybody's calling. I can see the phone. The Domster, the 25%er, is getting everybody on. Go slow with Dom because it's tough for him to process a lot of different things. What do you got, Domster?
First up we have is Dave.
Hello, Dave. How are you, and how's your weekend?
I'm doing great, Greek. How are you doing?
I think he's doing good. He asked you a question and then he walked away from the microphone.
Typical Drake.
He's great. He's good. Are you good? I don't want to answer for you, G-Man. You good? You all right?
I am so good.
Okay.
I just made that question up because I had to get the roulette wheel. Actually, Dave.
I just made it up.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw it out there. How are you, buddy? No, really. What's going on?
I'm doing well.
All right.
I just enjoy listening to you guys all day.
Well, thank you for the compliment. Franny does an unbelievable job. And Dom at 25. Could you imagine if Dom put in the other 75%? My God, he'd be a genius.
I still like DJ Pencil.
He likes that one better than 25%. I get it.
That's good. That's cool. What are you going to pick? Is Greek Casino, the roulette, red, black, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36?
19 to 36.
Here we go, people. 19 to 36 for Dave. Might be on his way to Busch Gardens. If he loses, he might be on his way to Palm Beach Gardens. What did you say?
19 to 36.
Looks like Palm Beach Gardens. 13 black.
Ooh.
Thanks for listening, bro. All week.
All right.
Thank you. Who do we have next there? Cleopatra.
Next up we have is Rick.
Hey, Rick, what's happening?
Hi, happy holidays, belated.
Well, happy holidays, too. Do you know that Rick was the number one name parents named their kids in the 80s?
That's pretty amazing.
Do you believe him, Ricky? Do you really believe him?
Yeah, I didn't believe it.
I didn't think so. You're a smart guy.
Thanks, Franny. Trying to get us a tip. What is your selection?
I'll do red.
Okay. For the Panthers. Remember, we are the home of the Panthers. Back-to-back Stanley Cup champs.
That's right.
And they signed everybody, so they're in a good position to try to do it again. The Panthers were winners this year, and it looks like you're a winner too, Rick. 27 red.
Awesome.
Congratulations. Thanks for listening to Penthouse, and you'll have a great time at Busch Gardens. Who are you going to go with?
I may take my daughter and grandkids.
Oh, that's nice.
That'll be fun. Yeah, hang tight, Rick. You know how it goes. Just hang tight so Dom can get all your information so we can get you those passes. He's like, okay. So if you ever, if you're like, man, we're going to be doing this all week. So you guys have that. But we're also doing that Show Us Your Preset contest. All you have to do is show us your preset. But you got to make realradio921.com or just Real Radio, Real Radio 921, the number one preset on the iHeartRadio app. You're going to go to realradio921.com/preset. It gives you all the directions on exactly what you have to do to submit that screen grab of you making us your number one preset on the iHeartRadio app. And that's going to be this week's prize. On Friday, we will pick a winner for those pair of passes to Busch Gardens.
Thank you, Francis. You guys have the opportunity every day at 11:45 to walk away with a big prize. And then on Thursday and Fridays, we double up. We give you 2 more prizes. Also, the keyword, your chance to win $1,000. Rover gives that to you. And you guys get that. We did have a winner last week for $1,000, Kevin. So you can be the next one. So when you get that keyword, pay attention. And if you get a phone call and you don't know the number, don't be like, I'm not getting that. Because that could be $1,000, and who doesn't want $1,000? Like I said earlier, the only person who doesn't need it right now is probably Dom, because he had Joey Chestnut over and it cashed, and he had a big ticket. I mean, huge.
So speaking of a big ticket, this girl's got a huge balance, and it's and because she makes so much money. I mean, she was one of the #1 creators on OnlyFans. I know her first year she made like 25 or 50 million, something dumb, and that's Bad Bobby, bad whatever. Danielle Bergoli, Cash Me Outside, whatever the hell you want to call her.
Yeah.
But she has been hit with a lawsuit from American Express over a big credit card balance. They're suing her for allegedly breaching a credit agreement. After she didn't make payments to her accounts totaling nearly $700,000. Wow. Legal docs were filed in L.A. saying that Amex explained that she entered into an agreement with them April 2021, but that she stopped making payments to them after December 2024. So, of course, Amex wants her to pay off the balance as well as damages for violating their agreement. And it's just like, girlfriend, did you blow through all that money already? Like, what is happening? Or she just doesn't care, and she's like, I'm just going to charge it, and screw it. I'm not going to pay for it.
And that's a high balance.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's huge that they let her get up that high.
Well, she's probably rocking a black Amex with all the money that she's made.
Oh, I'm sure. But $700,000, that's huge. And I'm sure she charges every single thing. And they probably want her as a customer, too, obviously, because they're charging. I don't know if this will get resolved or not. She's going to have to pay. But I don't know if they'll end up taking her card back. Sometimes in situations like that, they do give the card back once the balance is paid. But now it's public. So that's a bad thing. She looks bad. It's embarrassing, the whole thing.
Well, I mean, especially because people know how much money she's made throughout OnlyFans and even like makeup deals and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those stories that you hear, like, and you're like, she started on what, Dr. Phil?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's where she got her big break. And it's just amazing that certain people, whether you can turn money into. Obviously.
I guess Dr. Phil, his network is, they're filing bankruptcy. And when I saw that, I was like, I didn't even know Dr. Phil had a network. I had no idea. I didn't know that he was still doing a thing. But yeah, he's got a TV network that has filed bankruptcy after only being around for a year.
Really?
Yeah. It shows you how he has fallen off.
Yeah, he is. I was going to say his appeal lost, I think, with a lot of the people. They didn't trust him as much. A lot of advice he was given, different things like that. I think, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I think Oprah's the one who ended up.
She did, and I think now she's just like tries to stay away from him too.
Yeah, I think she was the one, like you said, that she gave him this platform. He ran with it. I mean, he did. But, his show was successful for a while, and I know it was all over the place. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. If you guys want to get involved, you can also text us at Real Radio 47142. If you ever think that you've been lied to, or maybe you're a server who's lied for a bigger tip, let us know. And do you ever feel like somebody's lying to you just to get a bigger tip? It could be anybody. It could be like the pool guy. He comes in, he goes, man, these shrubs are looking great around here. I love what you did with the house. Maybe it's something like that. Jeremy, if you're listening, I want to know if you do get tips ever. I know you have a pool balance every month. You give somebody an invoice, but do people ever throw you a little bit? I would guess around the holidays. I took care of my pool guys around the holidays. But I don't know on a monthly basis.
Speaking of lying, this is interesting. Experts are claiming that it's totally fine to lie about these 3 things in a marriage to keep your spouse happy.
Okay.
Yeah, so relationships experts say it's okay to fib sometimes if it helps with harmony. And we've heard that. Like sometimes it's a little white tie, especially if it's going to spare somebody's feelings or whatever the case may be. But do you agree with this? These 3 things. Normally they say that you should not have any deception, lying, manipulation, dishonesty, all those kind of things when it comes to marriage. But a 2008 study from the American Psychological Association found that attachment-related anxiety was positively related to frequency of lying to strangers and best friends, while attachment avoidance primarily related to deception towards one's romantic partner. The rules and agreements within your relationship are something to consider before you start bending the truth. But here are the 3 things they claim are fine. Telling your spouse they're the most attractive person you've ever met. They said that. A relationship coach says there are times when your spouse benefits when you omit the whole truth. And while I don't believe you should lie when faced with a direct question, it's poor judgment to talk about the attributes of former partners, right? Or your partner's inadequacies. So, yeah, if you build them up a lot, maybe in your mind your ex was more attractive and they say this one's okay. Not sharing This is all about attraction, not sharing when you find someone else attractive. Right? So it's not so much a lie, but to kind of reword it. If you're watching them and they're like, oh, do you think so-and-so's hot?
Okay.
And you're just like, oh, no, not at all. Even though you do, they say it's okay.
I thought you meant more in person, like if you're out, you're talking more like television or
It doesn't
movie.
matter. It can be anything. It's just the way the person looks. You can be watching a movie and be like, oh, do you think ScarJo's hot? Or you could be walking down the road or something. They're saying it's okay for you to be like, no, not at all, even though you do.
I don't see anybody but you, baby.
They said, yep. And then number 3 here, these are the 3 fibs that are okay to lie to keep your spouse happy. Saying you are absolutely right just to keep the peace. When you're in a fight with your significant other, you can immediately deflate the situation by telling them you're sorry and that they're right, even though you don't believe it. If you're just trying to get out of it, it's okay.
I've done that.
They said making it easier for the two of you to just take the tension down a few notches and sort out whatever's going on.
Yeah, and you can lay it on. Like, you're a better person than me. I wish I was like you. I can't believe it. Oh, my God, you had a better family than me. I'm so lucky I found you. You know, just keep throwing it deep. You got to know where the line is, because then sometimes you go over. Because I've had girls be like, Greek, too much. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Let me take away 2 lies. Then we'll get back to you. Yeah, it's just smart, certain things. Like, if you're on a beach and you're a guy and a girl's walking by and you got shades on, like, don't do it. Just don't. Because the girl knows you're checking the girl out. I mean, you definitely are. It was funny because last week I was at Starbucks, and I was with one of my buddy's daughter's boyfriend. So some girl walked in, dime piece, and he didn't want to look at her. And I could see that. I go, bro, it's okay. You can look. I'm not going to tell the old man that you're checking out somebody. But I can tell he felt a little uncomfortable. I'm like, it's okay. She's hot. You can do that. But I think little white lies like that will keep peace. And if somebody asks you, I mean, that's, you know what I mean? Like what you're saying, like, Dom, you were at a pool party this weekend. You know what I mean? Like, if if you're with your girl and she's like, what do you think of her? What are you going to be like? Ooh, she's smoking. Get me her number. Like, I mean, you're not going to say.
I'd be like, we could take that home.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If that's the way you guys float your boat, great. That's always good. If that's something like that happens, you're like, all right, let's go. 2's company. 3's a lot of cash. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Wimbledon is going on as we speak. Joker, I think, is just won his match. I think he has. He was trailing in the beginning. But I think he just won his match.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, it does. But we'll get the exact total. We'll come back with some fun facts and a lot more. Peace.
Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Go on. Tell it. Show that damn thing who's boss.
Hey, it's Rover. Summer is here, and it's already getting expensive. Summer trips? $1,000 in your hand will help with that. Prepping for hurricane season? $1,000 in the hand will help with that, too. Concert tickets, theme park tickets? You bet. $1,000 in your hand certainly will help with all of it. Real Radio has your shot to score $1,000 13 times every weekday. Listen for the keywords and enter at realradio921.com. Let us put $1,000 in your hand on Real Radio. Sponsored by Steinger, Green & Finer.
After your car accident, we will put money in your pocket or you don't pay us. Call Steinger, Green & Finer.
Steinger, Green & Finer won $300,000 for my case.
800-561-1111. 800-561-1111.
Offices, West Palm Beach.
Actual client testimonial.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Our Palm Beach Expressway is looking good on the Monday commute. Not a lot to slow us down. We're accident-free on the Turnpike and at 95. We do have this major road work, Australian Avenue North, right before 1st Street. Look out for delays. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather Florida Injury Lawyers. Although our lawyers have handled hundreds of personal injury and wrongful death matters outside of Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, the vast majority of the help we provide to our clients is right here in your communities. Our entire legal team proudly calls Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast home. Tomorrow morning, our lawyers will wake up in cities and towns in your communities and head to one of our offices located in Palm Beach Gardens, Port St. Lucie, and Boca Raton. Using our local legal power to help you is our purpose. Fighting for huge results for you is our mission. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
As a law enforcement officer, safe roads are one of my top priorities, ensuring everyone can get home safely each day. Some never will, due to aggressive driving, being distracted, or speeding on the roads. And too often, that results in the toughest part of my job, and the longest walk in my life. I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share with you.
9 people will be killed on our Florida roadways today. Don't let it be you or a person you love. Buckle up every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Could advanced stem cell therapy give you hope for a better, longer life? At Bespoke Biologics, we believe you deserve access to this groundbreaking, innovative medical solution. Stem cells are some of the most powerful cells in the body, and research is moving at warp speed and harnessing their power. At Bespoke Biologics, we speak with people every day all over America about new answers for heart disease, heart attacks, stroke, in addition to conditions like MS, rheumatoid arthritis, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, or maybe you just want to slow down the aging process or strengthen your immune system. The medical professionals at Bespoke Biologics have over 15 years experience. They're up to speed on all of the latest medical research, and they have access to an exclusive and proprietary line of stem cells. If you're ready to explore or just learn more about this exciting medical option, go to BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com. Schedule your introductory call and get ready to transform everything you thought was possible. BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
Things start to change.
Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor. Around mid-afternoon, they'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland the rest of your Monday.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's knows July 4 savings are worth celebrating. Right now, get free Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the number one preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Score $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You got a chance to win $1,000 with the keyword.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is the keyword. It is not the G word. And this hour, Rover just gave it to you. The word is check. So make it happen. Maybe you can win $1,000. We had a winner last week. We told you before. But you know what? People do really win. Speaking of wins, he's coming off one of his biggest wins in his gambling life history. Joey Chestnut. Who would have thought? You would think, somebody said you would think it would have been a sports game. You know what I mean? Or something like that. But yeah, Dominic coming over, Joey Chestnut. I was so happy when I got that text. It was the one thing that made me smile that whole day. I was like, yes! So off his big win. Did you tell your girl you had Joey Chestnut?
Mm-hmm.
What'd she say? Nice.
She kind of laughed, but she was like, all right, that works. He's going to win, too. She knows who he is.
Oh,
everyone knows who he is, kind of.
Does she bet?
She didn't bet on that.
I had a buddy of mine who's a big, big bettor, and he's been dating this girl for a while, and he was telling me over the weekend now she's into betting, and he said he never wished he got her into betting because now she's playing blackjack, and she wants to bet sports. And I don't know her. I know her a little. So I got a text, I think Friday, and she was like, who do you like in baseball? To this number. And I didn't know the number. It was like, I go and I wrote back. I'm like, who's this? I don't know who you are. You know what I mean? Because usually I just look at the feed, obviously, because I don't have contacts. And then I said, I'm not.
Contacts or condoms?
Yeah, both. I said, I'm not getting involved in this.
And you said feed, not feet?
Whatever.
Well, you looked at her feet?
I'm like, oh my God, where do you get your pedicures? So I said, not getting involved in this without his permission. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Not a good thing. If your girl bets and you bet, not great. That's not great. Because you just need somebody to be on the straight and narrow. You know what I mean? If you both bet, it's like drinking, I think, Babanya. There's nobody putting the little brakes on it. Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this.
I was looking for you in the casino on Saturday, man.
I know.
I was on the blackjack table for about an hour before I went to the concert.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Managed to not even lose money. I just, got drinks and all that. I was kind of happy.
That's good.
Yep.
Great. Was she with you there, too?
No, that was beforehand.
No, that's good. So you got a couple of drinks. Sitting a table an hour, that's like dating Kim Kardashian in 4 months. I mean, that's pretty long.
Yeah. Killing time.
Franny's in the house.
Hey.
And it's now time for some fun facts.
It's Franny's Fun Facts. Well, today is a lot of fun holidays. It is July 7th. It's National Strawberry Sundae Day. It's World Chocolate Day.
Oh, nice.
International Peace and Love Day. It is National Day of Rock and Roll.
Yeah!
National Dive Bar Day. National Macaroni Day. All kinds of things. But we are going to... Oh, it's also Tell the Truth Day.
Oh.
But we're going to concentrate on some interesting things about rock and roll, the genre, and some of the artists. So rock and roll was originally slang for sex. Before it named a music genre, rockin' and rollin' was a euphemism used in blues songs. Like DJs like Alan Freed helped turn it into a radio-friendly term for this new sound. We have here, and like I said, it's about artists and rock and roll. Keith Moon once drove a car into a pool. The Who drummer was a wild one. On his 21st birthday, he allegedly drove a Lincoln Continental into a hotel pool. Jimi Hendrix, I don't know, he taught himself to play guitar by ear. He flipped a right-handed guitar upside down and still became one of the most legendary guitarists of all time because he couldn't read music. So he taught himself by ear. Mm-hmm. The first guitar ever smashed on stage? Total accident. Once again, we're with The Who. Pete Townsend, he smashed a guitar in 1964. Not as a stunt, but because the neck hit the ceiling. The crowd went wild, so he just kept it going. Just kept on smashing it.
They got excited.
So he began their tradition. Yep. Stairway to Heaven was once banned in some guitar shops because everyone tries to play it. It's even referenced, obviously, in the movie Wayne's World. No stairway. Denied. But yeah, some people are like, yep, let's not do it. Let's see. Did you know the Beatles used to be called the Quarrymen?
Yes, that I knew.
Yep. They said their early gigs were at church picnics and school dances. Not exactly arenas full of screaming fans, but that's how it all started. There is a rock and roll graveyard shift. Many legendary musicians, that's what they call it, we know, call it the 27 Club. Died at the ages of 27. Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, just to name a few. Chuck Berry's guitar, his riff, shall I say, the opening riff of Johnny B. Good, they said is one of the most recognizable in rock history. NASA even included on the Voyager Golden Record that they sent into space. The infamous mud shark incident, Led Zeppelin and Seattle hotel room had become legendary and disturbing part of rock myth. The details? Google it at your own risk. The loudest concert ever? Give it back to The Who at 126 decibels. They literally made it into the Guinness Book of World Records. They said it's like standing next to a jet engine.
Ooh.
They said no wonder half of rock's legends now have hearing loss.
I'm sure.
Yep. And then finally here with Rock and Roll Day, they have Queen recorded parts of Bohemian Rhapsody in a haunted studio. They laid down vocals at Bridge Farm Studio, rumored to have a ton of ghostly activity. And they say maybe that's what explains those otherworldly harmonies. And there you go for a National Rock and Roll Day.
There you go. And if you also want to give us a call, tell us who your favorite group is. We'd love to hear about it and who you've seen that when you saw them in person, they were just as good. You can call us at 877-927-6969 or text us at Real Radio 47142. Tom Brady now has just become like a page 6 guy. It's amazing how that's really changed for him. Obviously, he was a great football player, Hall of Famer. He's going to be Super Bowls and everything like that. But even this weekend, he's on his yacht, and everywhere he goes now, it seems like somebody's following him. And he's also been linked to some very, very attractive ladies.
Well, it's because he's a bachelor,
and
people are curious, like, who's going to be next? He was on the boat with Kate Hudson and Dakota Johnson, was who they were talking about, were the two women on the boat with him.
Yeah, so everything he does is just being picked up by page 6. A couple girls that he's been linked to. Nothing crazy. Just a couple girls he's there. But it just seems like wherever he is now, whether he's with his kids or by himself, they're picking up on it, and he's getting the notoriety.
So speaking of girls, it looks like women are going a little bit more natural on these dates. And I mean, a new trend for women is no makeup on first dates.
Well, they get a second.
And so that's the thing. They're like, hey, you got a big first date? Maybe try not getting ready for it, is what they say.
Wow.
A hot new trend for women is to show up on first dates without doing their hair or their makeup. Like, hey, it's like, here's a real me, take it or leave it.
Wow.
It's supposed to filter out the jerks, help you zero in on ones who actually like you for you. Plus, guys can get ready for a date in 5 minutes if they want. So why do women have to spend an hour? Some women are even taking it a step further and by gradually ramping up the amount of makeup they wear on a second and third date. The idea is you only start dolling yourself up once they've proven
that they're worth
the effort.
Wow.
Yep. They say another reason it's catching on with Gen Zers are just less likely to go on classic first dates. Like dinner and a movie, they're more likely to do casual stuff like hiking, stuff like that, where makeup really isn't that necessary to do it. But interesting. And I think it's silly. I kind of guess where you're coming from. I would think that, yes, women do wear makeup to make themselves more attractive and to look, but a lot of times they do it just to feel good about themselves. But I guess they want this whole take it or leave it mentality. So you either like me natural or you don't. But you always hear guys say that and I don't know if they believe it. I think that guys like enough makeup, but I don't think they like a lot of makeup. So you always hear like, oh, she's wearing too much makeup, or she's done too much, or yes.
I agree with that. But I think that, like you said, when it's too much and anything, you're like, ooh, it's too much. Now, certain guys might like the hiking and stuff because it's inexpensive. You know, you're not spending $150 or $100 on dinner. You're just going hiking, and you can have a guest conversation. Suppose you met a girl, Dom, and she said, first date, let's go hiking. Would you be into it?
Sure.
You would?
Yeah.
That's cool. So
outside, nature.
Oh, so would I. This is awesome.
Oh, yeah, G-Man.
I mean, like, let's do it.
G-Man's like hiking to Seminole?
Hard Rock? Gucci? Are we hiking there? I got people who bitch if we don't go valet. We're going to walk? Yeah, that was the concept. There's a spot here. We're going to walk.
We're going to walk and just keep on walking. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, we're just going to keep walking. You put one foot in front of the other one. It's a good concept. It'll work for you. I think it takes stones to do that. Now, do you think you tell the guy going in? Or you just show up?
What do you mean it takes stones? To do what?
To go without no makeup. I mean,
okay.
Yeah. Now, do you think you tell the guy to see, like, hey, looking forward to meeting, even at coffee or something, but I just want to let you know.
Well, hopefully they don't look that much different without makeup on than they do in whatever profile picture they have.
Some people do. I mean, with the way they do filters and stuff like that. Now, Dom, suppose a girl said that to you. I'm not wearing any makeup, and I'm just coming natural.
Sure.
You'd be cool?
Yeah, because, I mean, it's not going to get, I don't think it's going to get any worse than what you're going to see. You know, you're seeing her at, you know.
Yeah, so that's a good thing to tell her. Say you can't get any worse.
It's not gonna, no, but in your head, it's just like, all right, it's not going to get any worse. It's just going to get better from this on, hopefully.
I was watching Chris Rock the other night. He was talking about women and men who lie more. And he was like, women lie all the time. They wear heels. They're not that tall. They have extensions. He goes, they have push-up bras. He goes, you want to talk about lying?
He's not wrong.
He goes, there's lying for you right there.
Accentuating is what we're doing. Accentuating our natural features.
Yeah, I think if they just showed up, you might be like shocked, especially if you saw a profile picture. But if they told you and they were like, hey, I'm not coming in makeup. But guys don't wear makeup either, so I'd be like, all right, we're even. You can't be as pretty as me. I get it. 877-927-6969. It's a show, people. We might have been off for a couple of days, but we came back strong. And this hour, you got a chance to win $1,000 from our boy Rover. I hope you listen to him in the morning, but even more so when he's giving those keywords. That's what you really should be doing.
G-word.
Let's go with the keyword. I don't get an email. And the keyword this hour is?
The keyword
check.
This hour is check, sir.
There it is. So it is check. If you guys want $1,000, jump on it. If you had a good 4th of July, maybe you did something special, or you saw an unbelievable performance of fireworks, call us at 877-927-6969. You could also text us. President Trump said he's pitching UFC next year at the White House. Would that be something you'd want to go? Dom says yes. He would definitely be. I can't believe Conor McGregor already said he wants to be in there. Wow. I think that's unbelievable.
I think he was there this past weekend, too.
The White House?
Mm-hmm. Because there was photos of him and the guy that he was supposed to fight there, and I was like, oh, I wonder if they're just, there just hanging out.
Yeah.
What's the occasion for them?
Now, I thought he was retired because of his leg, but now he's like, he can come back?
I mean, there's always the opportunity to come back. He was just retired because he couldn't get a fight.
Okay.
He broke his toe, I don't know, almost 2 months ago, or no, 2 years ago now, too. Right before that fight was supposed to happen.
But even John Jones retired, too, and you're saying he wants to come back, right?
He posted this past week. John Jones retired, I think, 2 to 3 weeks ago now, and he posted this past weekend, right after the whole UFC at the White House. I want to go, put me back in the drug pool and everything.
Wow. And that's amazing if he comes back for that. Yeah, but that would be an epic event, no doubt about it. I'm sure that'd be a pay-per-view, too, like you said, on a Saturday night.
Even Trump said he wanted it to be like multiple championship fights there, so yeah, it would be a big event.
Well, Jake Paul get involved.
Oh, no, please no.
But no truth.
I don't know if Dana White's going to let him into the UFC.
But no truth to President Trump's wife refereeing. None of that. That's just false. That's out there on the internet. That's why you can't believe everything you hear, people. You can't believe everything you hear. But you can call us or text us, talk about 4th of July. Maybe you did something special, or you could text us or tell us about a special event that you did. Or maybe it's something you do tradition every year, 4th of July. You're like, hey, man, it feels like 4th of July, and you did it again. I would think one of the biggest things besides fireworks is Joey Chestnut.
The Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Yeah, just so many people talk about it. And then when you throw the element in of betting, and obviously in our state you can bet on it, I don't remember it like betting like with bookies, like if them having it like 4 or 5 years ago. Because he won, 17?
Mm-hmm.
So it's been going on for a long time. I don't remember. Maybe they did offer it, but not.
No, but even before him, I think it was a thing that you could bet on. I mean, the Nathan's hot dog eating contest has been around forever.
Yeah, I like I said, I don't remember being able to bet on it even with bookies, but maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But yeah, Joe.
I have a feeling you weren't paying attention because it's just not in your world.
Yeah, but again, they'll raise it next year. And I still want to find out the explanation of why why everybody cashed those tickets. I think more people bet the over than the under. It just happens. I mean, in sports or in this, I could just see it. So I was shocked when I saw your ticket because I was like, no, 70.5. That's when I felt like, oh, is this Fugazi? Because I got a couple of text messages that were like, I want a recount of the hot dogs.
Yeah, that's what I was the whole time. I was like, wait, it said 71 before.
Yeah, I got those texts, and I didn't get your text. Then when you cashed in and showed me the picture, I was like, oh, I guess it went to 71. So that's a good thing. I'm sure they'll have some explanation about why it ended up going for Joey Chestnut. But if you had it, congratulations. That was a good way to start off the weekend.
So I love this. People are talking about things that we do on social media that seem normal on social media, but if you were to do them in like a real life situation, you would be absolutely insane. So they are. We are full of some wild habits that are normalized by social media, but imagine doing it in another version, another way. So these are some of the things. They had 11 things that they had on here and social media that we do that are pretty nutty in real life. Creating fake identities just to escape real life. They said hiding behind aliases might feel freeing, but when it becomes your second life, it's more pretend than it is anything else. Turning kids into content. Cute videos might blow up, but kids deserve privacy. Oversharing could hurt them down the line.
It's true.
I actually watched a Netflix show about that. This one mom who was just nutty about it. It was more about her than it was her kids, and she made them work
Film.
crazy
It was like legit
hours.
filming.
Yeah, it was nuts. Sharing your location in real time. Who does that? Handy, for safety. Dangerous if the wrong person watches. Oversharing equals risk. That's like you just like being in a room and be like, all right, I'm going on vacation.
Yeah.
My house will be empty.
Yeah.
That's what I say, doing it. Getting mad when friends don't like your post. They're your friends, not your fan club. Social media doesn't define real loyalty. Zooming in on people's backgrounds, trying to peek at their bookshelf or furniture brand. Congrats, you're a digital home invader.
Wow.
They said checking who viewed your stuff. Constantly watching who's watching you, that's digital micromanaging, and it feeds anxiety more than it does your confidence. Deleting posts that don't get likes, right? If a photo flops and you yank it, that's chasing approval instead of expressing yourself, which a lot of people do.
Yeah, you're right.
Obsessing over your ex's photos. If you're still scrolling your ex's feed every week, it might be time to admit that chapter's not really close for you. They said rewatching your own content. A little self-love is cool, you know that, G-Man, but obsessively replaying your posts just for views, that's a slippery ego slope. They say watching without liking. Lurkers see all, support nothing. 90% of users never engage. Makes you wonder why they're even following if they don't engage, right?
Kill time.
And then finally, the number one here, they said 11 things people do online that are pretty insane is stalking someone's account. If it's one thing to peek, right? Another to watch every post from someone who doesn't want contact. Who said it's cyber stalking, and yeah, it's creepy, but it's all super accessible on social media.
Have either one of you guys ever had somebody that you know say, "Hey, you didn't like my post"? Friend?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because I think that's gonna take sort of stones. Again, that's not my world. But, you know what I mean? If somebody comes up and goes, hey, why didn't you like my post?
It's more, hey, did you see my post? Not, did you like it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you could be like, because I didn't like it. Pretty simple. That's why I didn't do it. But, yeah, some of the things that you mentioned are pretty crazy. The whole X thing, that's not going to work out. That's just not. Because then you're finding out stuff that you really don't need to know.
Somebody texts about girls with makeup at 47142. Started off with Real Radio. It says, yeah, Franny's correct about the makeup. A little bit is okay. But when it changes what you look like completely, that's a problem. Mm-hmm. Women are so good with makeup now. They're able to change who they are in real life. It's worse than a filter. And it is. It is absolutely insane. I follow a couple accounts, makeup artists or girls who just like to do it on their own who are very good. It is absolutely nuts how they can just change complete features on their face just with makeup.
It's amazing.
It's nuts.
I've seen those too.
Yeah, when you see it without makeup and you see it with, you're like, that's not even the same person.
It looks totally different.
Yeah.
I mean, again, they're good at it, obviously. And before, years ago, it seemed like you only could do that if you went to a professional. But now, with all the different things out there for
YouTube
people,
tutorials, Instagram, all this stuff, everybody's become a professional at it.
Yeah, and they're out there. They can change their whole looks. So, yeah, you got to be careful of that. Because that would definitely be something. Like if somebody knocked on your door, you just went out with them next day. Who are you? We had dinner last night. You are?
My name's Steve.
Hey, Steve. Nice to meet you. Maybe we should have went 50-50 on that. Damn. You don't look the same. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Again, Gen Z's not wearing makeup for opening dates. Now, we don't know if they're telling you or not. They're just showing up and saying that. Now, how do you have to be as the guy? Because you really can't bring it up, right? Because you can't be like, wow, you look different. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to say that because then you're Titanic. You're done. Right? You can't bring it up. You really can't. Mm-mm. Or you could be like, wow, you're prettier than you are in person. You know, something like that.
I have a feeling, this is just my opinion, that a lot of girls that are going makeup free probably are pretty without makeup. I do. They probably feel confident in the fact that they're okay to go out there, because I think that's it. I think that a lot of times when women do, like, if you look like a completely different person, I don't think you're going to do it. Or you don't feel confident in the way you look. Because even if it's a first date and you want them to like you for you or whatever the case may be, I think you still want to put your best foot forward physically and every other aspect. But that's just my opinion.
Dom, got something? Would you say something to the girl?
Oh, no.
No.
Just go with it. And
Who would? Who'd be like, oh, you don't look the same. Or, oh, you're not wearing makeup. Like, who would?
They pull up the profile picture. This doesn't look like you.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You want to start off lying? What the hell is this?
What, are you catfishing me now?
Right.
Oh, my God. I want my money back. Oh, I'm not a pro. Oh, that's the problem. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the News Junkie.
A man is in trouble for making sexual contact with his dog. Edward Dare, 35-year-old man.
Should have picked truth.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Our Palm Beach Expressway is looking good on the Monday commute. Not a lot to slow us down. We're accident-free on the Turnpike and at 95. We do have this major road work, Australian Avenue North, right before 1st Street. Look out for delays. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere. From dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Sponsored by Armstrong Pharmaceuticals.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week, with a 5-star menu and open to 5 a.m. And if you like sports or UFC, make sure you stop by Monroe's. The knockouts are there, and they're not in the ring. They're in Monroe's at Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies, great atmosphere. You'll love Monroe's. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. That's right. It's Monroe's at Palm Beach. Put it on your agenda. Makes a good night a great night. Peace!
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call the Atlantic Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Julie Haft here for Air Around the Clock. If your wife is hot, give us a call at 954-FIX-MY-AC and get a brand new American Standard heating and air conditioning unit. That's 954-FIX-MY-AC or visit us at atcair.com.
I'm Dr. Damon Tanton for Viome. Viome's full body intelligence test is the new science in anti-aging and life-extending insights. Viome analyzes your biological age to see if your body is aging too rapidly. You'll learn how making simple, precise changes in certain foods and supplements can, get this, slow your aging, keep you looking young, and help prevent future health issues. Next, Viome doctors design supplements specifically to your body's needs. Their job is to slow down and help reverse how fast your body is aging. And your Viome microbiome test reveals why you have stomach issues, don't sleep well, have low energy, even why you can't lose weight and more. Viome reboots your body to live longer, live healthier, and look younger.
Viome is changing lives. Order your full body intelligence test online and save $50. Viome guarantees rapid, remarkable health improvements your doctor will notice. Visit Viome.com, promo code THRIVE. That's VIOME.com, promo code THRIVE.
The Glass Chamber, your local smoke shop literally for everything. Vape gear, smoke essentials, wild snacks, Tyson wraps, HGD, Raz, all the good stuff. They're always stocked with the newest disposables and the coolest glass. The amazing team at the Glass Chamber will always take great care of you. So if you're not shopping at the Glass Chamber, honestly, what are you even doing? With 8 locations and easy online shopping at GlassChamberFL.com, it's never been easier to treat yourself all summer long. The Glass Chamber, everyone's smoke shop. Check them out at GlassChamberFL.com.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
Oh no, stomach issues again? Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor around mid-afternoon. They'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland through the rest of your country.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkie. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy. Clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
So don't even tell me how to get to Sesame Street. Who would want to live in a neighborhood like that? 6-foot pigeons walking around?
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you.
Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
Oh, will you shut up?
You're listening to The Penthouse Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Who is that? Who is that? Is that somebody yelling at Hard Rock?
I don't know.
It is the Penthouse on a Monday. I hope you guys are having a good day. Thanks for tuning in to Real Radio 921 101.7. Dominic's in the house.
Yo.
Francis is here.
Hey.
We're going to get into a trifecta and some other nonsense.
Riders up. It's Creaky Trifecta.
All right, it is the Super Bowl of tennis. Wimbledon is going on right now. Sweet 16. Joker did win today, so he advanced. But yes, this is it. If you like tennis, this is their Super Bowl. Check it out. It's on usually early mornings because of the time difference. You can catch them like yesterday. It was started like 6 a.m. on a Sunday. But Wimbledon's going on. It is the Super Bowl of tennis. Yesterday, the Marlins got beat by the Brewers. So over the weekend, they were home, but they lost 2-3. Yankees and Mets had a weekend series where the Mets ended up winning 2 of 3. Yesterday, the Yanks got a W 6-4. Bellinger, great play in the field. And Judge had a big day. He hit a home run, and he also knocked in a ribby. So hats off to the Yanks trying to get back in. They're not in first place for the first time all year after a terrible June. Mets, too, they're not in first place. Same reason, a very bad June. And the Miami Dolphins are 60-1 in some places. You want to bet on them to win it all in the Super Bowl. They are definitely long shots. Over under 7.5. More people are leaning toward the under than the over. And again, same problems they had last year. Offensive line, not great. Defense, they lost a lot of players. And Tua, can he stay healthy all season? Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace.
So when I read this, it makes me like I can hear the older people going, what? So we know that your hearing can start to go. Hell, my hearing is already starting to go, and I think it's just from working at loud bars, restaurants, and doing radio for a while.
Yeah.
But a new research reveals that it actually has a negative effect on your relationship.
Really?
Yes. So do you find yourself saying what a lot or having your partner ask you more frequently these days? Like, hey, what'd you say? Or, hey, what's going on? Our hearing is one of the first things to go as we get older. And it turns out our relationships can be taking a hit. So they did specifically adults over the age of 55 and in relationships. And a lot of couples struggle with at least one of them not be able to hear the other on a regular basis. And it finds that the phrase, what, is actually said more than I love you. Oh. Who are middle-aged or older.
What?
Yeah. But being asked to repeat yourself or mishearing your partner can be frustrating with a lot of people, admitting that they've argued with their partner over not hearing each other properly.
Yeah.
So a third of the couples bicker when with their partner over mishearing several times a week, which can leave them obviously feeling very frustrated, ignored, disconnected, neglected, and even almost unloved, they claim.
Unloved,
and it's
wow.
kind of, yeah, and it's just because they can't hear, just speak up louder. Almost half respondents confess that they have to speak louder so their partners can hear them. With over a quarter of the couples just asking each other to repeat the things an average of 4 times a week, which doesn't sound like that terrible.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Like, it's different when they're not
thought it was
paying
4
attention to you. That's completely different with them. And maybe that's what they're saying. They're really not paying attention, and they're just like, I can't hear. Some have to confront their partner when they thought they were listening during an important discussion. And those dealings with the issue say patience, understanding, and avoiding cutting each other off is the key to try to keep the peace along with getting a hearing test, is what they claim to. And I think a lot of time people don't want to admit when they start losing your hearing or things start going away.
I've seen that with people in couples, that one, it's always one, like you said, and the other person gets annoyed. Like anything else in a relationship, you don't like when somebody police you in anything, whether it's drinking, we've talked about this, gambling, shopping. Hey, you can't hear me. What the hell's going on? Nobody likes it. You just don't. Because it's usually not the person who makes the first initiative. Like who says, hey, you know what? My hearing's starting to go. Maybe I should get a hearing test. Or they might say, my hearing's starting to go. I really enjoy the relationship more because I don't hear as much. One or the other could be. But yeah, if you hear that. And I love you should be, if you're in a relationship, you should tell the person you love them at least 2-3 times a day, I would think. Definitely when you leave, on the phone. Like my bookie would tell me he loved me all the time.
Oh, I bet.
All the time. Greek, I love you. I'm like, I love you too, bro. Then I figured out it was just because I was a customer. 877-927-6969. If you did something fun this weekend or you saw an unbelievable display of fireworks, call us. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. Hard Rock, was it packed?
Oh, yeah. The
Yeah?
whole time. Inside, outside, everywhere.
Do you
the
park
garage.
Really? Do you park in a garage or valet?
Oh, I park. I'm not like you.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Yeah, I park my car in the
What do
garage.
they get over for a garage overnight?
It's free.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the garage is free.
Oh, wow.
She's like, oh, you're never.
know.
He never.
Yeah, it's always been free.
I didn't know. I had no clue.
Yes.
Yeah, my buddy, the other night we were going, and we stopped at the casino last week, and it was pouring, and he was like, "I'm going through a garage," and I'm like, he didn't want to play valet, and he's got paper. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" He's like, "Greek, you want to pay?" I said, "Yeah, I'll pay. I'm not going through a garage, get soaking wet." I didn't, it was like, I think it was $20. I'm like, if you don't have $20 to pay for valet, you shouldn't be going to bet. I'm sorry. He goes, "No, it's just a principle. I don't think you should pay for valet." I'm like, well, stick your principle when you're with your wife and your kids, not with me. Let's go valet. Maybe it's 25 Saturday nights. They always do the thing like
That seems cheap for there.
Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was 25. And they always give you want to keep it in front?
Oh, yeah, there was some killer. There's a couple Lambos and Ferraris there on Saturday, and I was like, whew. Oh, you know who was there on Saturday after the pool party that I ran to at the table right next to me?
Whoa.
Offset. The one that was with Cardi B.
Oh, really?
The rapper? Yeah, right next to me, the table blackjack right next to me.
You should have been like, what's going on? There's a restaurant in Boca. I'm not going to say the name of the place. It's 25 to valet, but if you want to keep your car up front, it's 60. And the kid asked me, like, dead serious, do you want us to keep it up front in 60? I'm like, no way. You going to wash it? He goes, what does that mean? Like, I'm not giving you $60 to valet keep it in front. I said, where you keep it anyway?
You mean oil change too?
Yeah, he's like, we keep it in the back. I said, well, keep it in the back. I don't care what you keep it. I don't care if you lose it. So I'm not paying. But $60 to me, I mean, I don't mind being ripped off. It happens every day, especially in Boca. But $60, that's a little high. I'm not going to say the name of the place till the end of the show. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142.
You get valet all the time, don't you?
Wherever it's available.
See, I'm one that I never valet just because I also drive stick shift. I just don't also trust the driver.
Well,
the other people.
I could guess that. I mean, I'm sure you're not the only person that feels that way. I mean, I'm once in a while at park. It depends where I'm at, where I'm doing. I'm not walking like 10 blocks. You know,
I've had it happen before where I got into a valet. I valeted my stick shift car, and of course, I go back and my car doesn't start for some reason. The guy claimed that it was my fault and it was the starter that went, but he was starting it in the wrong gear. Mm-hmm. He couldn't find reverse, and he kept starting it and wasn't getting it started. Nothing come back. Nothing. My car was totally had to get towed.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, who paid for that?
I had to pay for it. They didn't even claim. They said, the ticket on the back, we're not responsible for this, or that. I was like, that's BS. My car ran perfectly fine when it got here.
Huh.
And when they parked it would not run after.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Big establishment or a local place?
Local Palm Beach.
Really? That's crazy. Man. It does say it on the back, you're screwed.
Oh, yeah. Anything stolen, missing from the car.
Yeah. Most valet tickets say that on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I had somebody a couple weeks, maybe about a month ago. I had some Portofino stolen in between my seats.
Ooh.
And I didn't notice it for a couple of days. But I went back and I said, the guy goes, we don't steal stuff. I said, well, somebody did. He goes, well, what do you want me to do? I said, nothing. I'm just telling you somebody stole it. I said, I'll take care of it at a later date. No problem. 877-927-6969. I'm getting my 380 somehow, some way. That's the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. We appreciate it. You can also text us. Keywords coming at you. Busch Gardens all week. So if you guys want to win tickets to Busch Gardens, you have a chance.
And you could also do it on preset.
Yes. So you guys make sure you make it your number one preset.
Mm-hmm. You could also make, take a picture. You can make us your favorite. You could change it out and do all the other stations, and you get multiple prizes.
Yeah, Elliot Dobb teaching you how to beat the system.
There you go.
Yeah.
What else is new?
What else is new?
And this week is Busch Gardens. If you do that, just go to realradio921.com/preset. You'll get all the instructions right there. So this is interesting. And I know that restaurants sometimes, especially if it's like a nice limited edition bottle, will have to fill out applications in order to get it when it's extremely pricey. But as a normal person, to have to fill out an application to get a drink, I don't know if I've ever heard of that before. And this is a new tequila brand, and it's going out of its way to become exclusive. That's what they want to be known as. It's Tequila Purissima, I believe, from Mexico. It doesn't have any kind of celebrity endorser or anything like that, but instead focuses on these ultra premium ingredients and craftsmanship. And it's made with 60% water sourced from 3 400-meter deep natural spring wells, slow-cooked agave, roasted over 3 days in steam ovens, and has 0 additives. So the exclusive part is that you have to fill out an application on their website in order to get some. And they say if you're lucky. So not everybody is going to be approved for their application.
That's pretty cocky. I mean, that's like, ooh.
I mean, the bottle is gorgeous, but what else do you got for me? But yeah, they said for those who know better, tequila up your cima, and I like it. So when you go on there, you have to request what they call. It's not an application. Request consideration. So they have to consider you to become one of these prestige people who will get to a bottle of this. Now, I don't have a price point on it yet. I got to look into it.
I'm sure it's a lot. Now, is this just to purchase a bottle? Like, suppose you go to a restaurant or bar.
I'm sure the restaurant bar probably has to fill out an application too.
Okay. No, I'm just saying if you're a customer, do you have to say, like, I thought they did it on the spot, like a car dealership. Here you go, fill this out. We got to see if you can get a drink. That's
almost like a credit score.
Yeah, like, we'll see what happens. That's amazing. You know what I mean? Like, if you got to fill out an application just to get it. That's somebody with some deep-ass pockets. Because usually it's the more the merrier. You know what I mean? You want everybody to get it. You don't want to make it so people can't get it.
Yeah.
And especially with tequilas, there's so many.
And that's the thing. How does it go? So I just went on the website, right? And I just submitted to request consideration on there. And I don't know how they get, because once you do it and you hit send, it just says your request has been received.
Okay.
So then what, are they going to vet me after that? Or is it just absolutely at random? I don't know how this works, because that's all I did was submit my information, my email address.
Does it affect your credit score?
No, I didn't have to put anything.
That's what I was saying.
I didn't have to put like my social or anything like that in. But yeah, it just says your request has been received. So I don't even know how it works. I have no idea.
That's stones. If
it's like a lotto or what?
Yeah.
They probably like look you up. Oh, yep. Her, yeah. Him, though.
I just don't know, right?
They check out your profile, your picture. Ooh, she's hot. Let's go. She's in. No doubt about it. And I would assume the price point's got to be expensive. Because I don't think it's going to be $50 if it's, they're trying to do applications. I'm guessing $1.50 around that price range for a bottle. Yeah, that's something different, especially when you're new in a game where there are so many choices. And when you think of tequila, a lot of people, not big drinkers, it comes to mind like, a spokesperson. Somebody's there. You hear it all the time. There's 5 or 6 huge stars that we've spoken about who have their own tequila. But yeah, I don't know. I like to see where this company ends up and how they do. Who knows? Maybe they will crush it. Because people like what they can't get in anything. That's just one of those things in life. Whether it's another person you want or something you want to purchase. Look at the Apple phones. If somebody said to you, talk about like 10 years ago, would you wait in line for a phone? Obviously, we wouldn't. I wouldn't. I don't think Don would for anyone. But there are some people that will wait hours for that new phone. And they don't think there's anything wrong with it. You know what I mean? Like, even sometimes, like, when you see the lines for Club Space in Miami, like, the line is, like, from here to, like, the turnpike. Instead of the people are there doing line. It blows my mind. You're sitting in that line a while.
Oh, that line is not moving.
Yeah.
Especially when they're already at capacity.
Oh, my God. I mean, that's... I don't know if it's crazier than the phone, because the phone, it's all age groups. I've heard guys and girls in their 40s and 50s talk about the new phones coming out for Apple. I mean, what's your Apple? I don't even know. I have no clue. 13, 12, 6, what else?
I don't know. That might be even more in your older maybe demo, because my age, I don't really see kids going, oh, which one do you have? Which one do you have? Really caring.
Yeah, I've heard it. And I've seen people say they're going to wait in line. I mean, that I think is crazy. You see some of the big cities, the lines are around the block. And they have people who would like wait in line for you.
Get paid, yeah.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
Is that still a thing though? I mean, is that still as much as, because I feel like all these days everybody just pre-orders or gets them online or whatever the case may be.
I don't know,
I just don't know if everybody is still there, but they're still in line doing this.
But that's a good job. I mean, like if you're getting paid online, to wait for somebody in line and you're like, here, if you're out of work or maybe you want to make a couple extra bucks, like maybe you before the show. I'll say, yeah.
I would say in a big city, maybe, yeah.
Philly, Boston, New York, L.A. where people will be like, now, and this is a serious question. Like when somebody, you know where I'm going with this, when there's new like Babania that comes out, do they give you a notification like this is coming out?
You get text messages every day.
Really?
From the dispensaries and all that.
Oh, something new?
Yeah, or their deals.
Multiple times a day.
Really? Now, is there ever like a big like, oh my God, you got to have it? Is there that same phenomenon? Like, oh man.
I mean, 420 would have like all the good yearly specials around then.
Oh, and in April, when that day, yeah, that's it. But you don't get anything like you never pull up and there's a long line around the block and you're like, oh, new one's coming out today.
I would say the one crazy time is like whenever there's a hurricane.
Yeah.
Because people are, I won't be able to get it.
Up.
You'll go there and there'll be like a 2-hour wait line, just people just standing there waiting.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's pretty unbelievable. So I'm sure in the cold climates, like with same thing with a blizzard or something like that, where you would probably make some cash on that. Yeah, I was wondering that. I went to ask you that a month ago or so. One day I was just thinking, like, if a new one comes out, like the Jordans, we're dropping a new one tomorrow.
New Kush.
Make sure you stop in. Supply and demand, like
the
everything.
Greek Kush is out now.
Who's the biggest endorser for Snoop Dogg's got his own line, right?
Snoop. You got Wiz Khalifa has his own. There's a whole bunch of them.
Any females?
Not that I could think of.
I'm sure there's got to be some in the game. I'm sure there is.
That are out there. That's pretty funny. 877-927-6969. Supply and demand and everything. I mean, that's where it is. I mean, if people can't get it, they want it. I don't care what. Same thing with a restaurant. You hear a restaurant's hot and you can't get in. People are like, oh, I got to get in there. It's great. They never even been there, and it's word of mouth. And it might be awesome, and it might be just, But people want what they can't have. We've seen it in every aspect of life. Same thing with tickets. Sporting events, concerts, people want tickets. The amount of money that people pay for tickets extra, when you really realize, like, wow, this is so much. Even sporting events.
Like the Panthers.
Yeah, Panthers went up and they were winning. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they definitely did. Stanley Cup, because people go in with the narrative, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. So I can only see the Stanley Cup once, and, I'll spend whatever it is. And I get that. If you're a super fan and you've been a fan for years, you want to share in the excitement, and you want to be a part of it. And it's also, everybody wants to be where something's hot. And the Stanley Cup, obviously, was something that was very, very hot, and everybody wanted to be a part of. But it's 3 years in a row, and I think even like Super Bowls, if you've gone to a couple, then you're like, it's not as big of a deal. Who do we have?
We have Mike on the phone.
Mike, good afternoon. Welcome to the Penthouse.
How's it going, guys?
Doing good, Mike. How are you, sir?
Lady.
What's up?
Good. Greek, I heard you, Thursday about the guy not calling in and thanking you for winning something and all that stuff.
Kevin.
So I just wanted to call and thank you for the tickets that I got for the Orange Bowl in 2003.
So nice of you.
That's so nice of you.
Here you are, 22 years later.
Awesome, man. That's what I love. And again, it's tongue in cheek. I'm kidding. Just because he won $1,000, so it would have been nice to hear him say, But he did text Franny, and I believe he's an engineer. Correct?
Yes,
and
you are correct.
He's very busy, so he said I can't really call. And I was like, all right, I get it, but it was nice that he texted, but he still had an effort to pick up the phone and win the $1,000.
No, it was just funny. I heard that. But that's still the best seats that I've ever had at a sporting event.
Really?
When we walked in, we're like, oh, yeah, where's our seats? I took my brother. And they said, oh, you're coming this way. And they took us down this elevator. We went through the hallway. We seen the World Series trophy. We've seen the locker rooms, the underground batting cages. I'm like, where the hell are we going? And here we are. We come out onto the field and walk up. We were sitting behind the USC bench.
Wow, that's amazing.
Johnson was standing there. It was really good seats.
Was that the year USC played Oklahoma?
Yeah. The quarterback got split open. We watched him stitch him up right in front of us.
Oh, wow. Yeah, those were great seats. I remember that game.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Reggie Bush was in that game, right?
I think so. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, I think Leonard was the quarterback. Cool. Yeah, but they crushed him. Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yeah,
that is.
Yeah, but thank you for calling and remembering.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
and a big day for the dispensaries is also 7/10 during the concentrates.
Wow. See, Dom, why do you know that?
It spells oil backwards.
Oh, I was like,
Yep. 710, yeah.
I was like, I was like, I don't get it. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that for the knowledge. Dom's usually our aficionado when it comes to that. And Franny's behind him, but we give Dom the pull on that. He just knows a little bit more.
Guys, all right. Have a good day, guys.
We appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much.
You too.
It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Wimbledon is going on as we speak right now.
Let me write that down. 710's coming up.
It is 3 days away.
Yeah, come on. You should be on that.
I never knew that.
Yeah. That's why we love this audience. They always bring up good things, tell us stuff. And here's a guy thanking us for the 2003 Orange Bowl. I remember that Orange Bowl very, very well. It was a great night. Greek organization won big. And we went down on the original steakhouse bus. There was Original Steakhouse. We used to do stuff with them. It was in Boca location off of Glades, and they had a special bus that they drove us down. It was super nice. I mean, everything on it was really, really cool. And the ending was cool because USC won. If they lost, it would have sucked. It is the Greek. It is Francis. It is Dominic. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. We'll be back with another batch of Florida stories and so much more. Peace.
No one gives a big warm hug like us when you need it. Come on, get in here. Tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. What? Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Florida Turnpike and I-95, both up to speed along the Palm Beaches. Monday commute is looking good. We do have some major road work. This is Australian Avenue North, right before First Street. Could slow you down. That's traffic on Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when a professional practice or a small business is involved and, of course, on the line. At Cordell & Cordell, we know the years of work that you've invested and what's at stake. For over 35 years, we've helped guide doctors, lawyers, and business owners through the complex process to protect their businesses that they've spent their lives building. Call Cordell & Cordell today because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This is Jeff for Atlantic Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for erectile dysfunction. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Michael.
My name is Michael. I started treatment at Atlantic Men's Clinic about 2 years ago. I just turned 75 and stressed, my age, of course. I was miserable sexually. I'm still a man. I still have feelings and needs. Thankfully, I saw the Atlantic Men's commercial on TV, and I said, I got to check into that. I started treatment. I really enjoyed the progress, and I wish I had known about this 10 years earlier. I mean, it's so helpful, so insightful. I can't say enough about the excellent treatment. People here are friendly. I love this clinic, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thanks, Michael. It's true. If you're like most men, you'll be having great sex again, potentially as soon as the day after your appointment. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com.
$77 marijuana cards during MMJ Health's Mania Madness. Limited appointments. Visit MMJHealth.com/Real Radio. Again, MMJ's $77 Mania Madness ends soon. Visit MMJHealth.com/Real Radio today.
Florida Talk Real Estate is your one-stop real estate shop. Whether you're looking to buy a home, sell a home, you're stuck with a home and you don't know what to do, look no further than FloridaTalkRealEstate.com. Listen every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. until 11, right here on Real Radio 92.1.
If you pay attention to the latest medical advances, you've heard about the exciting developments in stem cell treatments. But where do you go? Bespoke Biologics is a pioneer in this exciting field of medicine. The medical professionals at Bespoke Biologics have over 15 years experience and speak with people every day about boosting their immune system, fighting the aging process, and new ways of avoiding disease. If you're ready to explore the potential to improve your quality of life, learn more now at BespokeStemCell.com. Stem cells are some of the most powerful cells in the body, and researchers are moving at warp speed and harnessing their power to help people combat a wide range of health issues. The first step is education, and the latest, most amazing discoveries are now at your fingertips at BespokeStemCell.com. BespokeStemCell.com. Go to BespokeStemCell.com now to learn more about these medical breakthroughs and schedule your introductory call today. BespokeStemCell.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor. Around mid-afternoon, they'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland through the rest of your Monday evening.
This report is sponsored by Snyder AC Plumbing and Electric. It's hot. When you're fighting the South Florida heat, you can rely on Snyder's HVAC expertise to take care of your home and keep you comfortable today, tomorrow, and 10 years from now. Snyder is here and ready to serve you. Schedule today, SnyderAC.com.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword money at realradio921.com. That's money. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Monday. Thanks for tuning in to Real Radio 921, 101.7 on your FM dial, baby. It is the Greek. Dominic's in the house.
What's up, G-Man?
All right, you made a note about 710 that's coming up this week. So you'll be able to get your babanya. See? Thanks to the caller. That's why. Everything works. It's all coherent. It just flows.
Even Dom knew. He just, I guess, forgot about it. I had no idea. I've never heard of that. I know 7-Eleven Day is coming up.
Ooh, that's right after.
Right
Get your
after.
munchies.
There you go.
Oh, God. It's coming at you this weekend. I mean, it's just crazy. Franny's in the house.
What's up?
Thank God, because without her, and this is literally, we don't do Florida stories.
Florida. Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Yeah, well, I have an update on a Florida woman we had in Florida Stories a few months back. So she got arrested back in August for beating up her husband. And then once again, she got arrested in April. Something about those A months, I guess, is where her poor husband gets a beat down. And when they arrested her, they were fighting at the house. He left because he didn't want it to escalate. So he did the right thing. He left. He went to a buddy's house, and she was like, oh, hell no. She got in an Uber because they have one vehicle, got an Uber, showed up at the buddy's house, started to fight, tried to de-escalate it. Didn't matter. She got really upset. She head-butted her husband. They said causing a knot in his head. Cops were called. And he had claims like, hey, I don't want to press charges. I don't want to press charges on her. And she, by the way, I believe is like 20 to 30 years younger than he is. Golden Vitkamp is her name, from Turkey. And yeah, they said that she was drinking that night when all of this happened. But when the police came, he begged him. He's like, please, I don't want to press charges. She went to jail anyways. But the reason why he said, he was like, I'm used to it. She does this all the time. She's been arrested before.
Yeah, no.
Look, even last time I got stitches on my head last time. So this is nothing. It's a knot as a result of her physical aggression. This time I got a knot, no stitches. But yeah, like as I mentioned, 2 attacks, August and April. And he does take care of her 14-year-old son, and he said in a court document that they had this no contact order. Obviously, she's beat the dude up a couple times. He said, but it was causing a burden financially for our family. And I guess they were like, all right, we'll kind of feel bad for him. So it looks like his wife is back at home. They allowed her to come back after a second arrest for attacking her husband. But she is on probation, according to them. But yeah,
that's sad.
She pleaded no contest to a charge of domestic battery, and they allowed her back home. But yes, she is now on probation for 1 year.
Tom, don't ever let a girl beat you up.
Good to know. Write that down right now.
Unless you're into that.
And it looks like Florida Transportation's overhaul. Did you know this? Okay, so I'm going to tell you a couple things that are going on, but they've also scrapped the HOV lanes.
Oh,
did you know that?
No.
Florida just hit the brakes on the HOV lanes. The Florida law, the high occupancy vehicle lane, or what we call HOV lanes, has long meant one thing. Lane reserved for vehicles carrying more than one person, right? During weekday morning and evening rush hours commutes. But as of July 1st, the definition no longer drives state policy. With the passage of Senate Bill 1662, Florida has repealed this, and they said effectively ending the state's HOV lane program. Now the defunct statute spelled out the rules for who could use their lanes, how many occupants were required, which vehicles like hybrids, low-emission models could bypass these rules with special decals. For years, those decals did allow solo drivers in qualifying vehicles to legally use HOV lanes. A perk aimed at promoting cleaner transportation, but under the new law, the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles has ceased issuing or renewing those decals or any remaining inventory. But here's the twist. Existing decals remain valid for 1 year from their date of that it was issued. That means if you received a decal before June 30th, 2025, you can still use it until it expires. So with this, the HOV lanes, they will accept those, but now they're saying that these lanes are now designated for, they said that they, I love this, but a lot of times they said that they stopped doing this because witnesses, I think they're sick of witnesses trying to cheat the system.
Yeah.
They were saying, we've seen people driving, and they pull them over with dummies in their cars, with this and that, like real dummies. They thought they could get away with it being, crazy. And sometimes they did. So,
and that was a big ticket too. I think it was in the state of Florida. I think it was over $200 if you got caught there. So.
Yeah.
Imagine getting pulled over by a cop and you got a dummy in your car. I guarantee there's nothing you could do. What are you going to say?
It happens a lot.
And I mean, just shows you what people do to beat a system in any shape or form. I mean, you actually, you're walking out of the house, you got a dummy, you put it in the car. It's, brutal. You have nothing else to do but that for HOV, who cares?
And then speaking of new laws, this poor dude, man, it just would have been 2 minutes sooner. Yeah, they have The irony here is with this Florida man, if he was driving just even faster, he might have passed the cop who pulled him over. So a dude in Florida got caught speeding last week, and the timing could not have been worse for him. They said it was right after the new super speeder law went into effect. So another law we just handed down, tougher penalties if you're caught driving over 100 miles an hour. They say you can now get up to 30 days in jail. The law did go into effect 12:01 a.m. last Tuesday, and the guy got caught doing 104 and a 70 just 2 minutes later. Yes. At 12:03 a.m.
Oh, man, don't you say
dude
the
got
cop,
busted.
Like, give me a break.
They said, I love this. They confirmed he was the first person to get ticketed under the new law. Now, as I mentioned, you can get first-time offenders 30 days in jail, $500 fine. I did read second offense is 90 days in jail. And if it's within 5 years, they can suspend your license for 6 months.
Wow.
For a second offense, yeah. But they can fine you that $500 and give you jail time. They said it's not clear if they let him off with the fine, but there is footage of him being handcuffed, so I'm guessing he got arrested.
Wow.
Yes. So just remember, yep, there is a new super speeder law out there. So just slow down, Leadfoot, while you're driving, and that is your with the Florida.
Imagine if he said to the cop, like, since when did this go into effect? And the cop looked at his watch.
2 minutes ago.
2 minutes ago, you're busted.
You're the first dude we arrested.
That's strong. I mean, 30 days is a long time. I spoke about this earlier. I think a week. Dom came back with a night. You spend a night in jail, it sucks. Knock on wood. Never done it. Don't plan on doing it. But, man, I could, 30 days, that could affect your whole life.
I wonder if you could hire a lawyer to fight the time. Because he was probably speeding before the midnight.
But he was still speeding when they busted him, too. So either way, he was speeding before and he was speeding after the time that the law passed.
It's just like, I bet you a lawyer could try to fight that, oh, no, it was before 12.
Well, also with this law, you have to show up to court. I know sometimes you can have somebody else go there for you, or you can do some of these ticket clinics or whatever. No, with this new law, you have to.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously they did it because there's so many more accidents. And, obviously studies show when somebody's going 100 miles an hour, God forbid, chances of somebody, killing somebody or themselves is high. I think this is and I've always been one of this, whatever, even with texting. Like, if you made texting a $5,000 fine, people would... definitely. Even the traffic reports. People all go to all the different, obviously, sites about the traffic and everything like that. I think if they were across there, don't text and drive. Don't text and drive. And you saw it because people look at them all the time. I know so many people, they don't get in their car no matter where they're going, whether it's Google, whatever it is. Whatever it says, I do. Like the other day, my buddy drove me and he goes, hey, it's whatever Google says. It used to be whatever your wife said. But I'm just saying, I think if they put it there, don't text and drive, and it's X fine, I think it would come down. Because the amount of people I see in the morning on their phones is crazy.
I mean, if really the phone company could do it if they wanted to, based off, if you're moving, it won't work. Say you're moving over 15 miles per hour. Your phone doesn't work then.
Well, aren't they trying to do that with just vehicles in general? Implement something?
Yeah, I think
that'll make it where you can't text or something while you're in your car. I did see, because we can go along with that, I did read a pretty crazy stat. And it's more, of course, it's always the younger generation. But they did say that a lot of young drivers, and how often, this is what they let us know, they're looking at their phone during a trip, and I mean while they're driving. So they spend 21.1% of driving time glued to their phones. That's over 1/5 of the trip with their eyes off the road.
I believe it.
26.5 of those glances last 2 seconds or more, dangerously increasing crash risk. Phones are checked mainly for entertainment, texting, and navigation. Even in states banning phones use for teen drivers, nearly 92% admit using phones behind the wheel still. They know it's risky, but believe it's normal behavior.
Yep.
They were like, well, that's what everybody else does, not just what they're told. So they said the real change needs messages that challenge the productive use, myth, and practical solutions, like this whole do not disturb mode, keeping phones out of reach. And they said proper rest when you do it. But yeah, that's a long time. Over 1/5 of that, every time they're behind the wheel, their eyes are off the road.
It's a big time. You kidding me? That's a huge number. I also think some of the things that car manufacturers could do, but they don't do it, is there are a lot of cars now, when you get a text, it'll show up what it says. And that's another thing. Even if you're not looking at your phone, you might see, Dom, you know what I mean, had Joey Chestnut, $9,000. You're like, whoa! You know what I mean? You know, what's going on? No, that's something they should do, and they should think of that too, because you're not even on your phone, but you'll see. And then there's certain phones where they'll come back on and they'll say, "What do you want me to text Dom back?" You know what I mean? And they're talking to you. So all that stuff is all, determined when people drive. I'm not comfortable when people did it. Oh, I did want to talk about, I did take an Uber the other day.
Oh, yeah, let's go into that.
Yeah, and I was not comfortable. I don't know how girls get in cars with guys like late at night. But
this is coming from a guy who lived in a world of taxis. Like when you lived in the city, you don't know the taxi driver.
I guess because I felt safer because I was only going up and down the streets of Manhattan, you know what I mean? Not long. 15, 20 minutes was tops, and I knew where I was going all the time. So I knew this guy to me switched lanes aggressively fast, and it was raining. And I did say to him, like, hey, bro, I'm not in a rush. So could you just take it down a notch? And he's like, well, I am. This is how I make my money. I said, okay, make your money's great, but I'd rather be safe. My buddy got me a Lincoln. So he said it was like $10 more than a regular car.
Yeah, I told you he would. And you were just like, oh, no, he's not. He's going to give me a regular.
And it was like $65 down to, and now it was west.
But you also live far.
Yeah, it was West Boca. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, I thought that was a lot. I mean, to me,
that feels about normal to me.
Yeah.
For an Uber.
Yeah, I would never do it. No
Did you
way.
tell your guy, give him a 1-star rating. He was too quick for me.
No, I didn't say anything. I thanked my friend who did me a favor. I thought $65 was a lot. I mean, I'd rather give you the money. But yeah, and I wasn't comfortable with the way he drove. I just wasn't. And you're sitting back there. That's it. You're entertained. That's it. You're just sitting there. He was nice when I first got in. The car was clean, everything like that. But I mean, if I've taken 5 Ubers in my life, I never ordered one. But I did not feel safe with his driving ability. I didn't say anything when I got out, like, hey, bro, you suck. But I didn't.
Sure.
No, I didn't say anything. I remember
he got you there in one piece.
Yeah. I know you.
But you don't like when your friends drive either, though. I mean, you're always saying that. That they're too fast.
I think they drive too fast.
Yeah.
To me, and if somebody's drinking, I don't want to be in the car.
Of course.
No, I just don't. Even if they say they're fine, I'm just not. And that's why I drive 98% of the time. I'm just not. That's me. It's one of my pet peeves. I don't need it. I mean, I enjoy my life and I want to live long. I don't want to, get whacked on 95 because you're an idiot. But I would never take the car again. But I didn't even think of like the ratings. And by the way, the good thing you remind me, I owe my buddy $65. I got a mail. He told me he goes $65. I'm like, oh my God.
I thought he was taking care of it for you.
No. It was nice enough that he ordered it for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not his obligation. But yeah, I just can't see at night, like as a female. Like, I know girls obviously getting, they're at Fort Lauderdale.
Ubers all the time.
Yeah.
You got girls going home with the Uber guy out sometimes now.
That's another different whole scenario. I mean, you want to talk about candy. I mean, I don't even know how that conversation starts. So what are you doing? I don't
know if there's much of a conversation being done. I think that a lot of times that, yes, they've had a lot to drink and maybe their goal was to get laid that night. And then the Uber driver is the last person that they're going to see. So there you go. They just got lucky.
Right place at the right time.
Yes.
I don't know if it's the Uber driver starting those conversations. I would think it's the girl saying, hey, now do you still charge a person? Or do you waive the tab? Do they have the ability to comp you, like as an Uber driver? Like to say, hey, this one's no charge?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have not ever been fortunate enough for that to happen.
No,
and normally, you get charged ahead of time. So.
Oh, you do. So they can't comp it. Because you would think if the girl banged the guy, he might be like, this one's on me. I'm going to
10% discount.
10% discount.
I mean, I'm sure there's a way. I don't know. I don't know.
If you ever slept in an Uber driver or Lyft calls, 877-927. And was that your plan?
Or if you are an Uber driver and if you could comp it, call us.
Yeah, we'd love to hear about that too.
Oh, yeah. We have some people listening who drive rideshare.
Yeah, so if you have that, let us know. We get an email every week from iHeart about different things, trends that are going on in our society, and different things about consumers. This one really, I don't know, it just seems like a lot to me when you're actually on your phone. It said 44% of Americans spend about 6 hours a day on their phones.
Those are those emails I delete real quick, aren't they?
Are they? No, I read those, believe it or not. I just don't read the ones from management, but I read those all the time.
Of course, those are the ones you read.
Yeah, I read those. 6 hours a day. I mean, the average person is up, I would say, like 14 hours. You work 8, so obviously you got to be on your phone. Do the math. So you're on 6 hours a day. Does that seem high to you, or no? Doesn't?
I mean, it sounds kind of high. I don't know.
It just seems
6 hours a day.
6 is
I feel like we've read other numbers that weren't that high.
Yeah, this was this week in the email from I heard 6 hours, 44% of Americans a day. That's a lot. Now I'm sure that's on your phone, scrolling the whole thing, the amount of time betting. Like I have friends who bet and they like research it so much. One of my buddies, he must spend, and he's got a good job. He's got to spend, I'm guessing 3 hours a day on research, and he doesn't do that well too, which cracks me up. I'm like, you don't do that well. Yesterday, there was a second race at Gulfstream. I forget the name of the horse's name, but it was a whacked out name, number 1. It was 30-1. So we were going to go, and then we didn't go. Then my buddy was calling me. He's like, what do you think? I said, bet the 1. The name's whacked. I don't know what it was. It was some crazy name. He won $36. And he's handicapping for hours. I'm like, dude, it's always better to be lucky than good. That's what it's about. I mean, it's one of those situations. But yeah, if you think 6 hours a day, I think it's a lot that you spend on your phone. Let us know about that. Or do you think you spend more? Now, maybe I guess people also on dating sites, they're scrolling.
Could be work too.
Yeah, it could be. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely could be work. There's no doubt about it. It could be work. But to me, 6 hours a day seems like a lot. And 44% of Americans, which is high. But yeah, again, people don't go anywhere without their phone. From the first thing to the last thing. And they always say if you don't want to be having anxiety, don't check your phone. Franny doesn't do it. It's very smart. In the morning, first thing when you wake up, because there's going to be an email that could, get you sideways.
I mean, half the time I'm waking up to a text from you.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, it is. It's G. We're gonna do this today. We're gonna go over this, and this.
No, that's not me. Mm-hmm. I might tell you something you got to print out. That's right. You probably are because you wake up late. Yeah.
No. There was one. I think it was last week. You set it at like the 6 o'clock hour. I was like, dude, really? 6 a.m. You're texting us?
There was a 5-something.
No,
see, I'm not.
They're emails. They're not text.
No. There was text messages last week.
No way.
I don't know about 6 a.m., but I know that there was a 5:20 email.
Yeah, there's emails, and
I can pull it up. There was like a week or two ago. You sent the 6 a.m. text. I was like, dude, 6 a.m.
Pull that up. I want to see it.
I'll show you. It's time-stamped and everything.
I don't think I would ever send you a text at 6 a.m. You're not on my mind at 6 a.m.
Maybe.
Maybe. Emails I send early, but I don't think you guys... I know Franny's phone's out, so I send it. I don't really care about you.
I mean, if phone's not out, I have the email, but I don't have the notifications.
Yeah. If I thought I was waking somebody up, I'm not going to... I just do it like when I wake up. But maybe I did send a text at 6 in the morning. I don't think so. That's really not my MO for anybody. Even people I'm betting with or sleeping with. 6 o'clock. Like once in a while, I'll get an invoice at 6 in the morning. By the way, last night, gee, that was great, but this is what you owe us. I'm like, wow, that's a lot for dirty talk. How much is that? I thought that was standard.
Something off record, but somebody wants to know at 47142. Started off with Real Radio. Greek, what's your opinion regarding the Heat getting Norman Powell from the Clippers?
He had a very good season. He's 32 years old. I just think the Heat are in so much trouble. And they're just filling holes. Does he make them a little better? Yes, but they're so far away from the really good teams in the East. But it's something. Let's put it that way. But the guy's 32 years old. He's coming off his best year with the Clippers. So, and that just happened a little while ago, maybe like a half hour ago, an hour ago. I was then talking about in the Greek zone. So what is don't say what the text is on the radio. Was there a text?
6:30 a.m. I sent there's a picture of it in the group chat. I just sent it to you.
Oh, man, I got to see this.
6:30 a.m. I was like, dude.
Proof.
And?
Oh, it's show stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, but still.
I thought it was something personal.
No.
But I never send a text that early. I usually put an email.
But obviously you did.
You did? You see?
Yeah. I apologize. I always send an email. I would never send you a text.
It's like, can I start logging my hours from then?
Right?
If we're starting then.
Am I at work now, clocking in?
Yeah. He's double checking that.
Like, wow, that's I'm really shocked about that.
Yeah, you were thinking about me nice and early, me and Franny.
Oh, I always think about Franny. You, not so much. You're kidding me? Mondays, I jump out of bed. I'm like, yeah. I did notice that on a Sunday night. If I ever spend a night with somebody and I say I'm looking forward to work with Franny, they don't like it.
I get it.
I'm like, woohoo! It's Monday.
I'm sure Matt doesn't hear the same thing from Franny.
Are you kidding me? Manny's got a big clock. It's got my picture on it. Oh, my God. 3 more hours I got to work with Greek. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 hours.
Snooze.
It's killing me.
Snooze.
Maybe he'll call in sick today. I hope. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you guys are having a good day. And if you're not, there's still time to change it up and maybe put on some Windex and it'll get a little bit better. Wimbledon's going on as we speak. The Joker play today in the advance. It is the Sweet 16 for the men and the women. Joey Chestnut did go over. The Hard Rock granted it. So a lot of people, I guess, who had the under, I would like to get the explanation, of how it was worked. I'm glad you won. Obviously, I won, but I thought it was definitely lost.
Like, what if you had the under? Did that hit too?
I don't know.
Because that was wasn't it under 71? So technically that would have hit.
Because I told you I got text messages. I want a recount. I didn't watch it, which I said. I only knew what was going on because you said, here we go. That was your text. And then my friends were like, yeah. And then they all came in. And you don't even have to know who had over or under.
But that's the thing. There's probably a bunch of people who had the under and are pissed.
That's my point. That's what I said.
That's what I'm like. What do you do then?
Mm-hmm.
I would think the under you lose because they graded. They're not going to let everybody win. They're going to have the winners win and the losers.
I know, but they had proof that it was that if they, did take the under at 70.5.
It was 71.
Oh, no, I understand that, but he did 70.5 hot dogs. Yeah, so if Sonny won, they took the under, they would have won.
I don't know.
If it was accurate.
Maybe they put the winners and the under 71 was no win. Maybe it was like a no bet, like a push.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, it's something you could look into. But you got paid.
Yeah, I'll take it.
And it was in your account. And like you said, you were worried about them taking that out. That doesn't happen. Everybody does that, by the way, what you do. Like anytime they get money, they take it right out.
Right out.
Because you worry about that, especially when you're dealing with a bookie. But when you're betting, online, you just like maybe something could happen for Gazy. Once you got the money, you got it. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. We'll be back with a trifecta and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
He didn't even mention to us that he was doing this.
Did you just get a studio apartment Airbnb? Or imagine you have multiple rooms, don't you?
It's a small house.
Mm-hmm.
A small house?
You and Sean would have to share a room.
Feet to head?
No, not a bed, a room. No, you can't.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our past huge results and how we can help.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Boca Raton accident clearing Military Trail at Champion Boulevard. No major delays if you're traveling the expressways. We are looking good. Drive times on the Turnpike and 95, both up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, it's a Greek from Monroe's of Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week, with a 5-star menu and open to 5 a.m. And if you like sports or UFC, make sure you stop by Monroe's. The knockouts are there, and they're not in the ring. They're in Monroe's of Palm Beach. Beautiful ladies, great atmosphere. You'll love Monroe's. And Friday night is Fantasy Fridays. That's right. It's Monroe's of Palm Beach. Put it on your agenda. makes a good night a great night. Peace!
You know kids will ruin your life, right? Especially if you're a garage door. I mean, babies are adorable, don't get me wrong. But after that adorable phase where they barf and poop on everything, they turn into a cheap garage door's worst nightmare. Whacking tennis balls against the door all day, up and down every time they ride a bike. You dreamy young'uns might have the energy to start a family, but that rusty avocado green aluminum garage door that came with your house is too old for this jazz. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Modern, insulated garage doors are built to stand up to family life. They resist dents, they don't ring like a gong when you whack them with a puck, and they go up and down, super quiet, as many times as your kids change their minds. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll treat you like family.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Well, here we are in the second half of the year, and if you still have not had your retirement plans reviewed by a professional, you want to make sure you get that done. We've had a lot of things happen that could affect your retirement plan. So make sure you get on the phone and call my guys at Perry Financial Group, 888-755-8887, and let them tell you about a fixed annuity, a deposit backed by a highly rated insurance company. You'll get 8% every year to build up your lifetime income base, and there's a 20% bonus, too. Again, 888-755-8887 for Anthony Perry, a military veteran, CPA, and nationally recognized financial expert, practicing in South Florida more than 2 decades with impeccable credentials. Anthony reviews other CPA firms for quality controls, so let him help you. And if you want more details, you can visit perryfinancial.com. That's Perri financial.com. Or again, call 888-755-8887. Tell them Joel Malkin sent you, and listen to WJNO this and every Saturday, 1 to 2 p.m. for Anthony Perry's Safe Money Talk Radio.
Lindstrom Air are the AC pros, keeping you cool when it matters most. Quality service on your plumbing too. Let Lindstrom take great care of you. Yeah,
I love those guys.
In the podcast, The United States of Kennedy, 2 Kennedy-obsessed hosts with contrasting perspectives take a deep dive into the Kennedy family's impact, good and bad, on American culture. This week, we're talking about Teddy Kennedy and Chappaquiddick.
There's the official record, and then there's a lot of other theories about what happened that night, and I have my own.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow the United States of Kennedy and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor. Around mid-afternoon, they'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland through the rest of your Monday.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Takis Fuego meal. Wendy's new Takis Fuego meal is here with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich and small Fuego fries inspired by Takis Fuego chips with a 1-ounce Takis Fuego bag and a drink. Grab yours today. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's while supplies last. Takis and Fuego are used under license.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy. Clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
So don't even tell me how to get to Sesame Street. Who would want to live in a neighborhood like that? 6-foot pigeons walking around?
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then we hunt you.
Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
F you, I'm going to have an orgasm.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
If you ever wonder why we say Fernando's the boss, there it is. There it is. You don't need any more proof than that. It is The Penthouse on a Monday. I hope you guys are having a good day. Dom's in the house.
Yo.
Of course, Francis is here.
Oh, what's up?
And it's the last trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
All right, Wimbledon's going on right now. It is the Sweet 16, and Djokovic won today, so he makes the Elite Eight. For tennis, it is their Super Bowl, no doubt about it. Wimbledon will be on all week, so if you're a big tennis fan, make sure you check it out. Coverage usually starts very early in the morning. That's why they used to call it Breakfast with Wimbledon. So if you're a fan, check it out. You'll enjoy it. And it usually ends about like 1:30, 2 o'clock. But after today, you'll be into the Elite Eight. And then before you know it, it'll be the conclusion of Wimbledon. Yesterday in baseball, the Marlins lost to the Brewers. First time they've lost a series in a while because they were on a good streak where they won 10 in a row. But they got beat yesterday by the Brewers 3-1. Mets and Yankees played all weekend. Mets ended up winning 2-3. Yanks won yesterday. Judge had a big day. He ended up hitting a home run and knocking in a ribby. And also Bellinger had to play the game, 1 out, and Soto hit a slam to left field. Bellinger came in, grabbed it off the ground, and caught Lindor off of first base, ended an inning that would have probably got a run or maybe more, and the Mets going to tie it. It was definitely one of those, if you had the Mets, you threw your remote. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Plard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. What is the keyword this hour again, Dom?
Hold on, let's see. The keyword or G word is also known as money.
There it is. So make sure you guys get the keyword and then do the right thing. Win $1,000 like Kevin did last week. You give us a call at 877-927-6969, or you can text us at Real Radio 47142.
So a lot of parents are out there, and you guys are taking your kiddos on summer vacation. And do you find this to be accurate information? When we joke about we need a vacation, I say it all the time, to recover from a vacation. Mm-hmm. They say a lot of times it's because you're traveling with family. Mine is because we just hit it hard. But according to a new report, it takes parents 2.5 days to recover from traveling with their family. Yes, which is technically 2 days, 9 hours, 36 minutes. It's at 2.4 days for exhausted parents. And they said that they really do feel about that they do need a vacation to recover from their vacation. Because I don't know, and Dom doesn't have kids. G had stepkids, so he went traveling with them. But if you're traveling with kids, the key is to not make things harder on yourself. We get it, easier said than done. But they said that parents have to do different things like bribe kids with treats.
Money.
Buying them toys mid-trip, especially, right, if you're taking a road trip or whatever. Sure. And resort to unlimited screen time, just so they can just get just a little bit of alone or quiet time. 2.5 days is pretty long. You get, when you really think about it, it's half a week. You got to get back almost. That you're like, and I'm sure to pay for it, it'll probably take a lot longer when you add that into it. But you know, when you go on vacation, especially if it's something maybe they don't want to do, or like spend. I know when we were kids, we would spend 2 months in PR, 2 months in Puerto Rico, and in the beginning it was great fun. We had our cousins, we had a blast, but then after a few weeks, were like, and you had FOMO. You were wishing you thought you were missing out on what was going on with your friends at home and all this stuff. And there was a point where your parents then just had to start getting creative just so we weren't complaining the whole time about wanting to go back. And so they said that, from bringing along some kind of audio player to entertain the kids with music, storytelling, soundscapes, or just being like, here's my phone, shut up. They said it's possible to find things that are calming, not something annoying or repetitive that can also raise tension or stress on you, too. Like if your kids listen to Baby Shark over and over again.
There's kids that they don't want to go to the store. Like, hey, we're going to Publix. I mean, you can't keep the kids home. You got to bring them. I'm sure they give them a hard time then. Something that our generation's dealt with that I don't think is as much because families are smaller and I don't think they're as close. Again, this is just what I'm talking about. People I know is where, growing up, we used to go to our relatives. Like on the weekends, go see your mom's sister or your brother or uncle or whatever.
I was very close with my cousins.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
Yeah.
They would vacation to come see us. We'd do vacation to see them. We had some that lived local in Georgia. I mean, we were always spending time with family.
Which is nice. I just don't know if that's as prevalent today with the way everything is. But I'm just saying, like, that's one thing, like, kids were like, ugh. You know what I mean? Like, and again, it was different times. You didn't have that. You didn't say anything. You didn't bitch. You got knocked out. You bitch. I mean, today it happens. I'm calling child services. You can't hit me. It's just a different time. And the whole bribery thing, I think that starts at a young age with kids, and then it just continues through life. And I just think it ups it, and it doesn't really help the kid in any shape or form, male or female. And then they go through life like, hey, if I bitch, I'm going to get something. And those are the kids, I think, that have a hard time in our society and have a hard time at work because, you know what, you're boss. But I think once you start doing that with anybody, like, hey, I'll give you something, people just lay it a land. You know what I mean? I'm going to bitch about something. Or if they keep asking, and you just eventually you give in. You're like, I can't take it here. So, again, everybody's got a different method. Like I said, 2.5 days to get back.
Doesn't sound like a very productive 2.5 days.
So, yeah, I'm sure you're on the couch with your ice pack. Because, again, it doesn't stop when you get home. The vacation's over, but the kids, you know what I mean? I mean, that's the whole thing. They're not going anywhere. Hats off. Next day they get home. Where are we going?
Yeah, you get home from vacation, you got chores and stuff.
Yeah.
I think I've heard parents say, like, the summers could be exhausting. You know what I mean? Especially if the kids aren't in camp and stuff like that. And that's a luxury to send a kid to camp. But they want to do things. I want rides, especially if they don't drive. I want to go to my friend's house. Could we go to maybe Rapids or something like that? You're constantly trying to entertain them to, keep them from saying, summer sucks, there's nothing going on. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If you want to get involved, you could also text us at Real Radio 47142.
G-Man, did you make it to that special event at Monroe's this past weekend?
Saturday night? I did not. I did not. I had dinner with Joe from the locker room.
Oh, really? How nice.
It was nice, and we were going to go there, but I just didn't know if it was appropriate to bring him, to be honest with you.
Really?
Well, he's a married man.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of married men at Monroe's.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if it was okay to bring him. His wife was away, and we got dinner. We caught up, him and I just didn't want to. I was going. I had it penciled in. I had the postcard in my thing, and then when he got to the house, I was like, I don't know. I didn't want his wife to call and go, where are you? If she was here, it would have been different. But then he wouldn't have been out with me on a Saturday night.
That's nice that you cared, actually.
Well, because I don't want anybody to get static, and I don't want him to lie either. I don't want to be involved in any of that.
Yeah, but that's on him. You shouldn't have to feel bad. If he's the one who chooses to lie to his wife, it's not on you. It's on him.
You're right, but I just didn't. I just was like, I don't want you to go someplace or feel like you have to go. Because there are a lot of guys I know, they can't go to strip clubs. They're not allowed. Or they got to lie. I mean, one or the other. And I don't think lying's good in today's times anyway because you get caught. I mean, it's just not, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. One of my favorite sayings. No, but I didn't go, but I heard it was a great event because they had Tito's and Stripes and it was the next day. But I don't get dinner with Joe much. He's a family man, so he had an opportunity Saturday night, and I was like, okay, let's go. So we stayed out locally and banged around in the Boca Raton area.
Ooh.
But I did say to him like 11 o'clock, he cost me tonight. 877-927-6969 or text us at Real Radio 47142.
So this is not necessarily a new crime, but they gave it a new name to it. They're saying it's a new wave of crime known as jugging. And I was like, all right. And you're trying to think of what it is. Well, police across the country are warning Americans about this new type of crime. And as I mentioned, I don't believe it's new. Maybe they're just seeing it happen more often. So it happens when criminals go to watch people take large amounts of money out of ATM machines and banks. They follow the victim, so that's it. They don't necessarily hold them up there. They will watch them, follow them, right? And go to this whatever the other location is. So they follow the victims to a secondary location after the transaction has been made to rob them, usually in their vehicles. So police are saying these crimes have been getting more and more popular, and they've made a large amount of jugging arrests. The crime has also been getting more popular, they say, in states in the South, they've noticed. Police say that juggers usually work in teams, and they are trying to make the crime police are. They're trying to make the crime a specific felony with harsher penalties than just simple robbery, because not only are they robbing them, they're also following them, basically stalking them until they go to another location. And I wonder if it's just because there's no cameras. When you go to the ATM, they do have cameras that a lot of people, their heads are on a swivel too. I know that, especially, I don't do it at all anymore, but I used to go a lot when I worked at a bar late at night. I didn't want to have the cash on me, so I would go to an ATM machine.
That's crazy.
Typically drive, typically a drive up one. And now with a lot of banks, they have it when they're closed. You can go make deposits in the ATM, and it's a little room, and you can only get into it like before you go into the main bank, the main building. You can get into it with your debit card or whatever it is. But even that makes me nervous too, because it's just like you're just like in a fish tank. You're in there in this like glass room. Everybody can see what you're doing. So that one makes me nervous too. And I wonder if a lot of these people utilize that, and they see that they're inside, and they wait, and then they follow them somewhere else, because that's what makes the crime different, is that they're not holding them up right at the location that they're making the transactions. Because they're following them.
Yeah, and of course, in your mindset, you're at ease. You know what I mean? You walk away because you would think, if I'm going to get robbed. I think the time thing is big, because when you take out large amount of time and somebody's watching you, it takes long for the machine to kick it out. So if you're taking out $100, 2 seconds, boom. If you're sitting there and you're taking out some serious money, it takes time. And if somebody's watching you, they could be like, wow, look how long he or she is there. There was a Wells Fargo down in South Beach, and it was the same way. And it was so lit up. And I remember one night I had to go. I was with some girl, and we got to get money. And I was like, you're a sitting duck. Like it's pitch black right on Collins, and you see these big red. You get out, you're done. Like when you get out. I never understood that. That I didn't understand. I think it should be well lit inside. But I don't know if maybe outside should be smoked or something so you can't see it. But when you go to ATM, if you're taking out a lot of money, it takes a long time, because that's the only time. Because when they say like they can figure out, large sums of money, they got to be watching you and counting. They have to be, because how would they know if you were taking out $5,000 or you were taking out $30, $40 or something like that? So that's something maybe you could take notice to. Maybe take out a little less if you think. And I think early morning, you're a little bit safer. And anytime the sun goes down, it's not safe, especially at an ATM. It's just not. Tom, we have somebody on hold?
We do. We have David on the phone.
David, good afternoon. Welcome to the Penthouse.
Good afternoon to you too, sir. I have a story concerning, with children.
Yeah, go ahead, with children.
My nephew years ago called DCF on his mother.
Okay.
And they came over to the house. She packed up his stuff and told them, you can take it.
Okay.
Yeah. So he started crying like crazy.
That's terrible.
He probably didn't realize what he was doing.
Yeah. He did not. Because she was like, you want him?
Take him.
You can take him.
That's crazy. I bet she never called again.
Yeah. No, he never called again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's what he'd expect that. He probably expected them to come in and maybe yell at the mom, like, what are you doing? And she's like, hey, you know what? You can take him. He was probably like, what do you mean take him? Sometimes in life that works.
My sister is staunchly serious when it comes to stuff like that.
Oh, I'm sure. It sounds like it. I mean, if you're dealing with authorities and you're telling them, go ahead, take them, see ya, adios. He was probably like, wow. And like I said, that's probably the last time he ever picked up that phone.
Exactly. And now he's been in the military for close to 15 years.
It's great.
So he's straightened his ass out.
Yeah, sometimes that's what we all need, a swift kick in the ass. And some of those lessons, you know what? They stay with you throughout your whole life.
I mean, she's been in the military. She was in the military for 25 years.
She was in the military, you said?
Yeah, for 25 years. Yeah, so she was no nonsense.
Yeah, she wasn't playing games. She wasn't like, ooh, I'll buy you a laptop if you don't call.
She doesn't play games, even today.
That's good. It works for her, and she sounds like she's done a good job with him, and he's in the military, and God bless.
Mm-hmm. Well, you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate the call. Again, parents unite their friends. You know what I mean? You're there to teach your children, right from wrong and to teach them about life. And a lot of times I think today parents, they don't want to deal with it, and they feel bad if their kids are mad at them. My dad used to always tell my friends, if your kids are not mad at you, you know what? You're not doing a good job. So, it happens. I was kidnapped as a kid. They called my dad, and he was like, no, I'm not paying. Keep They were shocked. They're like, really? I'm like, no. He goes, he's a pain in the ass. You'll want to get rid of him soon. 877-927-6968. Tough love sometimes works. I told the guys, I said, I told you I wasn't going to pay. I don't know what you guys are looking for. It just doesn't happen. Didn't affect me. Didn't love myself any less, but I was still like, hey, what are you going to do? But so today you do have to be careful with everything. And sometimes with parents, you know what? If the kids are mad, they'll get over it. They will. And you teach them a lesson. And I don't know I know one girl who's a great parent, and she's pretty strict with her kids.
You only know one person who's a good parent?
I said strict with her kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're like, out of all my friends, only one.
She's the only one who I think is a great mom, does a great job, and her kids are good kids. But everybody else, no. They just, whatever the kids want, they just, okay, whatever, and not doing it. I mean, when's the last time you ever heard somebody say they got punished? Like as a kid. You don't even hear that word. You know what I mean? Like, you don't hear that. Kids getting punished. God forbid if you took away one of their phones.
Grounded, punished.
Yeah, it's not something I hear from my friends, whatever. And it's not like the kids are acting good anymore. They're still knuckleheads. I mean, you got punished, years ago. It was brutal. You were just like, ooh. You didn't want to hear that word. Go to school, come home, go to practice, whatever you're playing, and then you're home. And that's it. Different times, obviously, we didn't have phones and stuff like that. But even, getting kicked off the phone for a week sucked. I'm like, how am I going to talk to my bitches? Like, what's going on?
I'm not going to place my bets, Mom.
I wasn't betting as a kid. Thank God. Should have. Could have made a lot of money, especially in my school. I did know my bookie who was in our high school. He ended up going to Wall Street and have a very successful career until he got pinched for inside trading.
Sounds right.
Yeah, he got 9 years. But before that, he was doing really well. It was working out well for him. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you guys are having a good day and enjoying yourself. And don't forget, you got the keyword every hour for you to win $1,000. Dom, what is the keyword again?
The G word is money.
Oh, God, stop with that. I'm going to get an email. I really am. They're going to be like, are you switching to G word? I'm like, no, I am not. Amazon Prime Day. Franny, does that start tomorrow?
It does. It kicks off tomorrow, and I love how they call it Prime Days.
When?
Prime Days tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So Prime Days happens tomorrow, and that's 4 days of Amazon Prime.
Oof.
It used to be 2. Now it's 4. You can even go on now, even over the weekend, and you're seeing deals pop up.
How much will they make? Unbelievable. Probably billions.
They always do.
He's paying for that wedding and no problem. That's how he's funding the wedding.
Oh, that's a great one. That's how Bezos. I said if you went to the wedding, you give him a Amazon gift card, and you say, because I don't know. Do you think people actually gave him a gift?
I bet you people. Yeah, I bet you they did.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of rich people there, and rich people know what rich people like. So yeah. I bet you he got some gifts, unless he said absolutely no gifts. A lot of times, what rich people will do too, they'll be like, donate to this charity or do this or do that instead. Yeah. So I can see that happening.
Something like that would be very unique. This guy's like a private investigator. I'll follow her for you. Don't worry about it. I heard she cheated on everybody else. You want me to watch her, Jeff? What do you think? Yeah, I don't know. When there's somebody that wealthy, I don't know what you can give them. But like Franny said, they might say, hey, you know what? No gifts. I'm sure he paid for everybody to fly there. I would think that. I don't think that he made anybody.
I don't know. That's a lot of people.
A lot of planes. What did they say? Like 90 private jets?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he said the thing cost whatever it was, $10 million. So I don't know, or $20 million, whatever it is. I would think he flew everybody out there. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. I would expect him to fly me out there if he invited me. I'm like, Joe, bro, really? You want me to come? You're paying, bitch. Let's go.
I think 90 private jets would cost almost $10 million.
Probably. Maybe.
I would say, right? I would say more than that.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it depends where they went from. I have to call my buddy Alex from ETA Jet, see what he says. What is that? I don't know. I would think Bezos. I think he would at least put them up. Let's put it that way. I don't think they paid for a hotel.
I mean, didn't he rent the whole island? Whatever
so
they're at.
Yeah, so I think he was like, all right, I got the whole island, wherever you want to stay. You guys, it's on me, and enjoy yourself. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. We appreciate you guys tuning in and enjoying the show. I hope you did. First one of the week. We'll keep you going throughout. And you're also going to have an opportunity to win $1,000 every hour. There's a keyword with our boy Rover. And we're giving away Busch Garden tickets all week long. So if you didn't win today, don't get this, be like, oh, man, that sucks. You got a whole chance to win. Dom, good job out of the gate. I noticed I came in a little light today, which I didn't want to blow you up too much.
That's funny he says that because I know when you walked into your studio, I heard you like, yee!
I did it.
You were so loud. I was just like, oh my God, I'm glad that's not here.
He said the same thing to me. He's like, Franny kicked me out. I can't go in there until the show starts.
Oh, yeah.
I never even kicked him out. I don't even know what he's talking about.
She gives me that look.
Never kicked him out.
I'm like, hi, Franny, how are you? Get over there. Good job there, 25%er, but you got one more hour, bitch.
Oh, I thought you were about to make it 26. A little bit better.
Good job as always. Thank you.
No problem, buddy.
Franny, great job as always. Thanks for coming to work today. Appreciate it. And a lot of pressure on you every day.
Thank you. I love that you always take me to coming into work, too.
Man, I woke up today. I was like, man, I should have took off today for a 4-day weekend.
Did you really?
Yeah, that would have been so nice, though. It's probably one of those days that Freddie had on the list to take off.
Well, she said it was Thursday.
Well, yeah, a lot of people did Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. A lot of people did. But yeah, you could have done Monday, too.
I feel like I need more recovery than the beforehand.
Yeah, I know. I was telling G-Man, I was like, I did nothing yesterday, but I am so exhausted today. Like, I just feel like I could close my eyes, I could fall asleep.
She's probably bored. Especially last 4 hours.
Could be that, too.
Yeah. She's like, oh, my God, I'm so bored.
I know, I'm just exhausted.
Oh, I can't believe it. We'll get some rest tonight.
I will get some more. Obviously, getting too much rest makes you tired. So
Maybe it does.
Keep it going.
You guys have a great afternoon. Always appreciate you tuning in to Real Radio 921-1017. Listen for another keyword. That's going to come at you. We got the Greek Zone coming up. We'll look at some baseball, and we'll also look at a little WNBA, and we'll talk Wimbledon with Jeff DeForest at 2:35. It is the Penthouse on a Monday. Don, try to stay up. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Watch your favorite radio show. Go to realradio921.com/watch so you can watch us make radio. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Boca Raton accident clearing Military Trail at Champion Boulevard. No major delays if you're traveling the expressways. We are looking good. Drive times on the Turnpike and 95, both up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Franny, and whether it's your daily driver, your SUV, truck, or classic, or even a fully restored hot rod, GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy it. Skip the dealerships, lowballers, and just time wasters. Get a real offer in minutes. All you have to do is enter your VIN or license plate number at GiveMeTheVin.com. There's a reason why they're America's best car buyer. It's fast, easy, and always pays more. That's with GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Celebrate Independence Day at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium for Mega Bash July 3rd and 4th between the Palm Beach Cardinals and Jupiter Hammerheads. Both games start at 6 p.m. with post-game fireworks and the Mega Kids area with inflatables. Purchase your tickets at RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
We've known each other since we were 14 years old, and I want to be able to look down in my hand in 40 years and still like it as much as I did the day he proposed.
That's Michelle talking about her engagement ring from International Diamond Center.
I wanted something classic and vintage, but I did not want what everybody else had. I mean, you see a lot of the same rings.
But at IDC, they had thousands of unique handcrafted rings that you won't find anywhere else, from top designers like Tacori, Verragio, Henry Dossi, and dozens more.
We have a picture of me grabbing my face and gasping because I was so shocked.
International Diamond Center.
If I tell anybody that is looking for their forever ring, IDC will make sure they have it, and I would never go anywhere else.
Best ring selection, highest quality diamonds, guaranteed best value, and people who really care.
They genuinely care about their customers. To take the time to get to know us sets them apart from anybody else.
International Diamond Center. The value you want, the selection you need, the service you deserve. Showroom hours and more at shopidc.com.
I'm Mark Anajar.
I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather?
Things start to change.
Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Divorce is complicated, especially when a professional practice or a small business is involved and, of course, on the line. At Cordell & Cordell, we know the years of work that you've invested and what's at stake. For over 35 years, we've helped guide doctors, lawyers, and business owners through the complex process to protect their businesses that they've spent their lives building. Call Cordell & Cordell today, because your business is more than a job, it's your legacy.
Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois. CordellCordell.com.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor around mid-afternoon. They'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland through the rest of the country.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Takis Fuego meal. Wendy's new Takis Fuego meal is here with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich and small Fuego fries inspired by Takis Fuego chips with a 1-ounce Takis Fuego bag and a drink. Grab yours today. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's while supplies last. Takis and Fuego are used under license.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword bills at realradio921.com. That's bills. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? I already made your bet.
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 in all.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a 6-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the lineup?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point, okay? Take this. And this is a gift for me.
Woo! That is somebody who's betting heavy and betting on everything. That's not the recommendation we give you to be successful. Because the more you bet, the more your chances are that you're going to lose. And the Greek Zone is always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180. Fresh off the organization with a Joey Chestnut win. Dominic's in the house.
Yo.
And we're going to look at some Major League Baseball games. Maybe check a little Wimbledon is going on. Joker did win today. He is now the Elite 8.
You got money on that?
No, I don't bet tennis. I don't know enough about it, to be honest with you. I like Joker, so I would probably bet on me liking him as opposed to having knowledge of the game. But I would definitely maybe take a shot at it. And baseball today, our first game is Detroit and Tampa Bay. And Tampa Bay is favored there. Our Marlins are in Cincinnati. Cincinnati's pretty 135 over the Marlins. Maybe you're turning into the Greek Zone for the first time and you're saying, what's minus 135? 135 means you got to put up $135 to win 100. You got the Rockies taking on Boston. Boston big favorites there against the Rockies, minus 230. You have Milwaukee and the Dodgers. That's going to be a good series. Now, a lot of times when you look at these games, especially on a Monday or the weekend, look who's traveling, too, because that could affect it. Dodgers coming off a bad weekend, getting swept by the Astros, and then they were, had to get on a plane and go to Milwaukee. Milwaukee were playing the Marlins. So it's minus 135 Dodgers. Toronto and Chicago, and in that game, Toronto's favored over Chicago. Pittsburgh and Kansas City, 145. Cleveland and Houston. Cleveland's lost 12 in a row. Houston's one of the hottest teams in the league. I might go with Houston minus 140. Little low, though. That does scare me.
You've been betting streaks lately. Are you going to bet the Marlins?
Well, the Marlins are really on no streak right now.
Well, they were a little bit ago. They were winning.
Yeah, they won like 6-7 in a row. Then they won Friday. They lost Saturday. No, they lost Friday, they won Saturday, they lost Sunday. So there's real no streak going on. Right now, Cleveland's the biggest streak. They've lost 12 in a row. So if I was betting tonight, I would bet Houston. I just don't like it because of the line. I think it's a little low. You got the Angels in Texas. DeGrom's on the mound. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball. Again, you're betting baseball. You should at least know who's pitching. You want to throw darts, you're probably going to, but minus 135, I would take Texas. Arizona and San Diego. San Diego, a small favorite over Arizona. Philadelphia and San Fran. Philly a favorite. One of their aces is on the mound over San Fran. So, again, you'll start to see, again, like Wimbledon, the men's, and like I said, it's down to the Elite Eight. So, like Wednesday, Joker is already minus 1,300. So you really can't bet. I mean, it's too much there. They have NBA, Summer League, WNBA. WNBA today, Atlanta's minus 7.5 over Golden State. That's a new franchise expansion team. You got Phoenix at 10 o'clock, minus 5.5 over the Dallas Wings. And then that's it. And like I said, checking. Before you know it, you will get some preseason football. That'll come up in probably 2 weeks and change. Probably 2 weeks and change where that'll come up. And they do have the preseason lines, though, for the first week. You got Detroit minus 1.5, over-unders 32. They're playing the Chargers. Dallas and Philly, that's September 4th. That is the first game of the year. And you got Philadelphia minus 7. This is first week in the NFL, by the way. Chiefs and Chargers. Chiefs 2.5, Chargers are home. Bengals, Brown, over-unders 45. Bet the over and light a cigar. Giants and Washington. Washington 6.5. Might take the Giants there.
Really?
Maybe. We'll see. I think the world's going to be on Washington. I don't think Washington has a great season this year. I think they won 5 or 6 games, last played a game, and I don't think everything goes their way. Las Vegas plus 3 over New England. I would take the Raiders in that one. Jets in Pittsburgh. Woo-wee!
That's the one right there.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers coming back to the Big Apple. Will he take a bite out of it? Jets getting 3 in their home. Our Miami Dolphins on the road, first week, September 7th, minus 1. I do think the Dolphins can beat the Colts. Tampa Bay and Atlanta, high over 49. I say bet it and forget it. Tampa Bay and Atlanta, and Tampa Bay's favorite. Arizona and the Saints, 5.5. Arizona, I think Arizona wins that game. Carolina and Jags, 2.5. Jags given, no opinion on that. Niners in Seattle, Niners minus 1.5. Tennessee and Denver, two teams on the upswing with 2 young quarterbacks. Denver's laying 7.5. I'd probably take Tennessee. Man, I wish this was this weekend. Detroit and Green Bay, going to be a great game right out of the gate. Detroit getting 2. Rams 2.5 over Houston. And then you got Buffalo and Baltimore. Baltimore getting 1.5. I do like Baltimore there. And Minnesota and Chicago. Chicago minus 1. And that's it. That's the first week of your NFL. So again, we'll check it a lot more. Super Bowl odds on the Hard Rock app. Ravens are the best one at 7-1. Eagles also 7-1. And Bills. You jump to the Chiefs 8-1. Lions 10-1. Washington 17-1. Bengals 20-1. Rams 20-1. Packers 20-1. Niners 20-1. Minnesota 25-1. So those are some of your odds that you're looking for. First preseason game though, minus 1.5. Detroit playing on Chargers, and the over/under is 32.
What 2 teams have the longest odds? I don't know. Don't look.
Oh, what you're asking me?
Yep.
I would assume the Saints.
You got one.
Giants.
Oh, no.
Giants, no. Saints. Colts.
No, think Joe from the locker room.
Browns.
There you go.
Yeah, Browns suck. Yeah, I was not surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about the Browns. Yeah, every year it's the Browns' year. At least that's what Joe says. And every year they turn out to suck. They really do. Preseason football will be here. Like I said, before you know it, it'll be the 31st of July. That is a Thursday night. I thought it was the 28th. That game, maybe I dipped my toe. Nothing crazy. But I do bet preseason on a regular basis. Teddy Covers got me into that years ago, and I just do it. And there's ways that you can find out what the teams are doing. The coaches are pretty honest usually. They say what they're going to do. It's just one of those situations where you're like, right, if I can make money. And they're also pretty honest about who's playing. amount of time. They end up saying that. So that's one of those things that, you can look at and say, all right, this is what I'm hearing. And sometimes you'll hear the coach say, hey, we're working on defense, we're working on passing, we're working on rushing. And for the most part, they're pretty honest. Andy Reid is one of those coaches who does very good in preseason. So, again, if you're looking to make some money, preseason, most people will say don't bet, but I do. So I just think it's a great way to make some money.
Would you take the over on that since it's so low, 32? I know it's a preseason game, so they're not going to be putting out as much, probably not going to be playing as many people.
Every year, the Hall of Fame game is right around there, 32, and it's just flipping a coin because it's right there. Last year we got screwed because that was the game where the Lightning came, and we were winning the game big, and it ended up being a no bet. And that's when everybody found out that a game has to go, I think, 56 minutes. So it sucked. Because I thought we were winning. It was the third quarter. I'm like, oh, we won. No, you didn't win. Mm-hmm. And like anything else in life, you don't really know anything until you get burned by it. Then you're like, okay, here we go. So now we learn that a game's got to go 56 minutes in the NFL to be official. Just like baseball, it's got to go 5 innings. You don't have to worry about that with the NBA, obviously. But yeah, in baseball it's 5 innings, but in football it's 56. So again, it was very, very bad weather too. That's what it was, lightning and thundering, and ended up sucking. And right there, I was like, all right, this is not a good start, especially if you lose the first one of the year. Remember, if you're betting, you can only bet with the Hard Rock app. So download it or get to the Seminole, maybe Tampa or the Guitar. That's where you'll find me all the time putting my bets in, and that is the best place for you to be betting on sports betting.
I was there this past weekend.
Yeah, Don was there. I was there on Thursday and Friday in the morning at Seminole, but he was there, and it was packed.
Packed. Oh,
my God.
Like even the lines at the Hard Rock betting area, there was a line there. It's like, ooh, all right, people are placing bets.
Well, I'm not surprised. 4th of July weekend. I mean, it's, the only weekends that are, and, I've been in casinos on Christmas and Thanksgiving, and it's still, there are a lot of people that are in there. There's a lot of people with no families.
And also people vacationing. There were tons of people, not even from the States.
Oh, yeah. I would think vacation, no doubt about it, especially July 4th. But even Christmas, you would think, like, wow, it's Christmas time. You walk in a casino, there's people in there. There's a lot of people with no families. They're like, hey, I'm going there. Where's the place I can go? And it's going to be open. And for some people, they drink for free. And they hang out, and they're doing it. So, yeah, it's one of those places that I'm not surprised. Never slow. You never walk in a casino and go, man, this place is going to close in 2 weeks. Certain ones maybe in Vegas, but down here, no. It doesn't happen. Yeah, make sure you're downloading the app for Hard Rock. Anytime you're sports betting, whether you're betting tennis, Wimbledon, baseball right now, or getting ready for preseason football and the upcoming season in the NFL. Dolphins 60-1, also 7.5 win total over under. Some places 8 with juice. When I say juice, that means you got to put up a little more. Do you think the Dolphins can win 8 games, Tom?
What did they do last year?
I believe 9-7. They made the playoffs. Last 2 years they made the playoffs, but then they lost first round.
I would say yes, they do.
All right.
I think they can win 8 games, especially if Tua stays healthy. I think that's the deciding factor.
Well, the thing with the Dolphins, too, their schedule is a lot tougher at the end of the year. So these are games like they got the Colts opening day. They should beat the Colts. The Colts don't even know who's going to be their quarterback, whether it's going to be Richardson. They have no knowledge yet. They're hoping, but I don't think he is going to start. They got Jones, friend.
That's the guy that gave up, right? Richardson?
Yeah. Last year it was like, take me out. They got Jones they picked up from the Giants. I don't think he's a good quarterback either. So Miami would have the advantage there, and I do think they should pick up to win week 1. It's a win they need, let's put it that way. Every week is important in the NFL. It just is. From week 1 to week 17. But, when you're going to be scrapping for wins in December, which they will be, and trying to qualify for the playoffs, this is something you would forget, but you could remember and saying, hey, man, we need that W, especially early on. We'll see what happens to the Dolphins. Dolphins schedule, again, it's not, it's an okay schedule. It's not super hard. It's not super easy for the Dolphins when you look at their schedule. But, it's a situation with a team that's got some holes, and they really, I don't know how they're going to address certain things at this time. They're probably going to hope for certain players to step up, maybe some free agents or maybe some guys that they drafted. But right now, I don't see it for the Dolphins. I really don't. I don't think they'll win 6 games, but I don't see them, winning the division or double digits. Don't see it. We'll see. I mean, they do open up with the Colts on the road. And then on September 14th, they are home, and they do have the New England Patriots. That'll be a good game, and I believe that game is a night game. Not 100% sure. Then the following week, the 18th, they got the Bills home against the Dolphins. September 14th will be a Sunday. I thought it was a Thursday, but that's it. But then the 18th, the Dolphins take the Bills. And then the 29th, they got the Jets. So right out of the gate, they're going to a lot of division games, 3 or 4. And again, NFL season is in quarters. You know what I mean? You look at it like, when there was 16 games, now there's 17. But every 4 games, you know what? You like to get a report card and how we doing, good, bad, or indifferent. And obviously you want to win, but 3-1 is always successful. You can bounce back from 2-2, but you can't have 4 2-2s.
I got a bet that I think you'd like, G-Man.
Go ahead.
All right, so I saw a video online. It was Derrick Henry, right? I guess he's a big Adam Sandler fan.
Yes.
And Adam Sandler made him a promise that if he broke 2,000 yards this year, that he'll be in a movie and take him out to dinner, too.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good one to go for would be your buddy there, Derrick Henry. And his over-under right now is 1,350.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it's at right now for the regular season total rushing yards.
Oh, I go over all day. What's the odds on that?
Minus 105 for the over.
Yeah, I would go over that. Unless the only way you get screwed with that, I think, is if he, God forbid, gets hurt.
All right, now what about this other one that sounds pretty good to me? What if he did back-to-back 2,000, Saquon Barkley? His is at 1,450. Doesn't that seem
low?
Right? Mm-hmm. And his the odds minus 110 for right there.
Yeah, Damon, I don't like what Barkley is on the Madden box.
That's the curse.
Oh, yeah, I don't like that. 877-927-6969. If you have anything you want to call up about odds or lines, whether it's baseball or college football or the NFL, we did tell you the first preseason game. Also, college football, Ohio State and Texas, 12 o'clock, August 30th. That's a game. I'm going to check that line right now with the Hard Rock to see where that's at.
Now, you were thinking that Manning might choke out a little bit, right?
I don't want to use maybe a word not to use is choke out. I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on him all year, and how he handles it is going to be a big thing. And maybe the first game, could be a little bit tough for him. The first game.
Now, is he starting QB? Because last year they were running 2 quarterbacks at one point.
Yeah, well, the other guy graduated.
Oh, he did? He graduated? Okay.
So he's supposed to be starting. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know, like I said, but I think he's going to be definitely starting.
Okay, I just didn't know the other kid graduated.
Yeah, college football officially kicks off the 23rd of August. You got a bunch of games there. Smaller schools. And then you got the 29th. I am checking right now. Don't see it yet. No, I don't see it. A lot of games on the 29th. And here it is. Ohio State is home. They're in the horseshoe, laying 3 to Texas. Over under is 50.5. I'm betting the over, and I'm betting Ohio State. Champs coming back. Yes, they lost some guys, but they reload at those big schools. They don't like, oh my God, we're going to have a bad year. They reload. And I think Texas is going to be a hard spot for him week 1 starting. I mean, we'll talk about it more and more as we get closer.
What a big game for week 1,
Unbelievable. August 30th. Definitely no doubt about it. So it's going to be tough, like I said. Texas, again, is not in the Big Ten, so it's not going to affect them for the SEC title if they lose. But, yeah, I would go to Ohio State. I mean, again, the confidence that they have, they got one of the best receivers in college football, and they're coming back off a big, big win. And not that Texas can't win. I just think it's going to be a lot of pressure on the kid coming out. There's so much pressure on this kid anyway, being a Manning, starting, who his dad is and family and all that. So, that in itself is going to be tough. We'll see. I would definitely lean toward Ohio State with those Buckeyes. And it's going to be hot as hell. noon on August 30th, Ohio State. It's going to be there.
It'll be rocking, too. It'll be a loud stadium.
Yeah, not that Texas isn't used to playing in hot weather, but it's added to the whole thing. I think if I'm Manning, I like to start the road. I would like to start my road in the NCAA on, the being home, a little home cooking. Because if you get down, you don't have to deal so much with the booze. I mean, some people, but they don't. And they love him, this kid. They love Manning because of his dad and his brother. So we'll see. It's going to be an interesting game. But right out of the gate, bang, impact. Because whoever wins that will probably be number one.
Yeah.
After the first week.
That could determine the whole college football playoff right there. That first game.
Yay, nay, because, again, they're not in the same division. So one could take a loss and then run the table, and they're fine. Ohio State, still their biggest game every year is the end of the year when they play Michigan on that Saturday. And that usually, breaks it down to who's going to the next level. But last year, they both made it. So it's not like, certain teams can't make it. So it's not impossible for two teams to make it at the same time. And last year, like I said, Ohio State, Penn State was in there. They played well. Penn State also was down here for the Orange Bowl, which I did get the pleasure of seeing. And this year, also, Notre Dame kicks off a game against Miami, and we're going to have tickets for you to give away for you guys to win. Who do you got, Dom?
We have Dan on the phone.
Dan, what's happening?
Good afternoon, guys.
What's going on?
Texas, Quentin Ewers was their quarterback. He was supposed to be a big top pick, and he was injured, so him and Arch split starts last year. The Dolphins drafted him in the seventh round.
Yeah.
Ewers. He's our third-string quarterback or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on him the first week for Manning. Ohio State's home. Like I said, they reload. They were a great team last year. They got probably the best receiver in college, who I think could play on Sundays right now. The Horseshoe's a tough place to play first week in front of 100,000 fans.
For sure. If Arch lights it up, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if he comes out and wins, forget it. The way people talk about him in the Heisman, it'll be all over right there, right out of the gate.
Yes, sir. All right, you guys have a good afternoon. That's all I got.
You good, too, bro. I appreciate it. It is the locker room. It is the Greek Zone on a Monday. We'll be back with a lot more. We got Jeff DeForest. We'll talk to him a little bit about preseason football. Also talk to him about Wimbledon and so much more. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I tried to use ChatGPT to do some of the trivia questions last week, but it wasn't always perfect. You want to hear an example?
Yes.
What popular TV contest is officially titled The Great British Bake Off?
I'm the guess. Jeffrey, can you get it? No.
Let me just read it to you again. What popular TV contest is officially titled The Great British Bake Off?
Cake Wars?
Oh, my God.
I don't know. Britain's Got Talent?
What's the name of dim-witted radio personality Jeffrey LaRoque?
Me. Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
It is a trouble-free ride along the Palm Beaches. Not a whole lot to slow us down on the expressways. We're looking good, accident-free on the Turnpike and 95. Make sure you slow down for bicycles. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Aleve. Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty, that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Jason, by now you've probably heard a bunch of garage door companies bragging about their customer service, how they won't upsell you, or how they'll just repair your door instead of actually replacing it.
Yeah, everyone says that now, but Franny, Precision Garage Door has been doing it right from the start. They are the real deal.
And here's what sets them apart. Precision only sends certified company employees, not random subcontractors. They show up in Precision uniforms and in Precision wrapped vehicles, and they'll even text you before they arrive. Total professionalism.
Plus, they're fast, they're honest, and they get the job done right. And now that we're in the thick of hurricane season, if you've been thinking about upgrading to an impact-rated door, Precision has a huge selection to choose from.
So why settle for better when you can have the best with Precision Garage Door service?
Check them out online, flgaragedoor.com. That's flgaragedoor.com. flgaragedoor.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
Look at all the complaints that our competitors have on their BBB ratings. GimmeTheVin.com is a 5-star rated company. We do what we say we're going to do. It's that easy.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. And fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th. Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today. AXS.com.
Want to bet on sports but no clue where to start? Millions of players are already making moves on Hard Rock Bet. Your friends might be winning. Why not you? Bet with confidence. Bets by real players help guide your picks. Go with the crowd and cash in on the wins. Any pick that catches your eye. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players bet $5 and get $150 instantly in bonus bets. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are going to see a much drier afternoon compared to the past few days. Now, we will still see some showers and storms, mainly developing along the 95 corridor. Around mid-afternoon, they'll expand, develop a little bit more, and then they'll make their way inland through the rest of your Monday.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Blindster.com's 4th of July sale is your chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end July 9th. Shop Blindster.com today.
Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question,
what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down a cherry tree?
Were JFK and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Monday. This is probably the quietest month of the year for sports betting, but it'll pick up intensity by the end of July. And then that's it. Then it's lights out. Then it is preseason football, NFL, college football. Woohoo! It is time to make the donuts, baby. And we're always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. Get into an accident or having an accident around your house or anywhere is not a good thing. But give Jason's team a call. They will help you answer the questions you have and get you back on the road to recovery. So give them a call today. Personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180. Wimbledon again. It is in the Sweet 16. Joker did win today. He did start off losing the first set, but then he rallied and got a W. So he's in the Elite 8. Wimbledon, this is it. This is their Super Bowl, no doubt about it. Happens once a year. And it's another sign of July 4th, which maybe some people recognize. I do. Or also, preseason football is getting closer. So actually, the good thing about this month is a couple things. Summer is, after next week. I mean, we got a week. We're almost halfway done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really look at today's the 7th. Next Monday's the 14th. So, I mean, a week goes fast. And then before you know it, you got a couple weeks from preseason football. And then it's bang, 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 ready to go. And then it's, I think there's 8 Sundays, somebody said yesterday, until the first week of the NFL, 8 or 9. So once that happens, but once preseason starts, it just kicks in full. Our Miami Dolphins 60-1 in Vegas. Would you put any money on them to win it all? I say no. No, Dom's shaking his head. We carry the Dolphins on 101.7, but I just don't think they've done, they haven't had a good offseason, in my opinion. Not with a couple moves they made. I think Buffalo, obviously, there are some people who think that Miami might be last in their division. We'll see what happens. But at any case, it is Wimbledon, the Super Bowl of tennis. And this guy who's a big tennis player and a big tennis guy is Jeff DeForest. He joins us on a Monday on the Greek Zone. Defo, how are you, buddy?
Couldn't be better, Greek. I hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. I did pass that milestone with the 74th birthday, so
yeah.
I hope you didn't get hurt too bad paying off the underplayers, but I know you booked all of that action.
I did that years ago when we were working together. I mean, that's got to be, I don't know what, maybe like 8 or 9 years ago that I did that. And that was at a tongue-in-cheek, but it did catch up a lot of action. Not as much as Joey Chestnut, our producer, Dominic, had him, and so did I, in the over on hot dogs, which Hard Rock paid off at 70.5, and it was 71.
I thought it was 70 and a hook. There was some controversy about that. And how did he end up only getting credit for a half a hot dog? I mean, you'd think if he had the half a hot dog in his mouth, that they would have allowed him the time to shovel the rest of it back in, no?
I don't know. I know Dom had it, right?
Yeah, I had it. At the end, he was doing a dog and then like the bun separate. So I think he finished the dog but didn't finish the bun, so that's why he got a half credit.
Yeah, but it paid out. So, I mean, and with the over-under, which I said to Dom was unusual, it said 71 or higher would pay out. So I know a lot of people were saying recall on a lot of these special bets. You always hear that even at Super Bowl. With
Recount?
The national anthem and everything like that. So I don't know. I mean, again, I did it for blanks and cheeks just because I'm a great American and I wanted to feel very patriotic, so I bet on it. So that's why I did.
He was setting a blistering pace early on. He was averaging like 10 dogs a minute for the first 4 or 5 minutes. And then, unfortunately, and this is something you have to worry about if you're considering, fortunately for me, you don't have to bet on the time of horse races, but, I mean, he was eased up at the wire there. So the under players definitely looked like they were getting a break, and it seemed like they were going to crush those that played the over. But beginning of that, the first 5 minutes, he was setting a wicked pace, Greek. I mean, he was shoveling food in his face faster than my man Mike Mayo does on that food show that we do together. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he was doing very, very well. Diva, let me ask you, Wimbledon's on grass, and then the French is on dirt, and then obviously you got the regular. How big of a difference is it on these three surfaces for people who don't play tennis, and how some guys over the years become experts on certain surfaces?
Well, you've seen South Americans and Spanish players have always been brilliant on the red clay because they're used to playing on it, more red clay courts there. In fact, even in America, I play on clay courts because it's easier on the body.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, and a lot of parks have clay courts, and many people prefer it because it just doesn't take the toll on your knees and joints and ankles like hard courts do. But we don't have a lot of red clay courts. In fact, I have never played on one in my lifetime. I did find a grass court. They have a red clay court and a grass court, or at least they used to, at Key Biscayne Crandon Park, where they used to hold the Miami Open. A bunch of guys and I went out there one day and tried to play on the grass, but it rained the day before. It's a huge differential as the ball bounces differently. On the red clay, it's a much slower surface, so you have to hit far more shots. It's hard to hit winners, pure winners. And the grass, the ball doesn't come up, as you might imagine, as high as it does on hard court surfaces. So it's a big adjustment. You're seeing a lot of slices and a lot of different shots being played. In fact, the match earlier today between Mira Andreeva, the 18-year-old Russian girl who's spectacular and a real good kid, who seems to be extremely well-grounded. She took on the American Emma Navarro, who was the daughter of the billionaire founder of Capital One.
Yeah.
So she's not hurting for cash, looks great, but didn't have the goods. And if you wanted to see a variety of shot making, Andreeva exhibited every bit of it. So it's a huge differential. I always say that the red clay is kind of quicksand as a surface for a lot of players that are particularly good on the hard courts, and the grass is a whole different animal altogether. Used to be serve and volley. You're not seeing that as much. In fact, if you look at the courts after 1 week, I don't know if you remember when you watched Wimbledon, you would see the grass worn out along the baseline, and then you would see a track worn out up the middle of the court to the net. But you don't see that anymore because players don't come to the net behind the serve like they used to. It's not as effective as it was years ago. And in fact, I'm looking at the court right now. There's almost no traction inside of the service line. So, game's changed, equipment's changed, approach has changed, but it's a big difference. And a lot of players that are good on the hard courts aren't good on the other two surfaces and vice versa.
Talking to Jeff DeForest with 940 for years with iHeart and part of Miami Dolphins Network for a long, long time. Diva, let me ask you, is it impressive that Joker is still in there at his age against some of these kids, 18, 19, 20 years old, and he's in the Elite Eight? Do you think he has enough to win it all?
I don't know, but you can never discount this guy. I've said this many, many times. A couple of friends of mine dispute the whole idea of mental toughness being a factor. I don't know of any athlete I've ever seen that's more mentally tough than Novak Djokovic. I mean, he just delivers in the clutch so many times. Now, lately, the last couple of years, he's been defeated, not necessarily in that category, but just in overall ability by these real young guns who we're watching Yannick Sinner, who is on the ropes right now against the veteran Grigor Dimitrov. He's down a set, and he's down a break in the second set.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been razor sharp. I mean, he's breezed through his first three matches, unlike the other guys. Joker's lost a couple of sets. Alcaraz had to go 5 sets in his opening round match against Fognini, Fabio Fognini, the wily veteran Italian who I think is retiring after this year. But this is a strange one. I mean, if you wanted to count on an upset, I don't know that you would ever figure that the aging Dimitrov from Bulgaria could possibly beat Sinner, but he's in a pretty good spot right now. Remains to be seen if he can take it, because the best of 5 in the slams is a huge differential on the men's side. And we've seen Taylor Fritz have to go 5 sets a couple of times. He was down 2 sets to love in his opening match, and he had to play a 5-setter in his second match. But the Djokovic story is incredible.
Yeah.
Djokovic, I know you mentioned something when you sent me the text this morning about LeBron James. Djokovic and LeBron James, he may even be better at his age doing what he does than LeBron James is playing basketball. And that's saying a lot, because if you look at LeBron James' stats, and if you saw those numbers from last year with the Lakers and you thought, well, that's his 3rd season in the NBA. You'd think, wow, the guy's great.
Yeah.
And yet people are talking about him being in decline and possibly ending up with another team.
Yeah.
And he averaged 25 points a game, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. So you would take that all day long. They're paying guys $60 million a year to do that sort of thing now, and that's for young guys. And LeBron James is doing it at 40. So both amazing athletes, and it just testament to the idea that training has changed, the whole physicality of sport has changed.
Brady.
Certain guys who dedicate themselves to the fitness are able to hang on at the highest of levels, and Djokovic is one of them.
Yeah, same thing.
I don't think he wins it, though. I don't think he can win the thing. I think he'll possibly get to the semis, but I don't think he goes any further than that.
Somebody I haven't seen, and maybe he's injured. I forget his name, and the name's eluding me. He's a very good tennis player, very loud personality. He was Greek, and he's very vocal when he plays. You know what I'm referring to?
Pass or Kyrgios?
Kyrgios, yeah. Yeah, he's not in this year.
He's Australian, He's Australian.
I thought he was Greek. I didn't see him this year, but he had that one exchange with Ben Stiller at the tennis thing, which was hilarious when he told Ben Stiller, do I tell you how to act? So don't tell me how to play tennis.
No, he's a character. What's weird, he was just taken down. I mean, he's so outspoken. And always was. He irritated many people, and that was part of his game, I guess, to get inside the head of other players and just create all kinds of disturbance, kind of like what we're seeing in politics right now, and distract them from what they were concentrating or trying to concentrate on doing. Great player. Had some tremendous wins.
Yeah, U.S. Open, too, a couple times. Got far.
Very insightful commentator, but I guess he's gotten himself into any number of verbal jackpots, and he's been taken off the commentary, I think, on ESPN he was commentating, and also maybe the BBC, and he's doing none of that now, but he has a podcast that's widely respected and listened to, and a very interesting guy, a great player, probably wasted a lot of his talent with some of his psychological BS, but unfortunately struck down by injuries, and it doesn't look like he's coming back again.
Talking to Jeff DeForest. Stephen, let me ask you, we just touched on it a little with LeBron and the speculation of him getting traded, where the Lakers are in one direction, and again, his agent threw it out there. Talk about Dallas Mavericks going back to